The modern city was drowned in night darkness, and a bright light was trembling in the window of one of the houses. Inside the real mess. In the middle of the crowd, a man stood, considering his wallet with a satisfied look and saying that he finally collected the right amount. Leaning towards the light, a Queen Shioga, a regular clerk from the corporation, could finally say goodbye to the work and open the door of his own business. Divorcing with his office, he felt relieved and was proud that he had never annoyed the manager, even working overtime for many days in a row. Setting up a salary in a few months, the hero finally made the idea. He opened the store, which was inspired by the article in the magazine. It was from this moment that a new, free life of the young man began, full of independence and lack of any support. Suddenly, feeling the consciousness began to cloud, he realized that he had not closed his eyes all night again. Such a condition became familiar to him. It was a harbinger of fainting, which every time took away a piece of life from him. Losing consciousness, the guy smiled. He was satisfied and was already planning to return to work as soon as it was. For a while, the hero woke up a desperate cry of the crown. Aquina was in the other's palace, lying right on the cold floor inside the mysterious magical circle. 4 people looked at him from top to bottom. There were several soldiers in shining armor and magicians. He thought that he was in a dream, and King Rua, majestically resting on the throne, reassured him. He did not get into another world. From this, Shioji realized that he had a dream of transferring to another world. The hero introduced himself to the king when he told about the struggle of their country with the demons and how critically the situation was critical. However, they managed to call the hero, and as soon as he appeared, they immediately asked him to share their power. But the man, realizing all the banality of this sleep, said that he was lacking in strength. Aquina waited impatiently, and it was in the moment when he uttered the dreamy words. A window with statistics floated unexpectedly before his eyes. The hero was surprised to find a window that indicated his name, gender, age, and even a unique ability. It was a cultivation skill. After learning about her, the hero realized, from now on he is able to grow any plant in the ground, and to do it surprisingly quickly. The king was eagerly sought to learn more about the power given by God. When the guy spoke about his ability, the ruler, along with the male, engulfed disappointment. They suggested getting rid of this skill or using it only to win time until it is possible to call a real hero. The king ordered everyone to silence, reminding him that it should be used as food. Only the hero dared to raise his finger in response to this proposal. Russia ordered the ability to grow food for the country and allocated the Seogia land on the outskirts of the capital. But Seodzi only dreamed of starting his own business and realizing his plan. A little time has passed. The hero, standing in the middle of the field, frankly bored. He lived here for a week with the permission of the king, but all this time he did not leave drowsiness, and he could not completely recover completely. As he was still growing up for the value of this skill, he tried hard to grow vegetables with her help. He realized that he was able to grow plants in just a few days, but his skills were limited only by this. So the curiosity faded very quickly. On the 8th day, he was in doubts. Is he not dreaming in his sleep? So he decided to meet the king. It passed for a while, and the man came to the ruler, telling him about his affairs. After thanking the Russians, he demonstrated vegetables that he grew up due to his ability, which stunned the king and all his suite. After that, the king, seeking to overcome the famine in his country, decided to buy him all the harvest. Noticing that the owner in the high spirits, a queen asked how long he planned to stay in this world. He suggested that he would stay here before the emergence of a new hero who would be called to the service. Until the king had to understand the content of the herd, the guy had already explained. He hoped to return home when the throne went to another ruler. Instead, to the great surprise of the guy, he was stunned by the bitter truth. It was no longer possible to go back. Subsequently, the hero was good, and not pulling himself from the rage, began to shout the curses angrily at the king, reproaching him for calling him without any consent. In the end, he turned into an ordinary farmer. He worked tirelessly, collected every penny, and eventually did not even inherit his father's home. Having mastered himself, he realized that he did not want to overcome the defeat again, remembering past failures. His parents worked as farmers and almost did not pay attention to his son, paying all his time. He found entertainment on his own until he suddenly came. Concerned with future families, his father decided to take part in a seminar, which, it turned out to be a treacherous trap of fraudsters. To repay the debts taken, the boy's parents worked overtime until his father died soon. The insurance payment for his father's death helped repay all the debts. However, as soon as the Seodi reached the age of majority, fate has struck a new blow. his mother also died. Getting rid of the peasant duties, the guy decided to change his future. He left work in the field and became a hired worker, full of desire to find his own way. After many years of work in the office, he tirelessly sought for a wealthy life and dreamed of opening his own well-known business. The man studied, carefully raised money, and eventually got a dreamy goal. However, realizing that he will not succeed in creating an account in a foreign world, a queen drunk his last bottle. It was then that he was suddenly thought to be the idea of cooking more drinks. Deciding that this was a wonderful idea, he headed to the field where he buried the bottle, with the hope that the beer tree would soon sprout. In the next moment, he fainted right in the middle of the field, and when he shed, Sodi was with a terrible hangover. Remembering that he spent all the money, he looked and saw a tree on which the bottles were moggy on the branches. Surprised, he noted the number of bottles and remembered that he had planted only one. However, he thought that he then used the ability of cultivation. Doubting his own eyes and thinking about the amazing of this world, he decided to taste a drink that ripened on a tree. Opening the bottle, the hero poured a drink into a glass, carefully lost and immediately noted the excellent quality of alcohol. Having made his own moonshine, Aquin went to a bar located in the lively trade quarter of the kingdom. He suggested buying all the alcohol from him. The merchant, throwing his eye on numerous bottles, immediately suspected that the product was stolen. However, the young man insisted that it was a gift. Convinced his sincerity, the seller decided to taste one bottle. If the drink impresses, he would certainly buy it. After trying the drink, he immediately offered 8 silver coins for the whole party, a great offer because the quality of the product was really high. After completing the agreement, the hero asked how to make his own product, which, he said, was to become a special gift. When the seller stated that the technique of cooking the drink can be captured in the brewery, the guy was finally convinced that in this world, there is really a usual way to produce alcohol. Aquina wondered his abilities and learned that other people have similar skills. The man's assumption about the existence of special skills for agriculture was false. The merchant stressed that it is the warriors with combat capabilities that can count on decent earnings. Realizing that in the eyes of others, his farming skills have no weight, the young man said it could play him in his hand. Going out of the bar, the hero went in search of popular goods, and in a moment, he found himself before the real variety of things in the store garden. Shields, swords, potions, and many other things appeared from the ground. He grew everything he could find, experimenting tirelessly to master his unique skill. Taking care of safety, the man made a fence around his area. Subject to the crop, Aquina was enthusiastically noted his skill. He managed to grow literally anything he wants. If the fruit did not contain the seeds, he simply buried it in the ground like potatoes, and it only once again emphasized its weirdness. Ordinary fruits sprouted literally a night, forcing you to think about whether it is worth spending time on other things. Its main trump card is an amazing plant, on the tips of the branches of which coins ripen. He could grow artificial money just out of nothing. Aquina realized that very soon, the rumor of his incredible talent would come to the king and his environment. So he thought about strengthening the fence and finding a new patron. Understanding the true strength of this skill, the ruler would most likely send you to work as a servant so as not to repeat the mistakes of his parents, and would decide to use the gift received only for his own benefit. The young man hesitated whether to go underground, or maybe set up his own business, what he had long dreamed of to finally heal carelessly and on his own conditions. Thanks to the power of this skill, he felt confidence and decided to go to the journey as a merchant. So he began to prepare carefully, using his new abilities. Aquina made an entrance fee to the trading guild, purchased a new visa, and resisted the sale of the harvest to get starting capital. Some time has passed, and all the preparations were completed. The hero remembered how he once worked without laying his hands. He was turning over, while he finally managed to postpone a little money. However, instead of dreamy rest, his life has changed dramatically. He inevitably found himself in a completely different world. When he was going to go on the road, he was overwhelmed by his own confidence. He certainly founded his own business. Now no one will be able to take advantage of it, and he was determined to do his best to live as he pleases. Subsequently, gathering on the road, the guy decided to hire himself an escort, beware of attacking robbers on the way. At the same time, he dreamed of hiring a beautiful girl who, with the help of a graceful sword, was able to grace the enemy gracefully. That's what he hoped. However, in front of the hero on the ground lay a girl who mournfully whistled. During elementary accompaniment, she again managed to break her weapon. The young man noticed in the girl he hired some strange rice. but decided that it was just such a feature of her work. In front of Shioga, a girl sat on the ground and sobbed bitterly over the destroyed weapon. The young man, remembering the events that brought him here, began his story from the moment of acquaintance with this magician lord of the sword. As soon as he completed all the preparations, as he started waiting for the accompaniment. And in a moment, he was approached by adventurers from the guild. They made the impression of reliable people. Shogi immediately noted it, getting acquainted with the company of travelers. Among them was the brave warrior Kyle, a skilled coffee archer. And the third was a girl with silky hair, whose beauty immediately attracted the attention of the main character. However, he could not but point out that despite her in her like, the girl was firmly squeezing a massive steel rod in her hand. The girl named her name and said that she was dealt with by enemies with a metal stick. Hearing this, Aquena noted that this method of struggle is quite effective, and inadvertently thought that the appearance was deceptive. The girl's friends urged her not to break their weapons and not to pull them back into the abyss, which overwhelmed in the soul of the hero the grain of doubt. He could not imagine that this strong metal tank could be broken. Probably, the girl has already broken her first weapon. It passed some time after their meeting, and the company went on the road. Visa, loaded with things, cheerfully rolling wheels on the trail. Some time passed, and the hero began to get out of boredom. He was shaking with someone. He asked the team how much time they were together, but everyone denied any connection with the one who managed the weapon. Watching how my companion came to life with this mention, he inadvertently wondered where this girl had this name. The warrior already wanted to share a short story about it, as suddenly their conversation sharply interrupted a loud exclamation. Louding in the threats, a flock of robbers from the gang of bloody fools surrounded travelers, demanding money from them and a girl. However, despite the sudden attack, the heroes were not confused and were determined to repel the enemies. The Ark, taking the initiative, ordered Shiogi to hide in the cart and began to order other soldiers. Closed in the carriage, the young man watched the events through the narrow window. The trolley became a cozy shelter for the hero, where he could be safe for the result of the battle, while not losing interest in the skill of his comrades. The archer released arrows from the enemies that appeared on Mars, proudly declaring them his future prey for this mission. Even a newcomer like Shiogi immediately felt his incredible power. Not far from this place, the speaker from the team demonstrated his skill, once after sending enemies into the air. His courage and skills confidently proved to the customer that he was a true power of battle. After marking that only 2 were involved in the battle, Shioji turned his gaze on a girl who was ordered to join. Might rushed forward with a staff in her hands, and the young man only watched in surprise, not understanding how she was going to fight. Watching her clumsy movements, he doubted whether she was a search for adventure. But in a moment the girl, closing her eyes from the fright, hit the robber just in the stomach. When he mocked the girl, the incredible force pierced him from the end of the staff and lifted him high in the air. This was struck not only by the attackers, but also by the guys sitting in the cart. Seeing one of the comrades to flutter on the ground after a long fall, the rest of the robbers in the panic rushed to the side, frightened by the same fate. Shuzi immediately noticed the unusual power of the girl, but in a moment she saw her fell to the ground in front of a bent iron translation, and tears appeared in her eyes. The hero watched as a massive metal rod flew into pieces, and he thought deeply what powerful power could do. That's what the warrior's story ended. This girl possessed incredible force, so any weapon broke in her hands. It was because of this feature that she received the nickname, a weapon destroyer. Soon the girl, singing under her nose, ran forward, holding a new mithril sword in her hands, a well-deserved award for victory over bandits. Her companions insisted that she sells the sword as soon as possible until it broke it, because the price of such weapons reached about 200 gold coins. After learning about it, the hero made sure that if he starts growing these swords, he would be able to make good money on their sale. However, the girl persistently refused to sell a new sword, assuring everyone that she would never give it or break it. Then the arcade urged everyone to speed up the course to get the city as soon as possible, because despite all the difficulties they were already nearby. For a while, the merchant company, along with the mail, came to the city, carefully moving narrow passages. For the first time, the heroes saw a trade city in another world, where residents worried about their affairs on the streets. In their eyes, hope broke out. It was here that they hoped to start their own business. A little later, in front of the tavern, a queen addressed his mercenaries with an offer to relax. The next day he was about to engage in trade, being confident in the safety of this city. This proposal worried the warriors somewhat, but the guy immediately assured them that he would pay the entire amount to the last coin. His confidence instantly aroused respect among adventurers. Immediately afterwards, everyone dispersed in their business. Coffee settled in a cozy tavern, and Kyle, pursuing the girls, also lingered there, at least as long as the hero got used to local orders. However, the girl decided to stay with the boy and, shyly, as if hesitant, asked him as soon as others said goodbye. Soon, barely translating her breath, she already held 5 giant boxes, which, despite their size, carried without any difficulty. The girl, without any hesitation, picked up heavy boxes and helped Shyoga, with a smile assured that it was a trifle for her. He talked with the trade guild and decided to open a shop at the city market. And it was not possible to leave the property on the arrival, because it insisted on becoming a saleswoman and transporting goods for an additional fee, using her incredible force. For a while, when they were already sitting under the canopy, a queen and main laid out all the purchases. Suddenly, the girl looked at the variety of things, a gorgeous fabric that immediately attracted her attention. Paying the attention of Shyoge to this item, he wondered how he was sewn. Before him lay a fabric, a piece of handkerchief that the hero left after he got into this world. He gave one of them to the girl, and she sincerely thanked, shining with a joyful smile. However, the hero understood that it was just an item he had purchased before. Summing up and spreading all the goods on the counter, it was quite ready for sale. However, due to excessive admiration and excessively large reserves, he thoughtlessly crossed all borders. The girl could not give way to the variety and abundance of goods until the hero did not pay attention that most buyers in the noisy market were middle-class people. The hero carefully laid out things. Food put the food in front, and he hid the expensive things away. After all, in the case of the theft, the Sodi would rather give something inexpensive than valuable things. Soon, when the square began to be filled with people, Asen and Main were loudly announced about the opening of their first business, a traveling shop. They called for passers-by, attracting cheerful exclamations. The overwhelming majority of those present are men who appeared on the call of the hero. And it could not please him, because now the chances of selling huge supplies of goods have increased significantly. Earlier, in the Equine market, Shoji solemnly announced the start of work of his mobile store, where he offered unique products created through special skills. Among the products were food, alcohol, and clothing, and it surprised the buyers. However, the hero believed that the volume of cargo is too significant. During trade, buyers did not hesitate to eat at the set price, 2 gold coins. It was a lot of impressions of all those present, including the hero, because he compared the course of coins of both worlds and pretended to give about 200 yen for such vegetables at home. However, the guy missed that there was a lack of food in the kingdom, and raised the price of 8 copper. Even though his supply remained one of the cheapest in the whole market. The next product that attracted the attention of buyers was the dried meat. It was offered for 30 copper coins. Buyers were stunned because, in their opinion, the meat was sold here cheaper than Zapasaur, which is a really favorable offer. After buyers learned about prices, they began to buy the goods with whole boxes. The meat and vegetables quickly disappeared from the shelves, and people did not stop. They disassembled everything that had left. After a while, the hero sighed with a tired surprise. He still could not get used to the lightning speed of all the goods. A new wave of housewives appeared on the threshold. Aquina did not say that all the dishes had already been bought out, so only the clothes were left. Although the thing was no longer new, its quality remained at an altitude, and the price, 3 gold coins, stated the residents of the city for the second time. On the ground for 2,000, it was possible to buy quite decent clothes, so the guy decided that 3 gold coins were quite a fair price for this bazaar. In a moment, the girls, referring to only a minute, rushed to flee, leaving Chogi in confusion and surprise. And soon, as if there was no hesitation, they returned and bought out all the goods, without hesitation to spend whole bags of money. Aquinas once purchased clothes in second hand, tried on it and received a considerable stock of things. However, the food was bought up instantly, unlike used clothing, which still remained enough. He sold a box behind a box of clothes, and women readily bought everything to the last thing. At some point, the hero had already stretched to open the next one, but turning to, all the boxes were empty, all the product dispersed without a rest. The hero unexpectedly for all merchants announced that today's product has already been bought, although there was only morning hour on the clock. Promising the next time to bring even more goods, the guy was quite surprised by the perseverance of the hostess, who so eagerly sought profitable purchases. It passed for a while, and the girl was happily surprised by Shogi's success, while the warrior was genuinely admired by his skill in trade. Meanwhile, travelers were already approaching the capital. And the most pleasant thing, On the way back, they never happened to be a robber. After mentioning it, they unexpectedly realized that they had not yet received their destination. Suddenly, another pack of robbers emerged from the ambush. Their intentions did not differ from previous attackers. The archers and lists were preparing for battle. Len, causing the enemies with a confident look and grabbed the sword, he himself called to deal with them. He sought to demonstrate the enemy's true power of his weapons. Noticing how the girl changed after the previous fight, her comrades continued to persuade her not to break her weapon. Once in the ambush of the bandits, the heroes quickly gathered. Shoji hid in the cart, and Mine, shouting, boldly attacked the enemy and caught him an accurate blow. The mithril sword could withstand at least one blow without breaking. It is quite natural for a blade of such a strong metal. Having not yet graduated, the girl rapidly rushed to the opponents, and one of them cut the steel mace in half. Might with special care one by one overcome the enemies. Aquina immediately noticed. The girl's movements were not as before. However, despite this, there was only one difficulty. Although the forces in the property were not yet exhausted, she had to stay further. A moment later, after a few blows, the mithril sword cracked. He could not stand the extraordinary strength of the girl. I would not have learned about it if it was not for the hero's remark. It took a little time after the battle, and the girl barely kept on her feet from fatigue. The warrior noted that the fortune this time clearly turned away from her, but none of the team and no idea had that the mithril sword could break. It was a clear evidence that my power goes far beyond the ordinary. Once upon a time, this sword belonged to a robber, but eventually turned into a regular junk. The girl did not leave hope and carefully sorted the trophies in search of other mythical weapons. And, as others noted, even if they happened, she mercilessly destroyed them one by one. After the robbers were over, the men began to make fun of the girl so that she was confused and did not know how to behave. Aquina noticed that the guy underestimated her, and easily guessed the reasons for this thought. A little later, in the royal capital itself, the hero paid with a hired adventurer for his work, and they said goodbye, remaining in a good mood. The hero, absorbed by his own business at the wheel, inadvertently returned to the girl, believing that she should find the golden mean. Main power was truly impressive, and the guy wondered if he would not be able to help her cope with this power through his own cultivation technique. Recovering, he realized, first of all, you need to take care of your own safety. Who knows when the kingdom decides to get rid of him, because he seemed to them nothing. And if suddenly the true power of his ability can be revealed, he can be transformed into a free servant in general. So Aquina decided that he should leave the kingdom as soon as possible. After learning that the outskirts of the capital are safe enough for the locals so that they can safely make their purchases, he gathered the relevant information. Since robbers were chatting outside the city, he absolutely needed personal protection. Remembering the warrior and archers whom he recently had to deal with, he realized that they were currently engaged in other cases. Aquina decided that the next time he would go to trade, he would surely visit the Adventurers Guild. The next day, visiting the guild, the hero from the threshold witnessed how the property was threatened to turn into a maid. Crossing the threshold of the guild, the hero looked inside. It was at this moment that the property called him, saying that he could not pay interest in debt, and because of this, her force was taken away. Zion, annoyed with an unexpected problem, asked how much the debt would cost. He was replied, 1 month one needs to pay 1 gold coin, and top, 4 silver as a percentage. He had enough money, but he understood perfectly. This would not eliminate the true cause of all the troubles. Therefore, the next step, he acquired a broken mithril sword, giving him 2 gold coins. So the girl remained funds for a new weapon, and for that she was sincerely grateful. After receiving the moneylender was satisfied with the money, throwing afterwards, if Main fails to pay again, he will have to become a servant. When I asked what happened, Shugi suggested discussing more and more at the table in the dining room opposite. A little later, when we sat at the table, the girl shared with me, which has a unique ability called superhuman. This increased her physical possibilities, however. She could not master a new power. Any weapon in her hands was immediately broken. They learned that her skills are far superior to even the most famous arts of cultivation, and are truly heroic in their essence. Unfortunately for the girl, none of the intensification saved her from pain. Therefore, she was afraid to fight the goalist, and cheap swords or spears did not cope with some monsters at all. In the end, the girl had to debt a valuable weapon, every time it was more expensive, because each of her new purchase again, and broke again in battles. The guy guessed that over time the girl was called fighter weapons. She added that she had repeatedly tried to get to the army, but every time her teammates were threatened and eventually released. Because of this, she was on the verge of becoming a servant, because she could not repay the debt. The hero, thinking about her situation, believed that such a prospect, to get into the maid through debts, is a true horror. However, in place he remained only a subordinate company, and his boss did not even imagine what this guy was capable of. However, the girl, endowed with such bright talents, remained incomprehensible to others and could not reveal all her potential. For a while, Shoji pulled a heavy bag on the street of artisans, approaching the building with a sign, decorated with swords. Hoping that he was not mistaken with the address, the guy suddenly noticed a hot couple clubs that had rushed out of the door and burned his cheeks. As Akin crossed the threshold, a blacksmith, who still worked hard, immediately turned his gaze on him and politely asked his client to wait a moment. The guy watched the dwarf in surprise. For the first time in his life, he saw a representative of this race. He admired the blacksmith that he never met in his hometown like him. For the first time, he learned about a country where the dwarves did not exist, and without spending time, he immediately asked his client to ask about his wishes. First of all, the guy put a large bag on the table and poured its contents. Dozens of murillary swords were in front of the embarrassed blacksmith. It was the same broken sword that he once purchased from me, and later, thanks to his skill, was able to restore and even multiply. The man asked to repair one, and to create a new weapon from the rest. Since he could not treat mithril on his own, he had to fully rely on the skill of a specialist. He wondered if the gnome could create a sword, more perfect than the original one. The blacksmith nodded immediately, agreeing to this challenge, but demanded 20 gold coins for the work. Without worrying about such a large sum, he immediately gave a whole bag of gold coins. Having realized the trust of the stranger, the gnome decided to introduce himself and name his name. The hero started a conversation with Mood, and he assured he would do his best to help. Subsequently, the young man felt the joy that the blacksmith, nevertheless, trusted him, appreciating his sincerity, respect, and respectful attitude to his work. He believed that there was neither reward nor respect in this world, and people deserve only business relationships with their manager. He was well aware that he was waiting for a difficult way, but firmly decided to maintain his honor and dignity of the merchant in this world. 10 days have passed, and he reappeared at a mine meeting in a mine. Suggesting the task, the man invited him to go to his office for further conversation. The building was more reminiscent of a cozy mansion, and this gave rise to not quite worthy thoughts in the craftsman. However, he quickly packed her, distracting the conversation on her latest successes and already broken weapons. Then he asked the girl whether she would agree to become his personal guard on a permanent basis. Opening his own business, he constantly worried about his safety in the future, so he decided to always keep a guard. In response to maiden doubts about his strength, it is likely to break any weapon. He calmly noted that everything was fine, and pointed to the things hidden under the cloth. Throwing a piece of fabric, Aquina showed the girl a whole collection of swords. There were several dozen. The number and perfection of the weapons struck the young spectator, leaving it silent from admiration. Each of these swords was released from mithril. My mind could not understand why such valuable blades were lying in simple chests. The young man stated that if she agrees to become his security guard, he would be able to use his weapon as much as he wants, even by mithril. Moreover, he was ready to take on all her debts. Stunned to the heart, the girl realized that it was too much. That is why Shogi put forward his conditions for work. She had to stay with him constantly while working and not retreat, even if it was threatened with danger. However, even under such conditions, my character could not believe in this proposal. Then the horse was interested in the size of her paid. The owner replied that he would pay her 40 gold coins a month, while calculating the debt from the earned one. Hearing this, she confessed that he should have 1,000 gold coins. Her debt has grown constantly due to exorbitant percentages. Although the amount of debt reached more than 10 million yen, the hero assured that the following receipt would be able to fully pay. Despite the surprise of the property of his fortune, Shoga asked her opinion about the proposed work. However, the girl continued to suffer doubts. Her husband even allowed her to break weapons, paid for the job properly, and had less benefits from her hiring than he really was worth the debt. The whole point was that the young man had high hopes for her incredible superhuman talent. However, the man was well aware the girl lacks the proper skills to manage this power properly. Carefully taking her hands in her hands, he explained that he seeks to give her a chance to realize the true strength of her gift and not to turn away from his possibilities. For this purpose, he was ready to give her as many weapons as he needed. Moreover, he will ever hand her a sword that will not break even under her pressure, at least as he wants it. suggesting a girl to choose a job in someone who truly appreciates her abilities. Even if he now seemed like a self-esteem, the hero was able to dispel all her hesitation and finally reassure restless thoughts. He assured that her strength is really useful, and now it makes no sense to put up with this nickname, because it will soon turn into a funny memory. Inspired by Maze's abilities, she declared her desire to become his subordinate, now without worrying anymore because of her own power. Agreeing to the deal, the girl promised to become a permanent companion for the boy and fight all his strength to always defend him. Wiping tears on the guy's clothes, he wondered with pleasant surprise. Now there is a reliable defender next to him, who will not leave his philanthropist. The one who helped to get rid of the debt and gave the weapon. He was completely convinced that he had arranged it in the best company with a wonderful manager who was not equal. Subsequently, the hero, along with his ally, went on a journey. He officially hired the Maine with his personal security guard and decided to visit the neighboring city. During the trip, he noted that the path became much more dangerous, but a girl armed with her teeth and equipped with a whole arsenal on his belt was ready to meet any threat. The girl was genuinely rejoiced in her arsenal of so many different weapons. In addition, several spare swords remain in the cart. Even if most of them are broken, this should be enough. Among the supplies are swords, switched by Master of Mudum, as well as various objects created through heroic ability. Mina, vigorously waving the sword, boldly called the opponents to battle, stating that she was ready to take their attack at any time. The path was unlikely to be safe. Most likely, robbers were chatted here. However, the most Aquina sought not to meet any living soul on her way. The next moment, the giant monsters escaped from the forest thicket. Their appearance stirred the ground under their feet. Only one of their appearance made the couple shake with horror. Seeing the monster for the first time, the hero realized that there are really monsters in this unknown world. The girl said that these are forest bears, which almost never leave their huts, but are known for their fury and stubbornness. It became clear that these creatures attacked and chased after people. Aquina realized that they are not so easy to escape from them, but to my satellite it added confidence. He knew that until she had a weapon, nothing would be able to hurt her. The young man relied on this power, because he appreciated her unbreakable power. With the resolution jumping from the cart, the girl instantly pours on the nearby enemies. Her vigilant look slides on the opponents. While Shioge focused on how the Maine shows his abilities, she suddenly rushed forward at a frantic speed, skillfully bypassing the paws of the bear, and immediately found herself behind his back. At that moment, the young man looked into the narrow window of the carriage and noticed how the girl is moving much more confident. Her steps have become ease and inner strength. She rushed forward and, at amazing speed, cut off the bear one of the paws. The hero noticed the skill of her blow and thought that if he had a regular warrior, then the attack would only injure the monster, but did not deprive the limb in any way. A stunted girl, endowed with incredible strength and skill, which exceeds human boundaries, rapidly rushed into the whirlwind of a hostile crowd. The girl cut one of the bears in half and then rushed to others with rapid steps. A few more died under her blows. One of the girls broke her ripple sword, but it did not embarrass her. She calmly pulled a new sword from his belt, ready to continue the fight. Might made another devastating blow in another monster. Suddenly, the girl noticed how behind her, with a huge glitter in the eyes and drops of saliva on the mouths, they chat new, even more fierce monsters. Without delaying the moment, the girl boldly rushed forward and with perfect confidence attacked the monsters standing in her way. One by one, she impressed them with accurate, rapid blows, confidently winning everyone. From Shiogi's observations, the girl has become a completely different person. Earlier, she was scared to break her own weapons, so she had to restrain himself and not to use all the power that gave rise to her uncertainty. But thanks to the hero and his skills, I didn't have to worry about the loss of weapons. So the girl posted full, glowing with a happy smile and not knowing fear. While the monster was screaming from his blows, he thought that in normal conditions, a real gun would be needed to win such creatures. But these bears were surprisingly just overcome by a regular sword. At that moment, the guy realized why the king and his post needed a hero who skillfully possessed the martial arts. My strength could be indispensable on the battlefield, but the inhabitants of this kingdom are not able to reveal and use all the potential that this girl possesses. A joyful girl finished the battle overflowing with delight, because she has long dreamed of fighting, without worrying for the integrity of her weapons. After the battle of Mina and Soji, they gladly clapped their hands, and the girl solemnly promised to protect the hero. Her mentor Aquino was genuinely rejoiced in such changes in the ward's life. so their history ended in a light and harmonious note. And within a month after my hiring, they both stood in front of the officer's office, deciding to finally pay with the girl's debts. In one of the allied areas of the Akin capital, together with Maine, they headed to the office of a money weed company Golded, before which the girl had a debt. However, before going inside, the girl was doubted whether everything would be fine, because her debt reached thousands of gold coins. The guy was well aware of why she was so surprised. It was about 10 million yen. However, he firmly promised he would pay this amount and will certainly give her freedom. The girl was engulfed. The hero asked her not to miss and suggested that you go inside. In response, Maine gave the word to defeat Shoji even at the cost of her own life. Relying on it, the guy opened the door to the office and immediately faced the watchful views of several men. Only at first glance did Aquina realize that they were collectors. It was only necessary to ask their position, as they immediately switched to a bold and rude tone in conversation. The hero was surprised to realize that already getting from the cruel orders inherent in the service area. Lakari, recognizing their debtor, began to mock the girl. They boldly smoked her smoke cigarettes and laughed mockingly. The girl felt herself with their debt, but Shiogi immediately cheered her up. Turning to the moneylender, the hero solemnly stated that they appeared here to completely repay the entire debt of the mine. The attendees perceived these words with such surprise that a deep silence hung in the room. No one could believe it. They decided that the girl became a mistress of some aristocrat, and repayment of the debt was intended only to annoy the director of the company. Aquina could not understand why the chief was angry, even though the debt was paid. Suddenly, a man, annoyed with a noise, came out of the aid. This man was a leader of moneylender. In luxurious selected fur, decorated with gold, he was strikingly different among others. Seeing the girl, the head of the company began to laugh at me. It is sure that she eventually agreed to become his servant. He assured her of his own benefit, promising that he would treat her as best as possible. He had already reached out to the girl's body, but the hero suddenly intercepted her and shook her, which caused a real surprise on the face of the main moneylender. Aquina, anticipating such actions on his part, did not express fear at all and decided to portray an example of benefit, hoping to gain my defense. He called the girl employer and stated that he wanted to pay her debt because she works with him. Then Gold reminded him that, despite the goodness of the boy as an employer, the debt of the mine reached thousands of gold coins. Even a wealthy nobleman would not collect that amount. However, in response, other subordinates said that the boys were set to return the entire amount at once. Hearing this, Golded glanced at Shiog, while he slowly poured a drink into his glass. Having made sure in the sincerity of the intentions of the interlocutor, he fell silent, and for a moment plunged into reflections on the whole situation. And then he told me that mine had a unique ability, and if he was going to use it, he would not be lucky. He noted that this girl's skill is so extraordinary that she was able to break her own weapons, recognizing her unfit, and asked if he still intended to pay her debt. Shitse assured that he was aware of all the troubles that Maya faces, and strongly promised to completely repay her debt. After these words, the members of the Money Society glanced at them, and the hero suddenly felt the unrestrained thirst for murder. Once the hero promised to pay the debt, these people immediately opened their true faces. However, a queen could not understand why Gold-Eyed was so worried about payment, and why he lent the property of property, knowing that he would not be able to return them. Recalling how talking about the girl's abilities worried the head of the office, the guy exclamedly exclaimed that they were going to use her talent without giving others the opportunity. From the very beginning, he intended to steal the girl because of her debt and use her abilities. A servant, endowed with a great force, will become an indispensable associate in crimes. In anticipation of such developments, a queen did not even think to give her valuable employee to these insidious persons. After that, Gold suddenly changed the sum to 1,500 coins, which surprised the hero, because a completely different figure recently sounded. The head of the company explained that his subordinates made mistakes in the calculation of interest, and this inaccuracy was confirmed even by the moneylenders who acted with them at the same time. The girl was indignant with dissatisfaction with unfair growth of debt. However, Gold explained that all this was only a consequence of the percentage that had been counted until now. Forcing them to count interest on their own, the director of the company showed a confident and decisive position. This provocation was taken into account because in this world only chosen, rich and students of merchants, were able to read and knew at arithmetic. So such as Maine, and he could not say exactly how much he owed. That's what the company used. But, looking at the smug of the company's director, a queen, as if anticipating a similar development, poured 1,000 gold coins on the table without hesitation on the table. Under the surprised views of the moneylenders, the hero calmly stated that on the table lies exactly 1,500 gold coins, and suggested that they transfer them independently. However, even those who were awarded gold could not believe their eyes. It remained incredible for them that the young man was able to predict such a development. In addition, he took care of a considerable amount of money to pay, even if you have to increase the debt by another 500 coins. After long calculations, Shioji, having paid the required amount, decisively demanded to issue a debt receipt. The contract was fastened quickly, and after Golda signed up, the young man only had to sign. After completing all the necessary actions, the cherished contract was finally concluded, and the debt was fully paid. The hero, along with the girl, hurriedly left the building. While they came out, the young man noticed how the head of the office smiles hard, hiding true emotions. After a short pause, the affected girl sincerely thanked Chogi. But Aquina just smiled mysteriously and added that it was only a beginning. A little time passed, and the evening dropped over the city. The hero, along with the girl, sat in his cozy house, tasted dinner, while outside the real battle with a gold company was about to ignite. Subsequently, dark figures began to accumulate around the hero's place, and our dinner suddenly interrupted a monitor that announced the appearance of outsiders. A queen with a partner had long been waiting for the robbers, so they were not surprised, hearing the sudden screaming. This was struck by the two who were in advance of the trap for wolves. It's time for their answer in a moment. The girl lit a wooden log in the fireplace, and taking one at each hand, left the house, bringing with her the wishes of Shoji to be careful. The girl left the house calmly, but she was noticed by one of the attackers. He had no idea what to expect from Maine. The first action, without a moment, she had softened the burning branch into the nearest enemy. The blow was perfectly accurate. Even the usual torch in the hands of the mite would turn into a formidable weapon because she had superhuman skills. One of the robbers tried to reassure his comrades, emphasizing that it is only necessary to find Shiogi, and the victory will be in their hands. Meanwhile, Kina handed over another handful of torches to the girl, who immediately broke out of place and rushed to the opponents. One of the opponents with a bandage on the eye loudly ordered the comrades to evade and beware of a torch, because in the hands of a clever opponent, it can be a dangerous weapon. When another flock of enemies approached them, the girl boldly threw the torches just under their feet. While the robbers laughing at how the opponent was missing, the girl had already finished creating an inspection, opening the place where the enemy hid. In a moment, the guy stretched out to me a container, and without hesitation, I rushed to the side of the enemies. Lauding loudly, she instantly poured the contents of the basket, leaving no bandits at a moment for reflection. Even after the attack, they could not understand what had happened, and the hero with a partner was already preparing to try again until Aquino carried another bowl. At that moment, the attackers tried to evade and rushed to the side, but it did not save them. The attack scattered with many blows, getting every enemy. After that, the attackers finally realized that they needed to hide behind the shelter, and rushed to crawl around in search of reliable masking places. However, the hero's house was surrounded by hedge, and the thick trees from the enemy's wall were already cut down and turned into torches. So they threw burning poles to illuminate the surrounding area and demonstrate there was absolutely nowhere to hide there. The hero gave me a basket of final techniques. Inside lay small stones, which once was littered with the valley. One of the brothers carefully gathered them, believing that it was in the hands of this girl that they will bring true benefit. The guy called his metal weapon a basket gun, and his unexpected blow hit the leader of the attackers. The rest of the malefactors were lost, not knowing how to proceed. But before they escaped, Shioga ordered them to surrender, warning, if they try to escape, immediately attacks. Having realized all the danger, the robbers immediately made their weapons and begged to save their lives, because no amount of money was worth such risks. The young man asked me to tie those who gave up while she was enthusiastically celebrated the wisdom of the action. However, he had no doubt. To overcome him only by the force of numerical advantage would be a futile cause. Subsequently, the young man, along with his companion, appeared in the office of newly minted creditors. They were sleepy. It seems they did not close their eyes all night, hoping to hear something from the attackers. But when they saw Shodzi with their own eyes, they did not hide as a surprise. He is still alive. Not fully realizing what the moneylender was in mind, a queen asked to call Golda, emphasizing that she needed to communicate with him for an important occasion. The office staff politely asked them to wait and went to call their boss, and the man with the girl, meanwhile, patiently expected. A moment later, Goldig came out of the threshold, wondering what question they came with. Shoji said that yesterday the robbers invaded his home. Without waiting for an answer from the leader, he immediately went to the most important. According to him, the bandits broke into the house and stated that they came to kill him, as if they were obeyed by Golda's orders. He only replied dry that he had nothing to do with the provocation. However, the guy did not retreat, and added that the attackers were seized as accomplices of the crime. More noting that I was glad to know about Goldid's innocence. Aquina, at the same time sweeping his attempt to conquer Emil. The owner of the moneylender, finally losing patience, asked the guests to leave the premises, stating that he wanted to rest. Deciding that he reappeared at work late, Akin only noted that it was harming his health. Realizing that the military police would be about to appear, he advised not to go to bed at all, and was in a hurry to leave with the main. When she went outside, the girl only squeezed her lips in silence, and later she could not understand why it was annoyed. Might still felt fear. At a subconscious level, she could not withstand the presence of Goldad. However, the hero quickly reassured her, explaining that all this was intended intentionally, to force the robbers to act more carefully. Although the girl believed that it would only make the situation worse, because the enemies would attack again, this is exactly what a queen wanted. She explained that the attack would be repeated only when everything is quiet again, and by that time, they will be able to prepare much better than before. Shoji also noted that understanding the company's concern about his reputation, he deliberately pushed them to a premature attack. They were only required to congratulate the guests sincerely. The girl was genuinely surprised how easy and easily felt insightful Caps in this situation. On Earth, working in the company, he often had to deal with scandalous persons whose way of thinking was reminiscent of moneylenders. Later, the same night, the thieves gripped into the house, without even realizing that the hero, along with his partner, closely watched their every step. Further, the attackers put a pot on the ground and called on the magic that thick smoke would be overthrown. The house drowned completely in the caustic purple smoke, which emitted a dangerous, unnatural atmosphere. While the hero noticed where the smoke rises, Ming explained that he was controlled with magic. After learning about this way of using magic, Shoji was not surprised. For him it was quite in the spirit of another world. All that happened remained within his expectations. Noticing the poisonous smoke, the young man offered everyone to drink potions that protects from paralysis, poison, and drowsy. Hoping for a new approach, Shioji purchased herbs and multiplied his money through cultivation skills. Having purchased a complete set of elixirs in the royal shop, he thought, not to sell them now until the price is so profitable? At this point, the robbers began to operate. They broke the fence, built shelter. The hero was already thinking about how to make them repair. The robbers slowly made their way deep into the house, but there was no soul inside. When they penetrated into the darkness, two of those who came in suddenly disappeared. There was nothing visible in the darkness. The mystery hid behind a thick darkness. The whole house was a huge trap, inside which hid even larger. Mine wondered, even such a simple trick was able to lure someone in captivity. Aquina explained that the attackers were hiding in the dark and did not dare to light the light, not even knowing that there could be a hole inside the house. Moreover, the pit was deep. It was thoroughly dug by Mine, skillfully taking advantage of its superhuman abilities, which were particularly useful during such physical work. Not understanding what was happening inside the house, one of the attackers called the leader. He realized that their attempt to rob reveals. The gold appeared and ordered the light to launch a light to the house, and soon one of the sorcerers sent a glowing ball afterwards. Only now did they notice that a huge hole had been at the house. When the criminal's hiding place became clear, the second phase of the battle began. When robbers who gathered near the house noticed a trap arranged for them, they realized that no one was inside. Then they were around, carefully looking at the terrain in search of traces. At this stage, the hero relied on my power, because the enemy could not cause her fatal harm. So she confidently fought on the front line, while you watched a little aside. In a moment, he noticed among the attackers of two figures in the hoods, but could not recognize their faces. The girl told how she rushed forward on the offensive, and when several fighters from the detachment saw her, they were stunned. She held a few whole logs in her hands. Maine exclaimed loudly and with a frantic force, threw the logs directly into the crowd of opponents who had no idea about such a turn of events. Flying into the ruins, the house was scattered into the priests, and all the enemies were under the hail of destructive blows. It was one of Shioga's tricks. He knew that the house could be restored, especially since he was in a miserable state, and the hero, taking advantage of cultivation, created wooden logs, some of which immediately turned into torches. Armed with several logs, the girl rushed to fight against opponents who remained after the previous attack. Flying into the crowd of leaning robbers, she circled, as if Ziga, scattering them in different directions and throwing into the air everyone she affected. My abilities struck the hero. After I sent the enemy Megan to flight again, the remnants of light magic sparkled in the air for a long time. So the robbers decided to bypass the girl on all sides, grabbed the logs and tried to enclose her way, as no weapons could hurt her, and they did not dare to attack directly. When they all wooled together, they noticed that the log in the hands of the main was about to crack, and in a moment the wood split in half. Deciding that their chance was finally, the bandits rushed to the attack. But they completely forgot. The girl has a patron, a real weapon, a soda who gave her mithril swords. With their support, she without much effort reflected the attack of enemies, who, in a panic, rushed to flee from the battlefield, despite all the golden attempts to reassure them. The leader of the moneylender remained dissatisfied, because there were only 2 from the crowd of brave men. Outraged, he stepped on the battlefield. Angry because of the helplessness of his subordinates, he splits the mantle from a mysterious stranger and ordered him to fight immediately. Aquinas, along with the partner, were surprised to glance at a giant man who was shook in armor from head to heels. A particular impression on the girl was made by a man in armor, when Golden noted that not only I had this talent. Confirming the assault that she had a girl with Syog, he reported that this man, unlike my acquaintance, could not pay off the debt and eventually became a servant of the moneylender. With the help of orders and witchcraft, Gold-Eyed forced an armed warrior to rush after the girl. Instantly, the powerful attack struck the girl, but she cleverly evaded. Immediately afterwards, she asked the hero to move away. Aquina noticed that the girl began to move more slowly. She did not dare to strike, because she understood. In front of her was an innocent person. The guy was convinced that he would effortlessly punch the ordinary steel armor, and as soon as her sword hit the enemy, the defense remained unharmed, and the weapon itself broke. In a moment, a glowing halo broke out, which enveloped the attacker's body and smashed my weapon with one blow, until the man stopped his offensive in the armor. Gold explained that the servant has a protective skill. Even this girl will not be easy to overcome her. That is why this armor was so strong. Such skills allow you to strengthen not only your own body, but also the equipment you wear. Gold was blackmailing. As soon as he causes the main, it will force her to sign the contract, and then deprive Shogi's life. However, the girl was convinced that even if a magical agreement was concluded by force, she cannot serve as an order for murder. While the hero thought thoughtfully, Gold explained that in their guild there is a magician capable of concluding quite unusual agreements. Now everything has taken place, although a queen was still suspected of something like that. So only I was surprised. The girl was indignant that he could be declared by a criminal as soon as he really was doing. However, Gold did not share her anxiety, because many influential aristocrats supported him. There are always those who seek to entrust the servants of the secret affairs. So in places such as his office, there is never a lack of influential and generous clients. In addition, the servants were deprived of the opportunity to reveal the truth due to the terms of the contract, and this opened the money, free money. Even the most aware of the observer could not help but notice how the kingdom was confused from the inside. And nevertheless, everyone spoke about this rot too easily and carelessly. Goldid's next order was to make my husband, wandered in the armor, finally catch me, causing me pain. While the girl was severely attacked, Shoji was surprised to be aware of how ruthlessly forbidden witchcraft was used to do another's will, causing people to pain. The girl again rushed to the enemy attack, but her weapon broke. She tried to snatch a spare sword in Sod's, but she was blocked by other servants. She could not strike them, because her weapon was an empty vagina. Then my hero, casting his gaze towards the heroine, suddenly decided to act, and this was extremely surprised. In a moment, Gold published a new team on the attack, using the girl remained unarmed. The knight rushed at her with a stare look without hesitation of a second. Then she firmly grabbed the vagina, not paying attention to the alarm of the shod, and rushed to the enemy's attack, because he was without hesitation in her trap. The blow was applied to the sword vagina. It cut off the armor from the belt itself to the chest. Only now did Aquina realize that all the previous blows were concentrated in one place. So, the last blows have exceeded the capabilities of the protective skill, leaving only plain armor. Maina could not calmly watch how this exhausted man humbly obeyed the orders. But knowing that he intended to attack her employer, the girl was determined to intervene and use all her strength. After a series of fierce attacks, My ally won a confident victory, and, landing, solemnly declared herself a security guard Shyoga, who had a lot of fun. Seeing what happened, the bandits lost their courage and rushed to the rushes, though their leader and ordered to attack unarmed heroes. However, when the girl again appeared before the Goldad, he hid behind the backs of innocent servants and, running out of the battlefield, swore to take revenge. In this way, they missed the moneylender, which is why my brother sincerely regretted. However, Shoji did not bother it at all, because in his opinion, Goldad was already doomed. Despite the fact that their office was under the care of the nobility, a queen still had an impact on him. The evening in 2 days. Constelli was visited at the money lodge of the moneylender. They suspected that illegal trade was underway. Only the servants were in the Goldad's office. The owner himself managed to disappear. Subsequently, the soldiers carefully checked the magical contract imposed on found servants. In the end, it turned out that the forbidden magic was skillfully disguised, which is why Likvar Gold was wanted. He was accused of illegal trade and concealment of contractual magic. The accumulated property will be shared, and as soon as the offender is grabbed, society is finally splashing. A little later, in the finale, the property could not believe that they were able to overcome Goldada with Shogi, although they were not captured. She did not understand how they generally managed to cope with someone who was guarded by the nobles themselves. The man noted that not all the nobles stood up for the defendant, so the other party may well get valuable information. When I didn't understand, he explained even easier. Gold was protected by the nobility that secretly bought the servants. Such illegal circulation could create serious problems for the whole country. However, there were several influential groups among the aristocrats that constantly fought for power. Because of this, disputes and clashes were not subside between the camps. He said that he had sent a letter to nobles who did not approve of his actions, adding illegal contracts as evidence against a moneylender. He entrusted collecting data on aristocrats from Goldada with silent and experienced adventurers from adventurers. Since the stranger was unrealistic to get to the nobility without a recommendation letter, and a queen did not seek to make acquaintances with them, he easily coped with this situation. The hero slipped to the guards of the estate of the necessary aristocrat money, and instructed them to hand over important documents. So, due to the continuous struggle between factions, the nobility only waited for the right opportunity to start an investigation into gold. The girl was genuinely surprised by the awareness and talent of the hero. And in the meantime, he remembered that on Earth his company was also divided into factions, and it was from these confrontations that he made many useful skills. The only one who remained at large was Goldad's fugitive, but now it is not necessary to worry about it. Even the noble allies who were supported before, forced to rush to him, not to express his own involvement. But the hero could not stay with him, and so he wanted his partner to work properly and already went to another city today. For a while, the former money, designing, breathing, raced the narrow lanes of the city and could not understand how he found himself in such a mess. Even his faithful were in a hurry left him to be. He put guilty on Shoji for all those events, because if it were not for this hero, he would have long been in his hands, and he would have received a great benefit from it. The moneylender even resorted to all sorts of tricks so that Maine could not repay the debt. However, one day Aquina appeared and completely extinguished all the debt for the girl. He also repelled 2 attacks and subsequently sent the guards to his office. The secret passage in his room was a lot of Goldad. Remembering all this, he vowed to take revenge, to kill the hero, and to conquer the Maine as a faithful maid. But first of all, he had to get out of this country, and it needed a horse, and he was already thinking about stealing him. His reflections were cut short when the body suddenly turned horizontally, and it flew rapidly. Once in such a situation, he realized that he did not tear the words from his throat. It was at this moment that an unfamiliar figure approached him. He explained that Goldad's movements were completely slammed, and also noted that there is an order to destroy it immediately without resorting to any torture. While the moneylender was helplessly pleading for salvation, even having not even uttered a single word, his life suddenly broke. It has passed some time. Aquina was engaged in cleaning the ruins of the destroyed house on her area, when the girl warned Shudzi that guests came to them. At first he could not understand who these strangers were, but quickly stopped. He was faced with the former servants, who were hit by the enemy during the attack by Goldad. They confessed that they were amazed and gratitude, so they seek to thank properly. Being bowed to the earth, they sincerely thanked him for saving them. Some of them said that due to the appearance of the hero, they were finally released from the slave position, and all the debts were fully cancelled. The guy realized that his opponents, seeking to hit the nobility, deliberately elected servants with their victims. They released them without trying to put it on the market. Despite all the circumstances, each of those who had just released sincerely thanked the man. They were not going to forget about his kindness and felt a deep gratitude and the obligation to pay for him. Then the guy wondered whether they managed to find a stable job now, when many have difficulty. Some returned to their home or found employment with relatives, but not everyone was lucky. Everyone was so confused in the memories that despair gradually covered everyone. However, despite all this, Aquina joined this only for the sake of acquiring the knowledge he needs, well aware that he is unnecessary to him. Just a moment, and the girl called the hero away, begging him to come to the aid of these people. He was well aware of her experience, but even in the case of fundraising could not provide so many people. Understanding this, Mine suggested inviting these people as guides for the store. She explained that he would probably have his own shop or even manage trading caravans. He thought seriously. In order to succeed in trading as soon as possible, he should definitely have reliable people who will control the sale of goods. Agreeing with main considerations, he realized that the years spent in the office of the corporation did not form the thinking of a true leader. With this approach, he could no longer continue his way to his dream. While the hero plunged into reflections, all present did not look out of his eyes. In their eyes, hope, full of expectation of the answer. In a moment, looking at the crowd, he, a little discovering from many inquisitive views, loudly announced a vacancy in his store. Respect for their will was the most important for Aquina. He was indifferent to who these people were before, even if in the past they served others. After everyone has agreed, he decided to trust them and count on their support, so they turned to him as the owner to take care of them. His new status was explained by the fact that, having become an influential merchant, he hired more than a dozen people. This is how the leader was called in this world. The newly made workers, shining with joy, swore to follow Shyoga for the rest of their days. Such a devotion was puzzled by the boy, and since then he hired new people. In his mind, he has flushed this strange obligation. The next day, Akin arrived in the capital, visiting the area of workshops where he visited the blacksmith. The door met him with the words that the hero was attempted. Shodzi soon had to face new hassle. The protagonist, along with his partner, stunned at the gnome, who just told them the alarming news. In a smithy on the street of the workshops, the hero learns that he is hunted through a connection with Golden and a gun hunter. For this reason, people who sought to get rid of the hero appeared. They even turned to the gnome, hoping to find out at least some information. Aquina with me brought a weapon for repair, just when we thought about whether to hire former servants, as they suddenly heard this story. After gold was in other people's hands, all the nobles who secretly bought illegal servants exposed, and the balance of strength in their circle changed significantly. Shogi suggested that the aristocrats had suffered losses and now sent murderers, but he did not want to die at all. The blacksmith advised him not to spend time and run as soon as possible. Saying goodbye to him, Aquina, along with her partner, moved on. At that moment, the grandfather apologized, full of guilt for what happened, but the guy calmly shared with her his worries. The girl was quite satisfied with such relationships. Sodi suggested accelerating their plan and as soon as possible to go abroad to start their own business. But I had no idea what to do with numerous new workers. It would be too difficult to bring with them a dozen, and the hero was not sure whether they could help them find a job in a foreign country. Therefore, in order not to risk it in vain, he decided not to deviate from the plan. For a while, the former servants visited the trading guild. Together they came to sign the necessary papers. Aquina with me watched all this, skillfully hiding her presence. Before our eyes, newcomers taught the intricacies of the seller's profession. The future staff of the store were instilled in the basics of local trade skills. The newcomers received warm reception and comprehensive support, and duties were distributed, taking into account everyone's talents and abilities. In the future, the staff will manage their own shop, where they will sell products under the brand of shoji grown abroad. In the end, ours in Okinawa finally determined where to run. So far, they are pretending to be local residents. Talking about the escape, the couple said goodbye to the workers and left the room. The girl suggested that they were already aware of their possible escape due to the magic of communications. And this was a lot of surprise the guy who underestimated the opportunities of this world. So, he decided that he had nothing left to run from the country. However, even this path, according to Maine, was extremely difficult. She explained that on the border there are trainers who carefully monitor anyone who crosses the border of the country, bypassing the border pledge. But the whole border was impossible to trace. After all, except for areas with aircraft and areas where shelters are located, in dangerous territories, magic tracking was not used. However, Maine noted that it is unrealistic to bring goods from abroad. Akina sighed heavily, realizing how difficult it is to leave this country, and at the same time organize the supply of goods, although the time to meet even the most elementary information was not left. Thinking that he went into a dead end, the hero thought about starting everything with a blank sheet. However, he did not allow the heart to leave those who had already taken under his wing. After a short reflection, my companion advised to go to the dark forest destruction. The hero knew that this place is shrouded in a deadly danger, because there are a fierce monster. However, it was in this forest that no magic was operated for tracking. In addition, the forest was surrounded by lands of different countries, but it was not deliberately cut down in order not to open potential ways to invade. In addition, this thicket radiated special energy that suppressed the forces of the magicians. Even if the length of this forest was comparable to the size of the whole country, the girl still offered to go through this dangerous hush, because she was confident in her own. Agreeing with me, the hero also denied that the girl boasts only thanks to the arsenal of shoji. On the contrary, it was in this that he saw her true power. Aquina decided that, having seized the forest, would be able to easily establish the supply of goods, and would have the freedom to choose the country where to go in the event of escape. Having heard, the young man persistently suggested that the girl think about the escape plan. However, before that, he urged her to consider the path through the forest well and prepare the necessary things. Soon, Shoji visited the potion store in the capital. He noted that his partner turns into a truly reliable person, just makes a solid decision. When the guy crossed the threshold of the store, he immediately realized this place did not look like a bench where he had previously bought the potion. His heart froze in the anticipation of something unusual. Looking at the products on the shelves and watching various buyers, the hero suddenly noticed a girl who carefully took a bottle of potion from the shelf. In his eyes, she looked like an embodiment of sophistication and rest. Noticing the sight of the soda, mine immediately distracted his attention, reminding how to distinguish the potion by color. Blue treats wounds, green, from poison, and yellow, from paralysis. The quality of the potion could also be determined by transparency. Cheaper always contained a light sediment, while real good potions were characterized by crystal pure consistency. However, quality elixirs were so expensive that not everyone could afford them. It was quite predictable for costly items. Maine, having decided to solve the issues on its own, suggested that she choose quality and inexpensive potions. But suddenly, she was interrupted by a guy who immediately stated that he was ready to buy a wonderful potion without thinking. Without listening to the end, he perceived the quality as transparency, and decided that if dangerous monsters were truly chatting in the forest, they would bring the best goods here. In a moment, the hero approached the merchant, and to the surprise of all those present, asked him to sell 10 bottles of each of the best elixirs. The purchase of the most expensive elixirs wholesale was only about its great wealth, although it did not indicate nothing on the outside. Some believe that Aquina once served a noble person and still does not shoot her close look from her. The hero realized that his actions are reminiscent of the behavior of an oil magnate who buy all the shops in the store on Earth. The boy's gaze stopped on a new beauty. She seems to be amazed by his appearance, but met with his eyes, immediately smiled gently. The hero never realized the meaning of the anticipation, which he was at a reproaching gaze. He did not have time to realize something, as merchants who had just made the production of evil called him to himself. Suddenly Shoji noticed a strange tincture and wondered what it was for potions. Kramar explained to him that it was a potion for protection against monsters. If you sprinkle a card a little, its smell will scare away the monster. In addition, after one use of this tool, the hero would not meet any monster all week, and Sodi considered such an advantage extremely convenient. The woman they recently met has suddenly struck, but my companion had no knowledge of some potion that could give a similar result. Then the merchant hurriedly assured them that this product sold them a wandering sorcerer, so the store had repeatedly convinced its magical properties. One charming potion cost 10 gold coins. It was possible to hire a whole group of adventurers for a whole week. While everyone was hot about the price of the potion, the guy, without hesitation, decided that he liked this product, and firmly intended to buy it about the stock, despite any conversation. Kin wondered how effective this elixir was, and the seller said with passion that the magician who had sold him to the potion assured it was able to cope with even Class B monsters. Might immediately explained that the rank B was intended exclusively for units of experienced, titled adventurers. So the guy decided, If he succeeds at least a little easier for the burden of mine in the forest, you need to know how much it is worth the potion on the market. After that, he began to actively bargain, proposing to redeem all the elixirs, if he would agree to sell each for 6 gold coins. Although the overall purchase looked impressive, 6 gold, too small amount. While the girl hesitated, the seller suddenly agreed to give each product for 8 gold. The partner admits that, to be frank, she doubts that they will be able to sell it. Then Shoji asked in his partner whether this product had a chance to become popular. The girl thought a little and replied that they would hardly be able to sell it, because hiring workers is much more profitable. Hearing this, the seller asked to wait and rapidly rose to another room. In a moment, another person joined him, and they returned hastily. The store manager approached the hero and assured that if he bought all the potions, the price will decrease to 7 gold coins. However, the price of potion was as much as 200 gold coins. If you transfer this amount to the earthly currency, it turns out a few million yuan. So it is not surprising that all the present it was so struck. However, Aquinas still stated that he would buy everything without exception. He managed to reach a compromise. Sellers gladly got rid of the unsold product and got their money back. During the conclusion of the agreement, the man left a deposit of 40 gold coins, promising to pay the rest of the amount after receiving the goods. Returning home and already imagining how to plant purchased potions, Aquina again encountered the pretty stranger she recently crossed. Another random meeting made the hero think, does this girl persecute him? My hero froze in full surprise. She was indignant that Shogi did not look out of this girl with lush shapes and long black hair, as if fascinated. Realizing what was happening, Aquina suggested that the girl return home and to explore the situation a little. This thought immediately cheered the young heroine. Reflecting on the dark power of destruction, an extremely dangerous zone, he suddenly came up with something interesting, inspiring the elixir of protection against monsters. Subsequently, the guy was in front of the carcass of a giant snake, on which, lifting, a girl stood. She asked how seriously he was to live in such a place. In response, Shogi proposed to combine the elixir with my abilities. Then they no longer have to run anywhere. He solemnly declared the dark forest destruction with its new main shelter. Illuminated, I stood on the body of a serpentine monster. Recalling these events, as well as the unexpected question of the girl, whether they really are going to live here, the hero returned thoughts in the recent past. A little earlier, on the second day of traveling in the dark forest, the hero, tired of a long way, stopped near a huge tree with relief and comfortably settled on its roots to rest. Noticing how the partner barely translates her breath, she suggested starting a workout without even mentioning that she has superhuman abilities. The girl also noted that, unlike the usual, when the monster rushed on the offensive instantly, suspicious silence prevailed in the forest. This simply indicated that the elixir of protection against monsters worked. Therefore, the purchase was fully justified. It was only necessary to pour out as a monster. Seeing it, rushed to the side. The hero could now only trust the rumors that this miraculous potion actually protects against monsters. That is why before moving to the forest, the guy said they would cross the pursuers, making his way through the dark forest of destruction. However, when the hero bought the elixir, he immediately decided to equip himself with shelter in this forest. That is why the girl wondered what prompted him to choose. The man explained that even in the event of escape abroad, it does not guarantee security at all, and in the forest, no one was chased after them. At this time, my companion worked near the tree, attaching some equipment to the trunk. She installed weapons, because even with the potions they still had difficulties. When the hero remembered the problem, he meant a monster that he was rapidly approaching them. Monster rank A, the owner of the gloomy forest destruction. It is a giant snake that clamps in the mouth of forest bears. Even a monster from the depths became only easy prey for the snake. On the eve of the journey to the forest, Shudzi got acquainted with everything known about the Forest King, gathered various information, and carefully checked his own equipment. The mithril sword, with a dwarf, and lightweight armor for the hero, which reliably protected his most vulnerable places. After completing all the preparation, the girl felt that here, among the huts, safety, the main thing. The hero was convinced that the victory over the owner of the forest would be a new important milestone on the way. The Mina could not understand why the guy believed that they would be able to settle here only after the victory over the snake, because even a place for the base was not yet chosen. Aquina only noted that first of all, it was necessary to overcome the monster. While they were fascinated by the conversation, the Lord of the Forest was unnoticed from behind, ready to attack at any moment. The appearance of the snake was not a surprise. Sodi, and so expected it. Just she climbed a little earlier than he was counting. In a moment, the snake rushed at the hero and his partner. In a fierce attempt to defend herself, the girl repelled the blow, but her sword broke at the monster's scales. The girl decided to take decisive actions. She confidently pulled something harder. Having taken a fighting position, she sharply sent the blade to the snake. While the fallen leaves circled the fallen leaves, there was an invisible tension between it and a dangerous opponent, full of exchange with sharp views. At the same moment, when the trees fell from the trees, I broke from the place with the monster. We raced, breaking the trees in the way, frantically pursuing each other. Finally, the girl struck the sword and hit the snake again, but it only ignited his rage. The monster rushed forward, but my creature cleverly evaded the attack, despite Shoji's alarm. The next attack was repelled thanks to a poisonous cloud that the hero was already aware of. At that moment, the girl could not get closer and strike. Having realized the hopelessness of the situation, a queen strongly pulled the cord, confident that the movement and arrangement of the snake is ideal for her plan. At that moment, the girl looked around and finally realized that they were setting up all this time. The rope pulled a number of large boxes with potions, and each of them in turn poured directly into the snake. More recently, the hero together with me arranged this trap using the monster protection potion. The girl was surprised to notice that the elixir became larger, but the hero only replied that he had purchased an additional party. According to the list of ingredients for potion, the poison was frightened by monsters. Therefore, even the monster of rank A would have stopped in place, that it would just feel its action. Having got rid of the opportunity to move, the monster became a light target for blows. As soon as Akina gave an order to attack, the girl, covered with excitement and fear, was forced to escape 2 trees from the ground. Grabbing them one by one in each hand, she rushed to the exhausted monster. Main rolled a snake in a trap between the trees, creating a double barrier. Feeling that she was an opportunity, she rushed forward. But in a moment, the snake pulled the tip of her body out of the trap and immediately rushed at me. Having wrapped the girl with her tail, she kept the victim in captivity, while the hero, alarmed, not finding a place to find a place because his partner got directly into the arms of the snake. The monster was covered with mucus, and small snakes crawled out of his tail, which immediately crawled under the girl's clothes. However, without letting himself be baked, the mane cleverly escaped the enemy's grip, proudly throwing him so that he would not weigh the underestimation of it. Such a decisive confrontation, even the hero was suddenly caught. The girl stated that she works as a security guard of a wealthy merchant. It was from this moment that their adventures and common things began. The first test was to overcome the monster. Might, rapidly rushing into the battle, confidently promised, "This creature will only be a rust on her blade." Stretching the monster into several parts, she triumphantly frozen over his soulless body, confidently pouring the winner. Having realized the true power of the mane, the hero finally realized why Goldada so hard so long sought to take possession of the girl. So the guy decided to give her the award, and it was pleasing to her. This is exactly what happened. Returning to talking about life in this place, the hero explained that he actually watched the possibilities of his companion and the action of the potion. He did this secretly, not to bother the girl, but to keep silent about the trap without going into details. But thanks to this resistance managed to restrain the monster, and the possession of the cave of the snake turned out to be vast expanses. Other monsters did not even try to come. They were scared by both power and piercing smell. That is why after victory, they were able to turn this place into their new base. Everything left to do was bring a cart and erect an administrative building here. At a new stage of Aquini Sodi and his partner, they had a difficult task: to build an office among a dark, destroyed forest. Although the main part of the work was done by Main, the guy also did not stand aside. Tightly scored nails and skillfully fastened boards. Starting with the alignment of the ground, the girl, step by step, prepared a perfectly flat plot for building a house using only one log. Then it is time to lay the foundation. The girl easily installed the supports with one powerful movement, while Shoge had to carefully, alternately adjusting each beam to the structure. The girl successfully completed the construction of the design of the trimmed logs, skillfully throwing the last element, and a little later the guy engaged in the final strokes. Kin and the partner went to look at their home from the side. The impressive office has already been fully completed, causing genuine joy with workers. For a newcomer, he managed to cope well, and a passionate passion for logs from logs was the key to success. A long-standing experience in this field was glowing in his heart and has helped him significantly. Although small construction work continued in some places, the hero did not hear about any earthquakes in the area, so he hoped that everything would be calm. One of these doors hid the most important place in the whole territory, a luxurious field for growing. The fence was erected around the field so the hero could finally grow production. No soul, even I, had the right to bother him. He wondered how to increase the reserves for protection against monsters, and especially Mithril swords. All this was already sold to the last drop in a blade. The girl, crossing the threshold of the house, rejoiced from the fact that she would now have her own room. Such luxury was only accessible to wealthy merchants and noble families. The hero suggested the next time we go to the city, to buy a variety of jewelry for the rooms. And this idea was undoubtedly pleased. The hero also wondered why the whole house was decorated with the bones of a giant snake. In this regard, the girl decided to ensure and decorate the house with bones to scare the monster. The man realized that it was proof of ownership of these lands. Thinking for a while, the mine owner also asked the hero. The question concerned the words of the guy, from which he instantly froze in surprise. He had no idea what the problem was. But the girl emphasized that she had his subordinate, and asked to speak easier, just as he talked with a weapon model. She noted that she would be pleased to communicate in a casual, friendly manner. However, immediately, a little awkward, she apologized, because they say such frankness should not worry the average guard. But Shoji thought about it seriously, and acknowledged that he underestimated the excessive courtesy of the interlocutor. Thinking for a while, he agreed to the request and moved to an easier conversation, from which the girl was somewhat embarrassed. Having performed a dating rite for the second time, a man realized that a new connection is now emerging between them. But suddenly, he began to fever. The girl squeezed his hands firmly. She was in a hurry. She was in a hurry to apologize. At that moment, the hero was genuinely delighted that he convincingly acquired the best elixirs to restore the body. The month has passed. The protagonist, together with his partner, was going to go to the store, which was entrusted with the care of new workers in the city. But the girl did not want to part with the newly obtained alone. However, the guy noted that one of the employees, named Ogum, had already visited the forest and reported that no trace of pursuers was detected. So Shoji decided that the pursuers left their intentions. In addition, in a month he has grown many different vegetables and other crops due to his skills of the farmer, much in multiplying his reserves. In addition, they would still have to return. The money to pay workers was already over. The forest was only a cover for a real office, so they returned to the city to finally do important things. Subsequently, they met with Ohum and the rest of the staff who brought them to the building. Their new store glowed outside, attracting the attention of the glitter, and the hero immediately noted that the building looks compact and stylish. He was then invited to look inside to see even more. Stepping inside, the hero imagined a perfectly decorated room and neatly dressed workers of his own store. Such a spectacle could not but cause admiration in the eyes of the young man and his companion. After learning about the arrival of the owner of the store, the employees immediately greeted him, a little embarrassed by the owner with his attention. Thank you to employees for their diligence. He wondered if they could continue their work, because everyone felt tension due to the unexpected appearance of the company's director. Aquinas and I were genuinely admired by the cozy atmosphere of the store, noting his style, but Chogi was wary of worthy of this place. He suspected that the rent here is a lot, because the store is located right in the city center, has a favorable location and looks completely new. However, Ogama quickly made a tour for them, noting that, despite the appearance of the store, there were still neglected and invisible corners at first glance. Now the store looked outdated. Externally it was covered with only thin boards, which seemed to hide the flaws, and tried in vain to create a good impression for the visitors. After all, the average person could not simply possess a large, magnificent, majestic building. A special permission was required for this, which the young man did not even know. To get this, they needed good reasons, a considerable amount of money, and a great loan of trust. And all this was not easy to get in the city, especially given that it had to trade in the market under the care of influentials for years. That is why they managed to buy a store, despite its modest size and a neglected look. Since the building was already old when they purchased it, the employees first updated its appearance, so they could convincingly declare the authorities that they did not carry out any major repairs or restructuring. Ohuma, along with the rest of the workers, coped brilliantly. The hero could not but note their diligence, and again convinced that he had done right, listening to my advice and taking them to work. Among other things, the subordinate reported that, according to Shoji's instructions, a small house nearby was rented for employees. They could not imagine that once servants could live in neat apartments. Ogum also had some questions about their work. He did not believe that they did not need to work daily, and that they could afford to rest for 2 days a week. Aquina suggested that they take 2 weekends in the middle of the week and spend this time as they please, hoping that they would rest well. Despite the persistent skepticism of the interlocutor that former servants can work in such luxurious conditions, he reported that not only the conditions themselves are excellent, the payment of overtime and additional changes is also provided. He was pushed to such a policy by his own bitter experience. When he worked on land in the firm, there was considered the norm of unpaid work and work overtime. The hero sincerely sought to turn their store into a model company, which caused a sense of deep gratitude for every employee. The hero asked when the store opened, because the training of sellers was already over, and it was only necessary to wait for the goods. Then the visitor doors could open at any time. One of the employees said that she had previously managed her own business and held the position of CEO. It was for this reason that the hero decided to rely on her and entrust all things in her hands. The hero, along with his partner, was satisfied with the result. Then Aquina gave the command to unload the cart and choose the first product among the whole shop. Shoji wondered if they had already prepared in the royal capital the price list that he had previously asked. Then the employees explained that only those shops where they could get on their own. After all, some of these establishments traded materials exclusively for aristocracy, and lumber was completely operated only for joiners. After that, the guy asked to further record changes in prices in the same format, and he already wondered what their first product would be. The guy also asked to prepare a few cards to pass the product near the dark forest. Sighing with relief and pleasure, the hero was glad that everything goes as best as possible. But one of his employees is approached by Shioga a week before Shioga. Although the store was preparing for the opening, he could not hide his excitement, because unexpectedly appeared a person who came to meet with the hero. Aquina never understood who was looking for him, though he tried to hide. He suggested that it could be his pursuers, although they should have long been going down. However, Ohuma said that this visitor was a woman who persistently stated that she would not leave until she saw with the store owner. This testified that she was aware of the boy's special attitude towards this store. Ohuma also noted that a beautiful woman introduced herself Sasha. This name was too much reminded me of one familiar adventurer. She noted that this woman is a well-known researcher of magical artifacts. However, the hero never realized why such a famous person is looking for him, so he has been eagerly in a hurry to meet the guest. When the Acne went to his store and swore her majestic figure, he immediately recognized the girl. They were in front of the same charming stranger she saw earlier in the potion store. Now she sincerely thanked them for tea. Main, along with Akina Shogi, settled inside the hut. At this time, Main was lit. The charming lamp. She demonstrated this amazing object to a man so that he could see with his own eyes how he glows without a single drop of oil. Such a species incredibly struck Akino. He thought that Ogum may have grabbed this magical subject with a report on the situation. He had not yet had to see such a thing. But if you remember, such magical artifacts have already appeared during the Goldes group attack and during the call ritual. The girl broke her most distinguished reflections, reporting that recently in the royal capital was quite popular shops that are being developed and selling these lanterns. She did not get tired of repeating that charming artifacts cost a lot of money, and it is extremely difficult to create them. The young man lifted the lantern even higher, dreaming. If their store had a master developer that creates such miracles as a magic lamp. He corrected the collar and mentally admitted, to find the right person is not easy. Going into the Asen's room, he greeted, asking for a delay and explaining that he had to change clothes. Aquina and Main sat in front of the mysterious beauty, whom they met at the potion store, and Oguma, meanwhile, left the room quietly. The man turned to her as Sasha-san, a well-known researcher of magical artifacts. She noted in surprise that her name seems to have become popular. The young man introduced himself as Aquina Shoji, and it was suddenly found that he was the owner of the store. This news stunned the girl, and she sat down in a confusion. When Akina wondered what happened, the girl asked if he went to the store for the other day, and she did not know that he was his owner. Such a coincidence was surprisingly successful. She introduced herself once again, Sasha, a magician with a special shame to study artifacts. The group leader noted that he had already guessed her specialization. He continued to consider her a mysterious beauty that caused suspicion. So if needed, Main was ready to intervene. Aquina wondered for what reason she was seeking to meet. Sasha answered that she wanted to show them something. The girl lifted her skirt and pulled her foot forward. Sasha carefully took a roll that was hidden under her. She wondered if she had beautiful legs, but the boy only sat with her eyes closed, trying to understand why she decided to sway them so frankly and looking out from the skirt. At this point, the main person coughed with dissatisfaction. The pretty girl unpaved the package that appeared different items. Aquina with Maine, without hiding curiosity, turned to Sasha. "What is it?" Sasha took a jar in her hands, spread it to them with a hole, and, clicking on the button, said, "Chick." The water flooded from the jug, forming a magical circle around the radiant. The boy and the man were grabbed from the places, stunned by the surprise. Panic began to grow, and someone immediately wondered whether it was related to a magical object. Aquinas worried about his store, because the floor was quickly plunged into the water. Sasha calmly replied that it was really a charming artifact. She explained, "If you press the switch, even those who do not have magic will be able to use magical devices." And then, with a smile, she added, "Isn't that amazing?" It was a charming thing created with the help of forgotten magic technology. Lost magic. The artifact gave rise to another magical circle around him, and the water spilled on the floor began to gather in a rotating bone. Aquin was surprised to watch the amazing phenomenon, and once again wondered what it was for the subject. Sasha lifted the rod high over her head, and began to tell how the magic of the past was different from the modern one. She remembered that in ancient times there was an extremely developed civilization, in which the art of witchcraft flourished. She was enthusiastically plunged into the story, emphasizing that in those days, unlike the present, in many areas, people relied on magic artifacts. It was because of this that their society was distinguished by its incredible development and high level of civilization. Children enthusiastically listened to her story. Sasha has touched the next subject and explained that some components of ancient magical artifacts are now impossible to reproduce. Now such things are simply not able to create. She lifted the artifact and explained, "If you click on this button, the device will even create simple magic of wind again with less power." When the girl pressed the button, the guy, along with the main character, flew back and crashed into the wall. They remained on the floor, surprised watching how puddles of water gradually dry up in their eyes. They got up, and the main noted that with such opportunities, it is easy to overcome robbers in these parts. In addition, this power is already weakened, and it still exceeds even modern magical artifacts. It is impressive. Aquina wondered in Sasha if he intended to put it for sale. The girl refused, explaining that all the magical stones built into the device have already exhausted their energy, so they no longer work. To confirm her words, she pressed the button again, showing a malfunction. After Sasha has completed the analysis, all this turned into a regular junk. Maine could not believe what was happening, because these things were considered true values. Aquina stood silently aside, believing that such a statement really sounds bold. Aquina put his hand on his chin and thought, because in one way or another she wanted to do something, taking with her disposable magical artifacts. In other words, the real negotiations began when Sasha said she had already analyzed these items and is now ready to make her proposal. She explained that she intended to put them in order and restore their former functionality. The boys were surprised to ask what she was in mind. Sasha stretched the charming staff and explained that the magical artifacts of lost witchcraft is the top of the development of magical technologies. Even now, many researchers have not yet been able to fully analyze their nature or restore damage. And then she will eventually explore all the lost magic and create an artifact that will exceed each of them. Sasha's real goal is to enlist Choji-san financial support for his research. But Choji suggested another. Since it is her own work, would it be better to present her to the state and sell her work to the country? She noted that such government agencies have long been under the full control of permanent magicians. The man thought again, this time thinking about the rights and privileges acquired. And then Sodi suggested that her transfer them to someone influential. Sasha replied that these aristocrats need something else than scientific research, and at heart with sad irony, added, in fact, they want it. Shoji had no doubt about Sasha's beauty and attractiveness. She looked much more mature and larger. If he suddenly forgot about it, a strange, almost uncontrollable rage rose in his chest. Then Shotzi wondered why he became her chosen, because there were many large shops around. The man did not leave the question, what he deserved such confidence, because he still has not even started officially. Sasha began to get something from her box, and explained why she paid attention to Shogi. He watched her in surprise, thinking why she needed it. The boys were extremely surprised when they saw a potion in this place to protect against monsters. And most likely, It turned out to be from the store. The girl squeezed a bottle of elixir firmly in her hands and confessed. In fact, she created this potion according to an ancient recipe she found during the study of the Legion's ruins. The young man finally realized what was before him. Main turned to Shioge, noting that the ruins last year pose a serious threat even to experienced adventurers. It is extremely dangerous there. Sasha noted that the study of ruins requires considerable costs, and the ingredients for their recipe are too expensive because they are values. A queen, in turn, also mentioned the scanty profits from sales, so Sasha decided to retreat, realizing that because of excess cost it was in vain. However, she added that if someone still acquires this thing, perhaps this person will appreciate the meaning of her research. The guy plunged into reflections and finally realized Sasha sold the potion from the monsters in the store to find his patron, and he was perfectly responsible for her expectations. He really thought about the financial support that the girl suggested for her forgotten magic. Main and Shoji sat silently side by side. The guy firmly decided to do his best to become an independent merchant in this world. The guy realized that he currently had the ability of mass production due to the unique skill, development through accumulation and protection. In his imagination, he flashed his estate thoughts, convincing that his land possessions had already reached the stage when it is possible to expand the fields of activity. Currently, only Main is able to protect this place on his own. Shoji glanced at Sasha. However, it should be mentioned, Sasha is a researcher of magical artifacts and a skilled magic, capable of penetrating the most dangerous ruins. Although it sometimes behaves a little strange, but such a person is a real rarity and perfect for this business. His gaze suddenly played a glitter. He realized that it was not a simple conversation about investing. In fact, he should take it as a confusing hunt for the same person needs. In his gaze, a beautiful stranger was reflected. He still could not determine whether her talents were true, whether it was only a skillful reason. So he decided to remain alert and made an important decision. He decided that he would now be talking about the conversation with all seriousness. Xiongyi wondered what benefits they can get by finance this study. Main looked at him in surprise. The guy believed that, having identified their advantages, he would be able to persuade Sasha to visit his shop. Sasha summed up their advantages. First, she could supply these magical objects and reconnect them. Everything necessary for this, special tools, materials, and improvements, was finally worth 2,000 gold coins. In terms of Japanese, the sum reached 20 million. A queen thought for a moment, and then called to himself. He reached out to him. Oguma entered the room and handed him a bag. Shogi agreed, and immediately offered her 1,000 gold coins as an initial research grant. He promised that he would pay the rest of several thousand gold coins after he got the finished products. Ohuma and Main rejoiced in this decision and smiled at each other. Sasha was incredibly surprised and asked if he was really ready to give thousands of gold in such a situation. To which he heard in response that this is not a problem. The guy will be able to restore the values that were lost. The girl smiled slyly and noted that it was so easy to scatter money. Quite cheeky. Then Shioji wondered if he could become a sponsor and provide sufficient funding, but added another condition. Aquinas offered her a position in her store. Her responsibilities included the creation of magical artifacts for sale, as well as the owner's protection. In addition, she could devote part of her time to her own research. The guy explained that at first she would have to take a test, a few days to work as a security guard to check her endurance. Sasha thought a little, and then agreed to the proposal. She noted that instead of risking life in ruins, and to get money on their own, it is much more efficient to work in Shioga's store. This will be the time to devote itself to science. Sasha shook her hand, confirming her consent with the condition. She wondered if she had to undergo safety check first. Shoji smiled friendly and noted that he was looking forward to this moment. A few days have passed. On the way near the gloomy forest, the destruction of Minesward Z and Sasha stopped, staring at the distance, and behind them stood their pattern quietly. In his thoughts, the guy remembered how his colleagues asked him to investigate the neighboring village in advance for the future. At the same time, it was necessary to make sure that Sasha would cope with the tasks of the guard. At that moment, there was a strange noise. Someone was approaching them. Seeing a stranger, the guy exclaimed that they finally came. He added that he had heard of a recent attack by the monster on the village. Then Main realized who it was. It was a herd of wandering horses who were rapidly approaching them, lifting around a loud hollow. Ken reached out to Sasha, noting that he would rely on a sensation. Sasha nodded and wondered if he was referring to her when he said sensei. The young man mentally replied that it was just a formal appeal. The young man recalls that Sasha is a researcher, and only decent power is enough for her magician. In addition, just in case, there was a meal. Aquina quietly wondered in Maine how powerful these traveling horses are. Maine felt a slight anxious tremor. She said that wandering horses are cruel monsters who trampled their prey with massive hoofs. Although they belong only to the monsters of the C class, it is almost impossible to escape from them. These creatures are lightly fast and mercilessly stubborn in the pursuit. Therefore, in the open space, as now, these monsters Class B was constantly approaching them, becoming even stronger and more threatening. Shoji realized that these creatures are quite comparable to that flock of forest bears, which the protagonist had already won. Sasha, full of confidence, strongly moved towards the monsters. For Aquina, this was to be the first time she watched the Maga's battle, and this spectacle promised to be unforgettable. At first, she drew a magical circle with a star inside, and solemnly announced that the moment had to demonstrate the achievements of her studies in witchcraft. Numerous magical circles with a variety of characters inside appeared around her. The mane hid behind Aina, and everyone suddenly felt much colder. Sasha, hugging herself by her shoulders through them. "With such weather, we will definitely get here." The girl waved her hand, pointed to the horses and called the icy fountain, collecting all the magical circles in one giant shining circle. The guys were delighted with a sight of mighty ice magic. The icy power rolled up the earth, forcing the horses to stop. But despite this, the wild jumps were not lost. They were cleverly and rapidly they were about to slip through the icy trap. Their prudence and mind were amazed. Sasha said that thanks to the financial support of Shoji-san, she managed to immediately restore one ancient magical relic, damaged during excavations. She lifted the dress, and from there a charming object like a pole fell. As soon as the girl took him, he flashed the flames. She skillfully twisted a burning pole, as if conquering the fire of her will. When she spoke the charming formula, Relitia Reincarnation, the icy princess of darkness, the land around the ice bark was even faster, and the horses froze in numbness. Shoji was surprised that frost spreads much faster than before. The monster with a deaf roar, they turned to the ice ground and could not get up, roaring loudly on goodbye. Sasha looked satisfied and immediately wondered at the boys, whether she liked them, how she restored the magic artifact. The girl herself was sincerely wondered that she was able to return the magical power of the subject so quickly. And the protagonist, with delight, noted how vulnerable this harmony was between magic and the thing itself. The girl has not finished yet, and noticing the frightened horses moving away from them, she painted a magical circle again. She called the horses to the children and said aloud that their attempts to hide were in vain. She spread her hands wide, announcing that it was time to complete the performance. The guys, as if governed, exclaimed that the air became incredibly icy. Lowering her hands, Sasha suddenly lifted them up, and a whole many magical circles broke around her. The boys froze in surprise, opening their eyes and mouths, considering this incredible sight. After that, Sasha put spell on ice arrows, giving them the ability to find the target on their own. In the heart of each magical circle, sharp, icy arrows begin to form. Main and Shioge are curious to observe the development of events, but the horses are already noticeably nervous. Raising her hands and directing them toward the target, Sasha said, "Forward!" and all the arrows flew directly into the horses. The horses were racing, and the Soji was already getting ready for escape, but Main denied and advised to look more closely. Suddenly, just in front of the steep horses, the icy blocks were immediately squeezed on the ground, and the animals, sliding, crawled with a roar. The boys tensed, and the poor horses were covered by real horror. Isaro pervaded the horses one by one. Poor animals were pouring out of pain, but quickly lost their strength, and soon lay the dead. Sasha stood, full of pride and complacent. Shoji mentioned how Main noted that it was extremely difficult to fight in the open area. The girl mutilated himself under her nose, that the place of residence of this insurance was strange from the very beginning, and their number seemed excessive to her. The young man immediately realized that she had already switched to the researcher's regime, the same Sasha, who is rumored as a well-known researcher of magical artifacts. She looked around, wanting to find out in earnest whether she was testing for work. The guy smiled and said confidently that she did not cope. She said that now for her real pleasure to meet her employer, son. The woman stood on the top of the hill, The sun's ray emphasized her. Xiongyi looked at her carefully, thinking if he was not another talented employee who was admitted to the Aquinas store. Meanwhile, the main barely held back emotions, not believing what he saw and being on the verge of panic. A week has passed since Sasha joined their team. In the Akina bench in the royal capital of Shodian, Maine, they watched with interest how Sasha showed them a new spell. The girl held a staff with a ball on the end and said the spell. A magical circle broke out above the top of the staff, and she glowed with joy, admired the result. The boys watched her actions with interest, fascinating the magic radiance, until smoke suddenly rose from the ball. Sasha Gagold noted that at first she was able to explore this staff only through financial support from Shioge-san. She also asked for another 1,000 gold coins, to which she heard a confident, "Of course." He had no idea that in one night he would be able to return the magic of a thing that lost its magic and became unusable. Sasha answered that she had recently purchased a stone and was still able to restore the pattern. But the maximum number of use remained unchanged, no more than 6x.99. She also shared her desire to create something that would exceed all the lost magic. However, the main character assured her that such achievement was already striking. At that moment, she flirtatiously put her foot forward and joked that this bonus could be added to the benchmark. The girl showed them a flashlight, probably asking if it could be considered a magical artifact. Sasha replied, adding that she used the technology of lost magic, making it a device with characteristics that surpassed the most popular flashlights. The boys were confused for a moment, and it seems that one of them was about to answer something. But the main character interrupted him, proudly informed that in a week she not only restored the fiery wand, but also created a completely new artifact. Sasha pressed the button on the magic lamp and immediately flashed with bright light. The guy watched this with delight. The main was interested in whether this lamp was different from those that could now be found in the city, so she returned the previous one to the store in the royal capital. When Shioge asked how many of them, Sasha unfolded a canvas, which lay 10 more elements, and added with a smile that she was helped by Ohuma and others. She explained that only her can regain the magic power of the things that lost her. If it creates energy and nucleus for this flashlight, it will be quite easy to make all other details. The guy was glad that the development department managed to establish the production of these things so quickly, and this undoubtedly pleased it. They went to the village that was huddled near the gloomy forest to start trade immediately. In his thoughts, Shotzi describes a small village lost somewhere far from the royal capital. There is no store here, and the streets are almost deserted. Local people earn a living by working as guide. Through the request of Ohumi to investigate settlements, they learned about the needs of the residents. They were approached by a man who called herself the elder of the village, and sincerely thanked for the fact that they coped with a flock of wild horses. Shoji knew that the village had already attacked the village, but recently the monsters, who had previously lived deep in the forest, far from human housing. He was informed that the attacks had stopped. However, watching the peasants, he noted that the fear of monsters was still in tension. Especially the inhabitants were frightened by the darkness that enveloped the village with the onset of the night. The guy finally confessed to the old age of the village that they actually came from the Aken workshop. Hearing such an unexpected news, the elder was genuinely surprised. Shioge gestures showed his visa and announced that they wanted to exchange goods in this village. Hearing these words, the rural head assured that it was obligatory to target them, and behind him was another man who asked if they brought some rare things from the city. The man replied that they rented only one corner. His plan was to sell the first need goods where they were in demand, and in this village planned to sell flashlights made by Sasha sketches. Due to the lack of food in this country, as always, started with the most accessible. The goods were exposed, and there were those who wanted to find out the price. Everyone was surprised that the prices here are much lower than in the capital's shops they attended during the trips. They had harvested all the usual goods, and the guy was already going to start trading flashlights. But a couple of people suddenly appeared. As it turned out, they were also wandering merchants who congratulated the villagers and asked for permission to join the auction. Choji wondered who they were, and 2 traders only got up and protected. One of them lifted the lantern and stated that they were accelerating the darkness with their glow. The other, removing the blanket from his lantern, supported the words of the first merchant, adding, "Light is familiar to all, even plants and trees." Both merchants, holding the lanterns in their hands, solemnly appeared to us and introduced themselves as a shop of magic lanterns Gregory. Maine frankly said Mr. Shogi that this shop was their competitor. In response, Shogi reminded her how recently she showed him the shops of lanterns popular in the royal capital. One of the flashlight sellers began to attract attention, turning to the inhabitants of the peaceful village loudly. "Dear ladies and gentlemen," he put his hand on his head and reported that they came across a real monster on the way to the village. This news was extremely surprised by Maine. Shuzi realized that he was talking about because on the way to the village they just used the potion of protection against the monsters prepared by Sasha. The merchant did not stop confessing that he was feeling fear, as they did. He recalled that the sun is about to hide behind the horizon, and the village would plunge into the diaper night. He scared the residents, saying that these monsters could not be recognized here, and began to incite people to panic. Shoji could not understand why he scared people instead of selling where there was demand. The merchant demonstrated them a lantern and told them that it was the latest charming lamp from Gregor himself, offering to illuminate her whole village. His supply sounded as an obsessive creation of artificial demand. Sasha led the tea leisurely, and Shoji had already realized they use prohibited techniques here. Meanwhile, the protagonist suddenly exclaimed that it is not necessary to buy anything in such a shop. The merchants threw strange views on them, and then, approaching closer, offered to look at their store because they also sold magical lanterns there. Seeing their lanterns, the second merchant asked what it was an old-fashioned outfit on them, and added that it did not compare with a luxurious uniform created by a true genius, such as he himself. Then one of the guys asked, "Do you, it turns out, is the same as we do?" This merchant was loudly introduced as Professor Gridge, a brilliant creator of magical artifacts, capable of creating anything in the world. The first merchant supported the speech of the second, confidently stating that he would inevitably make a sale, and also introduced himself as the head of the Gura store. You traded bloody goods, getting a huge benefit even from the distant corners of the world. Suddenly he felt easy excitement. Something was wrong with them, the thought came in his head. Suddenly they are too obsessive? The second merchant twisted in his hands a lantern, as if collected from old horse bones, and disdainfully noted that they were too fragile and hopelessly bad, so it is impossible to sell it. Maine did not wear such an attitude, but Shogi stressed that you can find out the truth only by trying to sell. Then the Maine asked Sasha-sana to confirm the guy's words. Meanwhile, while the carriage rolled forward, Sasha slept firmly inside. The man shouted in surprise that the girl was really dormant, and added that she seems to be so dormant. The girl was a little worried that the manufacture of items and protection is her responsibility. However, in addition to research, she was not interested in anything. Meanwhile, Sasha still slept calmly, sometimes even loudly shaking. The merchants were immediately interested in paying attention to the perfect endurance and confidence of the new moon. They offered him competitions, first comparing their products and the lantern, which they planned to buy. The Maine could not catch up with them, and Shoji considered the competition quite exciting. While Sasha continued to sleep peacefully, the merchants called their lanterns a real miracle. In their opinion, these were perfect works of magical art, the most modern and most efficient one can be found. Particular pride is their incredible brightness. Moreover, the merchants assured that even the price will not make you regret. The young man in response boldly accepted their challenge. A crowd quickly gathered around them, who exclaimed that the events were becoming more and more interesting. Twilight was already falling into the village, and with their arrival, the headman asked to include the lanterns for comparison. The Seodzi, along with the merchant, put their lanterns on the table, deciding to check which one shines brighter. They pressed the buttons on their lanterns synchronously. Both lanterns shone surprisingly brightly. The inhabitant loudly exclaimed that their light is the same, and it would be a real salvation at night. Meanwhile, Sasha began to yawn, and Shoji immediately noticed it. Then they decided to find out how much it costs, and the merchants voiced their price, 1 gold coin. The man voiced his price without hesitation. She was twice as expensive than gold. They discussed the cost with the Ohuma and others, setting the same amount. After all, their materials are not cheap, and produce everything by hand, without wide release. So the price is increasing. The merchants have already begun to celebrate the victory. If the brightness of the product is the same, it is wiser to choose the one that is cheaper. Shoji, with a smile on his face, listened carefully to their reasoning about what to do now. And Maine, meanwhile, tried to contact Sashi-san. The guy quickly realized, the main thing in the flashlight is brightness, and if it is the same everywhere, then the price becomes crucial. Due to his abilities in cultivation, the guy could produce large quantities for small amounts and reduce the price. However, He understood that Sasha's products could be an important support for him in the future, so he did not dare to depreciate them by selling too cheap. In addition, he thought, the way of working these boys is quite rude, though they are traded in a truly quality shop, even though their prices are biting a little. He understood that even if their product costs a little more expensive, the magic object created by Sasha, so just won't lose. Sasha gathered with his forces and got to her feet, which was quite pleased with Main. She lifted the lantern, and stretching his glasses, asked Shoji-san to hold them for a moment. She noted that this function is usually not necessary, so she did not explain it in detail. At the same time, she is not yet told all the capabilities of the flashlight. There is another option that you need to press a different button on the bottom of the case. By clicking on the button, they first saw the true result of Sasha's research. Only she did it. The light suddenly went out in the lantern, and the boys froze in anticipation. They did not imagine what they would turn. Suddenly, a ray of light which spilled around suddenly squeezed out of the lantern, pouring a bright glow with all the surrounding area. The rays of the light spilled to where the shadow was hiding, and soon everything around was sunk in a bright glow. Most of the attendees froze in surprise without taking their eyes off this extraordinary picture, and their mouths opened with surprise. Everything was dazzling around the dazzling, and the crowd literally stormed them, wanting to buy the product, and it seems that no one worried even a somewhat inflated price. The merchants fell stunned to the ground, without drawing the gaze from the crowd that dismantled the lanterns. They were so captured by this sight that they did not try to move out of place. Xiaozi appeared nearby and noted that such a result was quite predictable. Smiling, Sasha confidently stated that their magic artifact is a real top of today. She further told that the charming artifact created she has used technologies of ancient, long-lost magic. Moreover, this item created a barrier around it, through which the monsters became much more difficult to approach. Not surprisingly, the merchants were shocked only by hearing the words about lost magic. However, Shioge paid their attention to the guys who waved their hands. The local was really lacking in light, but the lantern did not just disperse the darkness. It was calm and quenched. The boys told that it was such a light that residents wanted. Merchants, angry with defeat, rushed heads, acknowledging their defeat at least this time. Shoji and Main, together with other peasants, only escorted them with calm views. Most of the villagers approached Sasha, enthusiastically celebrating its invention and calling it a true masterpiece. Shoji watched Sugar Sasha and thought, it seems that there is only a science for the girl, and maybe something more lies behind. Sasha turned away from the noisy crowd and confessed that such things were not satisfied. The next day, after the flashlight competition, the boys were going to leave the village, which was located near the gloomy forest. Maina loaded the goods on the cart, and Shiogi apologized, explaining that the Ohuma asked to take the order. Ohuma just waved his hand, saying, the little things. The young man recalled yesterday and was passionate about Sasha's new project was truly impressive. Main, having discouraged, quietly confirmed and added that she only remained in the shadows of the events. She muttered quietly, who has already tried to sell and is still going to try herself in guard. Shoji did not feel her words and asked again, not understanding what it was about. Sasha appeared to her manager San and strongly stated that he would also try to feel the same uncertainty on the return journey. However, on the way home, she would like to look into the shops under the pretext of research. Main watched it with surprise. Sasha-san asked Sasha-san to accompany Ohuma and the rest with the goods back to the capital, because they themselves had urgent cases elsewhere. Main could not believe her ears and felt great relief. He, together with Mayana, finally got a cozy hut in Glushan. The guy looked carefully at the girl. Her behavior seemed unusual to him, so he asked what had happened. Main felt an unbearable shame, and, as he was justified, noted that as a member of the guard of Main, she had no right to leave them unattended. The guy explained to her that they needed something on the field, and asked the Main to bring water from the reservoir. He was already clinging when he really went to the field. Before stepping on the field, he wondered, now that Sasha became a brother for him, this is a significant event, because it was she who opened the way to continue the exchange of the second part. Once on the field, he saw many charming stiffs protruding from the ground. The trade lasted on. Satisfied, he looked at his harvest. He was grown by a staff, filled with lost witchcraft, which got from Sasha, turned into a rare magic artifact. He quickly grabbed one magical object from the ground, and immediately guessed. The same lady as in video games. A way to endlessly multiply valuables. Inside, everything was fascinated by such a discovery. The magic rod activates the magic with only one button. Seodzi confessed that he wanted to try this artifact at least once to see for its effectiveness. But suddenly they were distracted. Something flashed on the screen, and the field around flicked and crackled, forcing it to be nurtured. Without spending time, he jumped out, and his gaze immediately fell on someone's paws with sharp claws. The creature made a thickening sound and impressed with its size. 6 powerful, massive hands distinguished it among others. Shoji froze for a moment, faced with the sight of the monster that was already in front of him, inseparably looking directly in his eyes. The young man shouted with horror that they were faced with an extremely dangerous monster, and his face was distorted by true fear. He looked around, looking for a mane, but remembered that he asked her to bring water. When he realized that he was holding a charming artifact in his hand, he decided to use it. The monster, roaring throughout the forest, rushed to him, and the soda, falling to the ground, hurriedly pressed the magic artifact button. The place where the monster just stood was exploding through the witchcraft artifact. It created a magical circle around him that instantly flashed. Shoji was already glad that everything was succeeded, and thanks to this thing he was even ready for battle. However, this did not hold back the monster. It was not stopping for the guy. 0.183. Panic. He was feverishly pressed the magic artifact buttons one by one, and the smart beast evaded the explosions every now and then. Once, clicking on the button, the guy noticed that the magic artifact suddenly stopped responding. At first he was confused without understanding the reasons, but when he thinks a little, he remembered that this item has restrictions on use. Shoji was already preparing to rush to the side, but suddenly his leg was grabbing the roots, and he collapsed with a deaf knock on the ground. When he was on his own carelessness, the guy noticed a treacherous root that looked out of the ground. The young man immediately rooted on the spot, realizing, here it is, the crucial moment. When an angry beast almost reached it, the guy grabbed every hand in a charming staff. He grabbed 2 charming ash and began to spell both at the same time. Suddenly, the insurance came through the smoke clubs, watching carefully as the JI pressed on the buttons. The monster had already swung the paw, but it was worth the boy to target him a magical artifact, as the beast immediately bounced back. The Soji looked at the tight motion of the beast and wondered. He managed to defeat him even without the use of a sword or magic. Maine was lost at the door of the garden and wondered if everything was fine with him. He opened the door for Maine, assuring her that everything was fine. Maine came with anxiety on her face and confessed that she returned, worried about a loud noise. She was carefully asking whether she could enter, because she was strictly forbidden to enter the garden. Seeing the charred carcass of the monster, she recognized the forest demon, a bear that belonged to the most dangerous creatures. His 6 powerful paws easily torn the metal armor, and thick and hard fur was almost impermeable, capable of repelling the axe. It was a monster worthy of the highest A rang. Sodi stood, filled with pleasure, with the idea that he had to come together in a duel with such a dangerous opponent, and to get the winner. Maine wondered in surprise about this Mr. Shoge, to which he replied that the whole thing in the magical artifact, which he purchased a little earlier, did not even know the existence of the meal. This item uses the magic of fire. The girl smiled happily, learning that Shioji-san has a charming bear capable of defeating the demon Dem. However, the guy warned her, this thing is intended for one-time use. She noticed the staff that Chogi tried to hide behind her back, and thoughtfully said that she had already seen him somewhere. The young man hurried to change the topic, raising praise of a wonderful aroma that poured around, and invited to taste the already toasted demonic bear. The maid gladly agreed, because she was hungry with hard work, as long as she pulled water. That guy was saved, but he had no idea that the monster could be edible, so he did not worry that they would eat. They cut off a piece of meat and, sitting opposite each other, fired at the fire. During this time, there have been many events in Sodi's life, and now he is gradually aware of what power he has received through cooperation with Sasha. He has gained magical power that can even destroy even wild skaters in an instant, as well as the talent of an artifact researcher that allows you to create outstanding magic things in the shortest time. Sasha will now increase the combat capabilities of both security and trading operations. Maines suddenly broke his reflection, noting that the monsters rarely dare to penetrate into the Great Snake Den, his original enemy. It was unclear why the demonic bear was there. The guy reasoned, if this is usually the case, the bear really drops on the crazy. At this point, he also mentioned the wild horses that, Rumors have recently begun to attack the village. All this caused the guy an alarming anticipation of the threat. When Main and Shyogi returned to the store, they heard someone apologize and explain that Shyogi suddenly caused him. Muda approached them, and when they asked what happened, he asked Shoji to give him iron. At first, the guy did not even realize what iron was talking about. Muda appealed to the guy to bring a little iron for common benefit. At that moment, Shogi realized, before him, a hint of a future business opportunity. In another rattling story about Sasha's love potion, the girl, comfortably resting on a chair, carefully held a bottle of charming fluid when Shyoge suddenly entered her room. Only a few days have passed since he defeated the demonic bear on the battlefield and visited Sasha's workshop. Today he came to find out if any research of new products was being conducted, but saw that Sasha had drank something and seems to feel bad. The young man wondered what she had used. She said it was a new potion made according to an ancient recipe that she was recently lucky to get. Studies over potions have not yet been completed, but it has already taken some form, so it dared to try it in action. Seoji wondered if everything would be fine after drinking, because she was in the middle of an important training. At the same time, he felt the study began to gain momentum. To his surprise, Sasha suddenly began to undress. Surprised, he asked why she did it and heard it. I seem to have accidentally created a powerful potion of love, and now his action is so strong and dangerous that I quickly lose the remnants of common sense. The Soji was confused and hurried to leave the room, but Sasha did not delay. She followed him. She leaned against him from behind and whispered that the unrestrained desire to be even closer, the wonderful effect of this moment, and her heart accelerated the rhythm. Seoji felt embarrassed with the touch of her breasts, which now firmly resting on his back. Sasha fascinated him when she began to talk mysteriously about how the temperature rises rapidly. The young man tried to respond but failed to pick up the appropriate words. Hearing Shyogi's assurances that he would cope, Sasha departed from him and noted that the action had passed. The guy was disappointed that the effect disappeared so quickly. Sasha nodded, confirming that everything was that way, and with a smile noted that the situation was even funny. She wondered if he would join her on testing, but the guy only advised to behave next time. Sasha has completed his work with a third file about the magical elixir of love. However, this potion was overly powerful, but quickly faded. Therefore, the head of the store decided to remove it from production. Bawa put an iron scroll on the table and asked Shoji whether he would be able to get a lot of iron. Main looked at a piece of iron with interest, and the guy only remembered that Muta suddenly called him for something. Muta himself explained. He escaped from this country, but the seller noted that sometimes Muta was still visiting here. However, he just waved, they say. It does not matter. First of all, he became convinced that he was all right with that guy, and also noted that there were other comrades near him. Mawa took a long cigar and, without interrupting conversations, continued to tell how he brought many broken mithril swords with him. Then he hinted that he would have one request. In fact, it turned out that his grandfather recently received many orders for weapons, but he was catastrophically lacking in iron. The young man inquisitively asked why his grandfather asked him to collect iron. The old man only nodded approved, confirming his assumptions, and asked if the guy would handle this task. Shoji thoughtfully remembered that he would need the skills of processing he possesses to collect this material. The old man showed them a wooden box and noted that the minimum order was 50 such boxes. The more they bring, the better. He insisted that everything was ready for a maximum of 2 weeks, and the quality of the iron should be no worse than the sample it showed. At first, Shoji asked him to give him samples, because he did not understand as iron. He was going to show the originals of the business partner to evaluate the cleanliness of the metal. However, its real purpose was to get a larger starting volume of products. Without thinking, Muta laid out a few iron samples in front of the guy. He immediately asked the following question: why to make so many weapons, and why it suddenly became so urgent? The Muta only sat silently aside, smoked a cigarette, and did not break the words in response. Everything, as Shogi suspected, remained secret, and the case itself smelled of the crash. This may have been the association with medieval thinking, but in modern Japan, clients with such foggy requirements quickly became a real problem. At the same time, he chooses the final vector of the store on his own, and if he does not like something, he is boldly refusing. Now that the store is already working, the staff of sellers and guards has been completed completely, and also created its own research department. From now on, He really stepped on the arena of business of this unpredictable world. He put his hand on his heart and stated that he was taking the case. He was interested in this challenge, so he readily accepted him. After holding the boys, Mudu returned to the shoddy store and solemnly addressed all the workers. With a smile, he recalled that this was their first major agreement since the Aquina store was opened. So he urged everyone to take the best way to take this opportunity. The guy explained that a considerable amount of iron could be purchased from merchants who live near the dark forest. However, even if iron gets at a low price, it will be extremely difficult to send him to the capital because of a long distance. In addition, there is a need to arrange 3 important questions. First, carts were required to transport large volumes of iron. Secondly, it was necessary to take care of the protection of these carts. Finally, a city was needed where travelers could relax during a long road to the royal capital. Shoji instructed the team, which was responsible for the delivery of the materials, to prepare carts. Everyone assured that they would cope with it without problems. With regard to security, he assured that Maine would remain near her, and the supervision of the rest of the carts had to entrust Sasha. However, Sasha ahead of him, promising to take care of comfort and additional protection, with the help of special protective elixirs. As for the city where the arrest could be arrested, he said he had already found the appropriate option. So, without spending time, the whole team went on the road. They arrived in another city, where they asked to take a place for Keensor in their city. Shodi noted that he wanted to sell the Aquina stores, the same ones that were popular even in the capital of the kingdom. He perfectly understood the alertness of the inhabitants against foreigners, so he was glad that he took care of everything necessary. The residents of the city suddenly changed their opinion, adding that their countrymen were known for their demand, so they are not sure if they could accept everyone. Chogji reassured everyone, assuring that their employees had excellent training. Maine, who was personally engaged in their training, wondered if they were ready to work under her guidance as the first saleswoman, and confidently stated that they already had a real sales muscle. The staff sincerely thanked the Maine and Sand for their tireless training. Maine introduced themselves to everyone as a training instructor and noted that they have successfully overcome her testing. No longer are helpless newcomers. From now on, each of them is a true value for the team. She loudly stated that if someone is tired, she could boldly take an extra day off in addition to paid leave. She also promised a decent salary. One of the workers skillfully used knowledge of local history and conducted special training for her. This is what brought her popularity. When the goods in the store were neatly arranged, all employees focused on the team for action, seriously tuned to work. As soon as the maida gave a sign to start, everyone took up their responsibilities with true zeal. Local residents approached them with different requests, carefully considered the goods. Some even strongly asked for something special for themselves, but they were ready for it, and were able to present the whole range without any difficulty. Soon the goods in the store did not leave a trace, and all the children joyfully celebrated full sale. The residents who drove them into the city approached to express their admiration with a shop and the whole team of employees, and then, with interest, answered the questions that they asked them about their decisions. They gladly agreed to make their city a place for Keen's store. Moreover, they expressed their wishes that they would not be limited to one visit, but returned in the future. Shoji overwhelmed joy, and he sincerely thanked them for such hospitality. Shudi turned to the team and announced that now he would have to thank everyone generously for their well-done work. The only thing left was to grow the iron that he received from mud. From the very beginning, he specifically deposited some iron to use it as seeds for the next crop. When the collected iron is taken to the capital of the kingdom, the chosen way, it will already have time to harmoniously select all the ordered equipment in the mood. Muda examined the ideal iron blanks, unable to pronounce words. He wondered how much he had time to produce even more than he was asked. But immediately he assured him that everything turned out exactly as he predicted. Muda added that he had not doubted the abilities of Sodi for a long time, and always knew that he would handle. Only Shioji was aware that in fact, the speed of development of this so-called cultivation technique was simply crazy and steadily growing, as if twice a speedy game. The model looked at a wonderful iron that was fully in line with what he ordered. He was surprised. How did you manage to collect such a large number? But in a moment I realized, the way they did in was no longer important. The old man stopped, plunging into reflections. Then Shioji carefully asked what had happened. Going to the house, his grandfather explained that raw materials are the heart of the blacksmith, and a real master does not treat her lightly. Some gnomes even go down to the mines themselves to get the best, and among the sellers, They only take those who are completely sure. Buddha asked the boy if the word orichalk was familiar to him. The guy immediately remembered. This is the same legendary material from numerous fantasy worlds. The man noted that such a conversation is extremely important for, to quote, weapons destroyer. Because even with a stronger sword than a stronger mineral in the world, you can create even more powerful tools. Maine listened carefully to his every word. Or perhaps, they named the tracing trap with those who dealt with many minerals every day and somehow accidentally came across it. It remained a mystery. Mava, looking at his own work, said that he dreamed of amazing a real masterpiece of steel oshaki, a weapon that would exceed everything he created. Here he announced that he would create a real mountain of weapons, which even in the hands of the famous killer of swords, will almost not break. Maine asked if it is really possible, or once you have a whole calcium stock, and then it is remarkable. He assured Shogi that he could rely on him even in the most difficult situations. And when he obtained Okakukum, he must definitely allow him to be amazed. The Maine's eyes were literally shining when she saw this powerful arms from Orikagum. Watching her reaction, the guy inadvertently wondered that he would also like to get material for such weapons. The guy remembered that there was another question to Mav. He returned to him and asked again, why so much iron, and why did he have so many weapons? Why do the master need so many different swords? By the way, the man remembered one person who wanted to get acquainted. She had significant reserves of iron. He gave him a business card, inviting him to visit a certain place, because he wanted to entrust the case. The man added that after a conversation with a pleasant interlocutor, it will be possible to decide whether to take this job. The boys finally got to the majestic estate and considered it enthusiastically. Maine noted that this gorgeous dwelling belonged to the nobility, and it was hard to believe that someone in its walls could want his death. On the threshold, they were met by a man who was genuinely pleased with their visit. He called himself the owner of the estate, Count Safid. Valva Rand. He also added that he himself is nothing more than a cashless lord. Shoji, however, did not have it. Neither his title nor life deeds had any significance. He was interested in one thing, as soon as possible to do all the things and get a decent bush. They entered his home and are located in the lush hall opposite the nobles. He gladly congratulated a queen on Kun, and sincerely thanked them for finding the opportunity to visit this day. Syoge noted that it looks like a true sophisticated aristocrat. The guy called Akina Shogi, and I presented Maine and Sasha with his guards. A noble man, thoughtfully touching his chin, studied their appearance. His gaze, directed towards Akina, who was approaching him, forced all the boys to feel anxious. Earl Fid tilted his head, touched his hand to the table and slowly stood up. He exclaimed loudly that these ladies are surprisingly charming, and he would not refuse to have such beauties in his guard. The boys looked at him frightenedly, not glowing with horror, and in the meantime he was at ease to drink a cup of tea, as soon as they finished discussing his affairs. He addressed the lady with a proposal to drink tea together. At first, they did not respond, but Maine was naked, suspecting that it was an unlucky attempt. Sasha only skeptically looked away, thinking that another client appeared. The first protagonist replied that she has a plan after that, so nothing will work. And Sasha warned that she would not be able to miss the guard of her client. The aristocrat twisted, and with the apparent regret assured that he would easily retreat, and then asked about tomorrow. Suddenly the servant approached him and quietly reminded that his wife would be angry. Earl Safid raised his palm on the table loudly and solemnly announced that it was time to move to the main theme of the power of attorney. Shoji thought was glad. Finally. At the same time, he reflected what this task was, and it seems that he did not dare to open up even his own wife. The Earl stated that he wanted to entrust Shoji purchase of weapons, and not in limited quantities, but in large quantities. The young man drew attention to a large number of weapons, almost like a special arsenal pantry. But why did such a need for so many tools come about? Using a paper map, the Earl showed them a place in their rented lands, where, it is rumored, there is a huge dungeon. The boy was immediately interested in the idea of such a dungeon. Full monsters, treasury, and dangerous bosses. The cow continued to explain that because of this possession, crowds of adventurers were filled daily, who sought to explore the dungeon, and the production of rare materials became the true driving force of the local economy. Shoji was gradually realizing that these lands themselves turned into a true center of the dungeon. The Count's face became serious, and he reported that the dungeon found traces of great escape. Hearing these words, the guy was also alert, Even the very phrase, "great escape," forced him to strain. At the same time, in his mind, suddenly a word that he could not remember by hearing. He explained to the boy that in fact the big escape means the appearance of a whole horde of monsters who break into freedom, mostly the inhabitants of the dungeon. They usually never leave it. Abnormal reproduction or thirst for food. For some reason, it is extremely rare for monsters to be selected from the dungeon together with a whole flock. It seemed dangerous, the boy flashed in his head. The Earl also mentioned that they usually have time to notice the traces of the attack and prepare for interception, but they did not have time to prepare for this grand escape. It all happened suddenly, too rapidly, and swept incredibly wide scale. It was no longer possible to track all new signs that appeared in different places. Shuzi suggested that a recent adventure, the escape of mysterious monsters who have lost common sense, is only another manifestation of a great escape. But wasn't it the case that these creatures were simply expelled from other people's lands? Is everything really as dangerous as it seemed to the boy? The Earl opened the window and noted that this time the massive escape was larger and rapid than usual. At this rate, they will not have time to organize interceptions. The Night Guard, the lands, and the mercenaries of Count Safede were insufficient to rescue. They lacked both the provisions and weapons of their own production. Everyone gathered on the balcony overlooking the city. Earl Safede said that they were preparing an urgent evacuation, but expressed doubts whether they would have time to leave the city on time. However, the aristocrat is always above all, so he was destined to become a defender of the people. When Shioji approached him, he explained. It was for the sake of the safety of people who ordered the blacksmith's wise kuhun, a large batch of weapons. When the Earl learned about a person capable of producing a whole arsenal of weapons, he decided to test his skills by ordering a batch of iron. Shoji finally understood the whole idea. The man addressed Shioji-kun to question whether there was a weapon that even a few people could use to counteract mass escape, and which can be purchased in large numbers. Sodi was worried because they met only today, and he already inadvertently gave the merchant a hasty order and quarreled the mouse that he pulled him into such a risky business. He thought, if this man is ready to pay generously for the welfare of people, why not try to conclude an agreement with him? Throwing things in his bag, the guy asked if he was interested in a one-time magic artifact. From there, he got a charming staff and proudly stated that this artifact was a real masterpiece of lost magical technology. Sasha, seeing the rod, was surprised and amazed, but the guy quickly reassured her, explaining that this item did not belong to her and got it in a completely different way. Shogi explained with apology that this one-time magic stick is the main decoration of their store in Aqueen. The Earl wondered how to use it, and emphasized, because it is one-off. The guy explained that it is only necessary to press the switch, and anyone will be able to shoot a fire projectile, while the magical power of the user is not spent at all. In addition, he noted that 6 shots, 3 on a bear, is enough to destroy the demonic bear. According to Shioga's partner, a large number of artifacts were found in ancient ruins. In about 5 days, he promised to get 300 specimens, each of which would cost 200 gold. The Earl thought, 300 ash in just 5 days. But suddenly a servant ran up to him, mowed and alarmed. Kansam immediately wondered what happened and where this noise came from. He, panic, told the Count and the rest that received an alarming message. The Great Escape began. In 3 days, they will reach the defense line, and this happens much faster than everyone expected. The subordinate stunned the Graf even more, reporting that this time there was an extremely influential person on the field. The Soji, without losing vigilance, asked who was this mysterious leader. Earl explained to him that the monster commander rarely looks like a powerful creature. This creature, called the monster commander, is not exposed to either firearms or magical spell. He lowered his head and explained that the staff was intended for the battle against the monsters. If you do not consider the commander, even if there are many enemies, they will still lack fighters for the use of such weapons. At the same time, staff and other magical tools are powerless against that powerful personality. They simply do not withstand his strength. So he turned to Shioga, asking him to make 500 ash and another weapon much more powerful than any staff. He must get these 2 things within 3 days and sell him, and of course, will receive any necessary amount. Shoji thought about it and asked Sasha to find out if the magic scepter was really the most powerful artifact that they should now. Sasha replied that it was, if, of course, some other business partner has not appeared in Shoji. The guy was aware that such a requirement from the nobility was truly bold and risky. However, The proposal to get 100,000 gold coins, only 500 ash, forced him to review his doubts. It was the greatest agreement in the history of his affairs. Although Shiogi does not seek to become a symbol of justice or a hero which saves others, it cannot be indifferent. Calmly look at the suffering of ordinary people to him. However, the Earl made the impression of a person who would undoubtedly fulfill all the financial obligations, and for a queen's shop, which only recently opened his doors, it was a great opportunity. In the end, he agreed to take up the case. The Earl remained delighted and agreed to give them riding creatures for a quick trip for an advance of 10,000 gold. Shoji sincerely thanked him for this generosity. As soon as the shops, Akina immediately got to work. Shuzi, meanwhile, ordered the Ohumi and the rest to select 30 workers from the warehouse and immediately send them to the graph. He ordered Sashasani to guard them, and Main instructed him to accompany him to the office. Further, together with Sashasana, Main had to monitor the safety of the rod transported. Because the guy himself is able to grow staff, he will eventually get a more powerful weapon than just a staff. He, together with Main, again moved to the gloomy forest of destruction, where the guy tirelessly created more and more rods. At first, he had to deal with the deterrents. There were only 10 pieces left at his disposal, and to get 400 more, he would need a whole day. So, he had only 2 days left for growing new ash. And to create a weapon more powerful than a rod, you should first learn how to grow the wands themselves. However, the time for reflection was catastrophically lacking, so in any case, it was necessary to start with a rod. In order to determine the border of the fastest growth, Shioji undertook to plant staff. There was a lot of time, so he pulled one of them out of the ground and looked carefully at the decoration that decorated the top. He negligently rejected it, mutilating that he was too early again, and focused on the decoration, deciding to look at it more closely. Earlier, he never tried to tear them out, because in ordinary agriculture you usually get an unripe fruit. And here the plant grows from the apex, with the top already ripe. Looking at the bullet, he inadvertently remembered the story of Mawada, and thought that it may be something of that story. According to legend, the orc is those who deal with large amounts of materials. Whether the feeling of rare legendary material, well familiar to the one who was dealing with it more than once, or perhaps this material in itself did not know in itself. He did not know exactly. But it seems like this has happened earlier, however, not with Aura Colcum. In other words, should cultivation skills be used in a non-standard manner with lots of material? This thought did not leave him. And suddenly, thanks to the art of cultivation, he will be able to create something completely new. It has been over an hour. It is not just the fulfillment of desires, but the true skill of cultivation. You sow something one thing, and the whole bunch of the same things will appear. Incredible, even a little absurd. Digging another sample, the guy noticed that he was already suitable for replacement. He carefully tied him to the branch, carried this branch far away, and saw something interesting there. 3 days passed, and the boys saw the count again. He reminded them that the first line of defense within a large escape was not far from the first line. They were warned. Several monsters will come here today. The subordinate, who stood on guard, shouted that the enemies were already approaching. They just raced 10 demonic bears rank A, real beasts. The Earl expressed his grateful to 500 ashables, enthusiastically calling him outstanding. However, he added that he would like to avoid a waste of Seascow, and asked to give a weapon that exceeds their strength. Then Shioji removes the unprotected staff from the bag and confidently states, "Here it is." Everyone immediately asked whether it is the same subject. To which the guy, with a smile, replies, "This is his new find. A mana granite. Just received weapons." They rushed to try it in practice. The young man overturned the property and asked her to throw the object in their direction. The property was already prepared to fulfill the request. He then turned to Sasha to use protective witchcraft in a moment when he throws his property. Sasha fulfilled the request, and here the property was already swung, ready to thunder the object. She threw the ball straight to the bears. Everyone kept breathing, watching the development of events, and you stood quietly and confidently. Barely touched the whole ball as the explosion began to emerge in the air. The explosion turned out to be so giant and destructive that all the boys froze in place, without taking their eyes off and in surprise to expand them. At that moment, the air broke the creepy roar of the dead demons that heard around, but soon everything subsided and only a ball of smoke was hanging over the field. The Earl watched that 10 demonic bears disappeared into the flames and could not believe his eyes. Main was amazed and did not hide his admiration for the boy, and Sasha only briefly noted that it was really incredible. Once again, Shadzi told in detail about the principle of operation of the newest powerful invention. Mana granites. Just press the button, throw, and get an explosion. That's all wisdom. He remembered how, during a test in the gloomy thickets, the unusual reaction occurred due to the altered form of staff. Instead of the expected fire, he exploded in his hands. However, this skill remained impressive. The Graf was delighted, because everything exceeded his wildest expectations. He assured that with this artifact, they would be able to challenge the commander, and asked how much they were asked for. The guy voiced the price of the rod. Everyone cost 1,000 gold coins, and for all together asked 200,000 gold. The man turned to a trolley filled with gold coins and agreed to buy a weapon from him. The shopkeepers were happily revitalized on this occasion, and Shiogi watched silently, convincing again. The nobles really bathe in luxury. However, he had the feeling that all his efforts would be completely pay off. One of the subordinates of the count reported to him about the arrival of the central forces of defense. Then the man ordered everyone to gather in the center and instructed Shodzi-kuna to present goods to the soldiers. That's the same crucial moment that everyone was preparing so carefully. The boys were in positions, ready to take the risk of everyone for the sake of great escape. Shoji demonstrated to the soldiers how to manage a magical subject, and for that they sincerely thanked him. In the meantime, the guy wondered if he could see how their invention would overcome the famous Great Escape. The Count agreed. It is good to have a person who is able to use this device. Visiting the place of events of such grandiose significance is almost invaluable. It was in the Aquina shop that it became clear that the moment has come to deal with all the problems. Here, in the main camp, everything had to find out. He said that from the exit from the dungeon, from where the demons went to the city, a winding road fades among the rocks. Several defense borders are arranged along this path, and if the enemy passes all these stages, the city will inevitably fall. The calculation of the prey opened the dungeon, emphasizing that these creatures are their opponents, who are more dangerous than everyone they have met. The sentries of the Count reported that they were approaching, and no one could imagine them. From the dark subsoil, the dungeons broke out the eyes that were fierce hatred. The sellers from the store were witnesses of everything that happened, and within a moment the dungeon climbed Straswavskaya, unfolding before all their horrific likeness. Only their eyes glowed in the darkness, and when the creatures came out, a variety of animals and monsters began to emerge from the darkness. And it was then that you realized, before you, there is a big escape. Maine was alarmed by the number of opponents. Sasha noted that in no work of literature it was mentioned such power of the enemy, and Shiogi warned of danger. The Earl immediately ordered the magic of the wind to create a communication channel with each group. He suddenly called Choji-kuna, and in the meantime he began to stuck on a ladder on a wooden chest. Rising up, he posed to the giant army, called for silence, and recommended as the owner of the land of Reeded, Safed Valva Rand. In his speech, he raised the question of whether they saw the last mass escape, which appeared suddenly and in unusually large numbers. Meanwhile, the iron weapon, which was entrusted with fashion and kuna, came only in small batches, and even with delays. The guide tried to understand what he was leading, and he continued, explaining. In such a situation, the city, which has already become an underground center of industry, will eventually burn to the ground. Aquinas' stores gave him many powerful weapons, and thanks to that they were completely prepared for victory. Each of them was obvious. Everyone knew he was married, but it did not interfere with him, seeing a charming woman, inviting her for dinner. After this story, the boys from the store froze in surprise, unable to say words. At the end of his speech, the Earl stressed that he seeks to get everything dear to him. That is why he came to develop the local population and industry. At the same time, he confessed, everything he now owns brings him a genuine joy, and he does not intend to part with this wealth. The knights have expressed their support loudly, assuring that they were sincerely respected. They would bring him considerable profits, and will definitely strive for victory. The Earl also promised generously to reward all participants in the battle. Even for their participation, a special fee awaits them, and for every defeated monster, the reward will only grow. The reward they receive will grow with their achievements. He inspired his warriors with a passionate determination, giving them a true thirst for victory. Shuge was genuinely surprised. A completely different noble man was put in front of him, not the one who greedily assigns all profits, but a friend who seeks collective success, has a true command spirit and thinks how to multiply abundance and become a happy cohesive team together. He was very similar to the owner. Their priorities and attitude towards the store were strikingly overlapping. This strange feeling did not leave Shoga, as if there was a special connection between them. Finally, the Earl gave the command to start, and his soldiers were hard to prepare for the offensive. Sodi scolded with interest. He wanted to see the whole arsenal of Earl Rand. All the soldiers took their positions, and the Count ordered the first operation. The first line magic detachment will go forward. They squeezed the charming sparkles, waiting for a signal to the attack. As soon as the team came, all the fighters on the forefront simultaneously destroyed a powerful flurry of magical blows on the monsters. The guy barely believed to his eyes. The enemies really rushed to battle with sticks. Another reported that the first wave of Great Escape lost the passion and began to dissipate, rushing to the left and right. The Earl was satisfied with such news and happily noted it. Further, land troops were to fight. They had to intercept the enemy. They strongly dealt with the monsters who tried to get around the flanks and successfully restrained the pressure. However, a new, even more terrible wave of the mold, which was clouded by all the previous ones, soon appeared. The guy was amazed. At first the enemies were weakened with sticks, then small groups changed the route, and then the soldiers were skillfully intercepting them. The Graf quickly realized how to use a limited number of magic sticks competently, and as it should be expected, he was able to adapt to the battle in the dungeon. The Earl constantly issued new orders to the second and third groups of interception, and the boy from the store believed that everything would go in the future. A formidable, deafening roar suddenly escaped from the dungeon. Looking closer, they saw a huge, terrible monster, and behind him the ranks were smaller than the smaller monsters. Your face clearly gave up a fright. The smaller monsters made sounds noisily, and the children could not take their passionate views. Behind this bustle, 3 bulls were slowly appearing, which was hard and threatening to hoof the ground. The soldiers who were on the ground rushed to attack the bulls, but they cleverly evaded, striking at lightning speed. No one could understand how possible it was possible. Maine explained that it was an iron bull with a strong body, but the movements had to be slower, because it had long gone beyond its capabilities. The observer noticed something more. Something was moving behind them too. At first glance, this seemed impossible, because the deadly march lasted, a phenomenon when the monster moves forward until they died. But why did they behave that? A giant escaped from the dungeon, which struck everyone with its size. He significantly exceeded everyone else, and hanging threateningly behind everyone. Everyone immediately realized that they were the main leader before them. His powerful roar forced steel bulls to go beyond his capabilities and start a deadly course. The guy suddenly realized, there is a real monster, a leader of other creatures. For the first time he saw him skillfully manage the escape, turning it into a bloody march of death. The watchman noticed that at the head of the march of death, which was leaked through a break, punched by steel bulls, there were locals who did not have time to escape. This spectacle to the depths of the soul screamed the Graf. They looked out, as if they had just returned after a long hunt in the forest and had no warnings about events. Maine was in a panic. One of them damaged his leg while unsuccessful attempts to escape. The Earl asked how it could all happen. The lightning pressure of the iron bulls breaks the weapons of warriors, leaving them defenseless. Soon they will no longer be able to restrain the invasion of the deadly march in several places, and if everything goes so and further, the enemies will break into the city. The Count did not panic. He did not think carelessly, but decided to save them for a real occasion. Turning to the commander, he assured, "You can always invent something." Seeing the defenseless peasants, the iron bull suddenly changed the target, and the Earl rested strongly that he had to act immediately. He wandered in search of a solution, struck himself in the face, and admired how much the power of one leader exceeded all the hopes and how failed. Thoughts about the need to change something constantly tortured him from within. Maine called Shioji-san. In the meantime, he cast his gaze on the Count and realized that for the first time in this world, he met a noble person who could really be trusted. After all, in order to engage in honest trade in these parts, it is necessary to have a reliable client with whom cooperation will not result in loss. So, the man from the store, seeking to support like-minded people, decided to show everyone the real power of the Aquin store. He gave a sign of Maine, and he immediately rushed for help. Together with the fighters attacked the monster and hurried to the residence. Maine did not move away from the wounded villagers while staying with them. The knights could not understand the true cause of this decisive support, and only surprised the man. Their surprise became even greater when they learned that this brave defender was just a guardian of a local merchant. Shaozi turned to Sashi-san. asking if her magic was able to restrain the monster. She replied that she could handle if the source was only in one place. However, she did not have any charming object capable of operating in several areas. Apparently, Maine also had nothing like that. The guy began to tease Sasha with magic rods, and noted that she wanted to remember one thing. The magic object changes its properties if he finds himself in an unusual state. For example, Shotgun noted that if you cut the object in half or mix it, the consequences may be completely different. He learned about it when he opened the mana. Sasha said she had previously met in the books the mention of lost magic. There was something described there. In fact, a magical artifact or force arises from a built-in magic stone, but it is the surrounding elements that determine what its capabilities will be. In fact, these details also give the object by force. If, for example, there are the same magical objects nearby, their energy can be crossed, affecting each other and generating a completely unexpected reaction instead of conceived. That's about it. It lifted around a huge, united magical rod, a true vortex of sparks. Armed with an advanced stick, she aimed at iron bowls, skillfully blocking them with the way. Kelp was stunning how the flame wall was rising, and the next one could not even imagine that they so quickly invented a similar way to use. Sasha only noted that all this was made possible by the advice of Soli Solza. The iron bull suddenly froze in place. The Earl ordered this method to be used to each unit, and if the infantrymen were able to destroy the iron bulls, then the enemy will remain without iron weapons. You reported that everything is fine and no problems. He said that Akina's shop was trading with iron wholesale, so the fashion was forging weapons, which then the Aqueen shop was transported by carts. The mowed hay was taken out on several carts. Mo explained that it took a long time because of a huge amount, but recently it completed the creation of 2,000 units of weapons and just arrived here. The graph reappeared again, and he was pleased that the model had come, and Aiken's shop helped to resolve all the issues of transportation. Here, he noticed one of the guards with a scale pushed the monster. His subordinates were surprised that the witch instantly came up with a completely new way of using magical artifacts. There was a group of mass movement along with the warder who followed the process. They argued that they turned the situation from head to head only in a moment, and the Akina store is not limited to it. It not only sells goods. Shogi noted that they do not want customers. Barely acquiring something, they became victims of bad weather immediately. The heavy sword shone in his hands, which she cut the monsters with a scope. At the same time, Sasha was spent magical attacks on enemies, and the Count's soldiers were not behind. They fought with a monster not to life, but to death. And it is now the right moment. Time for special service from the specialized store, Akinas. County soldiers were so passionate that they happily waved their hands without hiding their happiness. Shoji kept calm and firmly decided to deal with small prey first. The girls have not stopped the altercation when the monster commander stretched his hand sharply, grabbing the cave. Crick was heard. Everyone called for the commander to appear outside. The observer informed the Count that due to the joint efforts of the entire team from the Aquin store, the circumstances changed for the better. The Earl was pleased to say that this is a wonderful news. When small enemies were over, it was only necessary to come together in a duel with the main opponent. The observer reported that he had already entered the arena. She already stretched both hands and, firmly clutching the walls of the cave, tried to get out. Everyone was curious with interest, thinking what the creature was. The Earl explained that before them, a troll of the highest rank. However, someone noted that this creature was much larger than the usual higher troll, and suggested that it was probably mutated. Among all the trolls, it was the most powerful. When he completely got out of the dungeon, the soldier reported that it was an Archidarol. An Archidi is a creature that has such a striking ability to regenerate that it is called a true disaster between immortal creatures. It instantly heals even after slight injuries, and the chronicles show, once the Architula has withstood even the influence of ritual magic. Shoji wondered. So much unusual happened around. However, at first, when he was heading to the front, the Earl suddenly ordered his fighters to retreat. The monster with a scope of his fist in the ground where the first detachment was located. The boys covered the true horror in front of him. The Earl called him a vest, which he had not yet seen in these lands, a person who was hiding in the darkest bowels of the dungeon. As the main returned to them, her first question was whether everything was fine with Shoji-san. One of the soldiers reported the graph that neither fiery rod nor iron weapons were produced. He immediately ordered the use of mines and grenades. Another soldier reported that all the fighters from the front were already withdrawn, and the mana granats were distributed in all positions. But despite this, no one managed to approach him. It seemed that they could not change anything. But the shoji with the team reminded the RAND customer support service. The young man wondered in Maine whether she would be able to throw a magical grenade so high as to get to the archiderol. Maine took a grenade in her hands and answered with a confident smile that she was likely to have it. The Graf wondered what she hides behind her back. The soldier also replied that it did not matter, because those two gorges are located at a considerable distance from each other. Maine activated mana grenade by pushing and waving her way, sending it forward with such force that it was extremely impressed by the Graf. Agronite Man hit an arch troll, and a powerful wave exploded over us. After the explosion, everything around the dense haze, which was completely seen. When the fog was dispelled, they noticed that the troll was buried, and at that moment, the boys had almost believed in their victory. Suddenly, a sharp crack came from the troll's skin, and the boys just couldn't believe their eyes. A crack rapidly ran across his body, which widens with every moment until she covered the entire surface. It seemed like the skin was about to climb a whole piece, but it began to peel off the flaps. The arrest is finally conscious, and watching it, the Maine wondered how he survived after such a direct blow. The Earl was struck by incredible vitality. He seemed to be ridiculed, rapidly moving to the place where the soldiers stood, and waved in their direction. He destroyed everything that happened on the way. The Earl panicized. If mana grenades were powerless, nothing depended on them. It was impossible to allow that monster to come even closer. So the Earl persistently ordered Maine-kun to continue throwing grenades. The Maine immediately began to rake new charges one by one. The monster's body was increasingly covered with cracks. The characters were surprised to see how new faults appear on it. Goblin dropped his skin again and did not stop the predatory. Suddenly, his gaze broke out, and even a wider smile blossomed on his face. The characters did not believe their own eyes. The Earl dropped to the ground and said that if it does not produce, they are currently powerless to change something. He sadly noted that his possession was doomed to death. The protagonist first looked at the Count, and then he plunged into deep reflections for a moment without saying a word. He realized that he thought only one plan, and if he failed, all surgery would collapse. Was it worth the risk? He thought. Shoji was convinced that everything is not at all as it seems, and now it is not time to be in doubt. In the other case, it announces to everyone that there is a way to overcome this monster. Shoji turns to Maln and advises the girl to hold back and not spend her manga granite. Hearing these words, everyone was amazed. The guy's offer to defeat the monster caused a wave of surprise among those present. Shoji with a smile noted that if they succeeded, the blow would be so devastating that the enemy would not be able to recover so quickly. The Count was stunned if it is possible. The young man, indicating sideways, insisted that the rest of the soldiers should be evacuated. Later, he asked the comrades to return all the manga granites, for which the knight and the Count immediately stuck. He also called for people, ordered to bring the thought. For a while, Maoa appeared, rushing, and asked in sods if he was really going to go. Shoji turned to the man and asked if he could just make 2 big barrels right now. Muda thought for a moment, once again clarifying about the barrels. Then the man asked, "Does the guy really want to win?" Shoji answered in the affirmative. The next moment the man with the help of his skill creates tubs. The Graf is struck by what he saw. At this point, the wise notes that if it is a problem, then the Graf will be able to make Shatsi later. He undertakes to master the tubs. Muta promises to make the material you need if you use familiar tools and stocks that it always carries with it. Finally, the barrels were completed. This night something special happened. Muta created real masterpieces in the moment of his eye. The Earl marked the skill with delight, and then asked what these amazing barrels were intended for. Shudi approached Maine and asked to fill these barrels with grenades. She noted that these mana granites were only the tip of the iceberg. Once upon a time, when Sodi was growing mana granites, he cut them in advance, and a failed party, which he put aside, came out. He then asks the girl to fill all the barrels with these substances, not forgetting mana granites. Finally, she needs to push the managrani lever and close the lid tightly. Soon everything was prepared for the smallest detail. Chogji noted that the method of manufacturing this device is reminiscent of a manual grenade created from the soil. He no longer has magical grenades, so if the attempt is unsuccessful, everything will be lost. The girl nodded, making it clear that she had perfectly realized. Shoji used grenades instead of gunpowder, and the manu placed in them is like a wick. The scheme is quite simple, but the effect should be impressive. At this point, one of the soldiers reported that all the soldiers had already retreated. She added that the Main should now be tossed these barrels in the direction of the sheet troll. Main noted that this burden is heavier than the deck she had thrown before, but it was not frightened. Although the girl doubted whether she would be able to kiss enough, the young man turned to Sasha and wondered if she could use the magic to control the barrel flight. The girl confidently promised that she was pouring. Everything would get exactly the target. Shoji also asked her to use protective magic. He then pressed the switch and turned to the Main, ordering him to throw those tubs. She easily grabbed 2 barrels at once and threw them away with a crack. Everyone around the surprise. It easily scrapes huge barrels that fly directly into a healthy troll at a frantic speed. Shoji turned to Sasha. The girl instantly put a magic sign and released the leading feathers. Suddenly, the barrels were just above arm control, hanging in the air. This was incredibly surprised by all present. At the same moment, the barrels explode right at the troll's head. A powerful explosion suddenly sounds. Sasha brings a protective spell, protecting everyone from a devastating explosion. At the place where the troll was just standing, there was a deep, giant footprint. The knights solemnly informed that the victory over the main enemy was confirmed. Suddenly, the Earl addressed the knights and ordered that now it's time to cope with small opponents. Everyone joyfully celebrated victory. The next day, the events unfolded in the luxurious estate of Count Randa. The atmosphere of the holiday prevailed there. Everyone had fun and raised glasses. The Earl solemnly announced that it is now possible to note the opening of the Aqueen store. It passed for a while, and the Earl turned to Chogi, noting that there were too many unpredictable events during this grand escape. It was only through the ingenuity of the young man that they managed to overcome all these difficulties. He then opens up to all the many chests filled with innumerable treasures, and proclaims that it is a sincere gratitude that exceeds any remuneration. He asks everyone to accept this gift. After that, he turns to 2 wonderful guards, Mud, Kun, as well as to the comrades of the shop, Aquin and Shioga, and invites them to join his business. Shioji replies with a friendly smile, politely refusing. The Graf only sighs and nods, making it clear that she makes their decision. He also reports the young man of the next case, promising to share valuable information, which will certainly be useful for his future business. There is a people who are actively looking for a talented merchant. Shoji thought for a moment and decided to ask. The Earl explained that the charming elves were in mind. The surprise immediately reflected on the faces of all when the mention of the elves came. Shoji wondered if they planned to trade with the elf state. The Earl replied that he could not reveal all the details right here. He suggested discussing everything in his office in more detail, persistently advising to take part in this case. He then explained that he offers them trade with the elf country to open a safer and promising path to them. After all, in this great escape there were many strange and unusual circumstances, the details of which he carefully examined. It turned out that at the lower levels of the dungeons in different corners were arranged incense, which attracts monsters. Someone intentionally staged this mass breakthrough. However, who did it and why still remains a mystery. If the one who distributed this incense learned about these people, he would immediately recognize the formidable opponents in them, the heroes who broke the grand escape. If they are not going to stay in its territory, then for the great escape genius, this country is unlikely to become an attractive target. Elves are looking for a merchant capable of supplying large volumes of goods, but also with technologies that are not present in their country. In his opinion, this is a great opportunity to make money, so he advises to use it. In this case, he sincerely desires the Iron Store even more heyday. After that, they went on the ground of the elves. It turned out that you made a choice in favor of trade with the elf country. The girls agreed and shone with a great mood. Muda promised that he would follow him. The man added that he would become a personal blacksmith of the boy. The wise was overflowing with delight, learning that rare treasures were hidden in the possession of the elves. If he joins them, together they will be able to invent something exciting. Suddenly, Sasha wondered where they came from so many ash. Muda was surprised that he was also interesting. Might interrupted them by both, calling for silence. Sasha suggested using the magic of the contract capable of protecting an important contract and guaranteeing its integrity. The conclusion of a magical contract ensures reliable keeping of secrets and guarantees personal security. Main glowed with joy. She confessed that she was extremely interesting to know more about Shoji, so he wants to become even more valuable to the boy. Shoji realized that this is how you can combine and use the forces of everyone. All unanimously decide to use the magic of the contract and buy a contract that will guarantee the secrecy. The young man felt a sincere gratitude for them. Some time has passed, and all agreements were signed. The contract finally came into force. Then Sasha addressed Shoji to the question of why he hid his secret. Shoji agreed thoughtfully. The young man is asked what his secret is. He smiles mysteriously and shares that his secret hiding place is hidden in the heart of the forest. Everyone immediately decided to go there. Shoji exclaims them after, begging not to leave him behind. For a while they get homes, where everyone is waiting for an unexpected opening. The whole house learns where the guy came from his supplies. As soon as Shiogi opened the door and invited everyone to look into his secret greenhouse, his friends froze with delight. There is a place where it carefully grows rare plants and mysterious ingredients. Friends looked at all around, admiring every little thing. Everyone considered it full of madness, but Seoji insisted. Everything is due to his art of improvement. It became clear to everyone why Shoji decided not to discover his secret to others. The guy believed that this secret was too complicated for others to solve it. Sasha and Mava, filled with enthusiasm, added that there are many real unicals among these subjects, but Sasha is ready to take on any research, and Mava can skillfully make weapons and armor. Main noted that it was perhaps that he was able to support her in difficult debt time, thanks to the persistent improvement of Sodi, and the decision to help her made his own free will. The next morning you wake up and see the wall awakened. He said that, based on his skills, he invented a new product that he plans to offer the elves. Muda confessed that he had a certain connection with the land of the elves, so he knows something about them. In this country, they are careful about nature, focused on growing healing herbs and spices, and from human lands it is separated by a cautious distance. As the graph noted, they are constantly hunting the technological innovations that are lacking in their country, and when it comes to people, seek to attract those who have unique skills. So his gaze stopped on a young man's carriage. In the land of elves in love with nature, the roads were completely sprouted by the thick roots of the plants. To move them, a real test. But they are able to change the carts, so that he effortlessly leave the most difficult ways. Muda assured that he would first create a circular dust and then multiply it so that all of them can be fixed on the platform. The sage could not wait when he finally tried it and all, so he hastily drove Sodi, insisting that he would start immediately. Main reminded that in the elves' lands, where nature is of particular value, it is strictly forbidden to cut the roots. In addition, a large number of blades poses a serious threat to horses. But Muda decided it was a great idea. Shaozi suspected that Mawa simply did not pay attention to such little things. Shoji approved the idea of improving the visa so that it would be easier to move uneven, dusty streets of the city. He decides to use earthly technologies. He thought that such a cart would be extremely convenient. The young man appealed to the blacksmith and asked if he was familiar with the suspension. This depreciation device is widely used in the transport of its native land. The blacksmith was very interested in this resourceful design. The next morning, the fashion reproduces the shoji device. His admiration was so strong that he immediately began to reproduce this mechanism. There were some difficulties with the materials, but the witch came to his aid. They improved the cart and then decided to try it in action. Shuge enthusiastically noted that the result exceeded all expectations. After that, he noted that there are many similar things. Muda decides to equip a workshop for the improvement of crews, and Shioji, meanwhile, plans to plant a finished product. The girl said that men, no matter how years of age, always remain children in the soul. After that, they improved the cart for several days in a row. It is striking with its surprise. They coped with it faster than could be imagined. It happened because Mava found a quick way to make changes. Make was extremely exhausted that they had to reproduce a luxurious carriage again. The witch noted that he did not close his eyes throughout the night. She appealed to Maine to rearrange the mouse. The next day, giant roots emerged from the earth, dragging a number of carts. Everyone was stunned. Mawa noted Shogi that he still underestimated his own power. Due to the power of the young man, the angry will have time to build even more carts. After that, they decide to test this trolley in action. Everyone was delighted with this plan. The lantern gave them a sense of security even on the dark of the night. Muda and Shioji were bursting from pride for their own achievements. Finally, the preparation of goods for sale on the land of elves is completed. Soon our heroes are stepping on the Elbiv land. They noticed a strange root on the road and could not understand why blood was ongoing. Half an hour before, someone called the heroes, but they did not pay any attention. They continued to be fond of the cart, and suddenly the gates were noticed in front. Heroes are stepping on the magical lands of the elves. The characters were stunned by the unearthly beauty that unfolded in front of them. Maine confessed that he was amazed to the depths of his soul. The show in turn noted that this country was much more modern than he imagined. Now they were waiting for things in this amazing country. But with the roots in the ground there was one fever. They differ in thickness, so the surface of the soil is wavy and uneven. This feature has already become a common part of their existence. However, when people find out how convenient this trolley is, they are sure to buy it. In addition, he noticed, some roots secrete the liquid, and others not. Suddenly, the elf returned to the boys and wondered if they had never seen this fluid before. You agreed to taste his dish, but it turned out to be incredibly spicy. The soil has lost its suitability, and poisonous substances now seep out through the roots. The road has always sprouted in the ground. But only a few years ago, about 5, some liquid suddenly began to leak out of these roots. Where did these mysterious spots come from? It remained an unsolved mystery. Elf noted that this fluid had almost no effect on daily life or water, but gave the dishes of sharpness. However, the carts were failing rapidly. Their wheels deteriorated under its action. Shoji was convinced that everything was fine with food, but he understood that difficult trials were waiting for him. Suddenly, a girl named Elfin Glass turned to the young man. She suggested that she follow her, explaining that someone was calling them. They were met by an elf, who, as it turned out, has long and persistently called them to themselves. The man confessed that he only wanted to ask them some questions. This elf was the Baron Avard Raga Frame. His friends immediately recognized his voice. He could not believe his eyes, watching this amazing crew, which easily rolled down a bump. The wheels moved so smoothly as if they were pushed away by the whole liquid on the way. In fact, the Baron was tasked with improving the quality of roads in the country, so the cart immediately attracted his attention. Shoji said that this carriage is their fresh development. It is created taking into account the features of roads in the elves and brought specifically for sale. One of the elves asked them to show them this novelty the next day. In fact, there is another shop that is also going to sell him a cart. He seeks to use both trolleys to compete with each other. He promised that the winner would teach their masters to make such cards and receive a decent reward for it. It seemed like a great opportunity for Sodi, so he willingly agreed. Sasha remarked that the young man was surprisingly strange, and then wondered if he could help her. The next day, they were actively preparing for the competition. The Aquinas store was opposed by Gregory. Shungi wants them to sell at least one flashlight. Grigori decided to finally tell about his cart. Grigori's shop presented a new trolley with a high and durable housing made on the advanced wood processing technology. The main highlight is an innovative absorption system, embodied in the magical artifact they created. The wheels are covered with paint, so the liquid is practically not contaminated. Shogi announces that it is time to demonstrate their carriage. Mithril is made, it is surprisingly light and durable. The elves believed that such a huge amount of metal would be too expensive for them. In addition, a magic lantern was also housed on the cart. The wheels are equipped with a unique depreciation system known as a suspension. The wheels are made of monstrous material. They are elastic, do not absorb liquid, and are resistant to any influences. Suddenly, Sasha interrupted them and noticed that it was not all. She suggested to roll on the cart on top of the roots. Suddenly, the mechanism that irrigated the roots was activated, and the liquid disappeared instantly. The girl presented innovative spray technologies. Shoji guessed that this is the plan that Sasha invented the day before. It always keeps a whole collection of potions. However, the effect of the drug on plants does not last long. Shoshi noted that if there are more sawing machines throughout the country, it can be a solution to some problems. Shoji reported that this is the latest crew from Aiken's workshop. In this competition, the Smart Shop won a full victory. After learning about the results, the elf suggested not delay and immediately proceed to the contract. Subsequently, they came across a mutation that shared new knowledge. Sasha wondered if a man would find someone from the country of elves who could explore the fluid that seeps from the roots. Muda said that he knew a rather weird wise elder named a wagon from the elven forest. She is known for her eccentricity, so Shoji thought about this mysterious sake. Near the small wooden house, next to which another small building was huddled, the main character with dark hair asked about a mysterious wagon, the weird sage of the elfy forest. Sasha wondered whether the wagon was familiar with the secret of the problem of elfine lands. The old man, who they addressed, thoughtfully ran his fingers at the edges of his beard and replied that it was quite likely. He told that Furio was an Elfian. This man met her somehow during the collection of materials for blacksmithing. According to him, she possessed the magic of the spirits and was able to communicate with the gifts of the earth. Among the elves, it was extremely rare. He further explained that the elfish used these abilities to study soils and plants in the depths of the forest, although he did not know any other details. The black girl listened too carefully and suggested that this elfian can know something that she knows only. The heroine confessed that she would like to meet her. The man replied that the meeting is not impossible, but there are some difficulties. And the man lifted his fist to his lips and thought. It seemed to him that it is probably that this problem did not give all rest. In addition, he dreamed of expanding his business in the future, establishing the production of new crews. The young man lifted his head, and full of confidence, stated that in order to start a case in this country, all the difficulties associated with the soil should be studied in more detail. He proposed to go to a meeting with this elfration to carry out the plan. No one denied. On the contrary, everyone immediately supported this idea. The huge forest of elves, where trees grew so tightly to each other that it seemed like a solid, endless green creature from a height. 4 heroes stepped slowly the path that led under the forest. Finally, the silence violated one of them, noting that the elf probably lives somewhere near this place. Then the man began to call the Ellen loudly named, trying to find it, but in response did not come any sound. The forest was silent, enveloped in complete silence. The young guy suggested that he may have no one at home. Meanwhile, behind them the plants suddenly moved. Among all, there was a tall plant with a huge unloved bud, which rapidly rose up, looming over the 4 heroes. From surprise, everyone was embarrassed, covered with horror. The girl of small height suddenly pulled the sword from behind, looking back, without realizing what was happening. The dark-haired girlfriend suggested that all this is a matter of magical effect on plants. The flowers froze directly opposite the 4 heroes and froze in anticipation. Gradually, the bud moved wider, and when the petals were finally opened, an elf appeared inside, resembling a young child. She wondered what things the strangers came to her, and introduced herself to Furia. Lightly tilting her head sideways, Furia cast a shrewd look at the uninvited guests. Then she turned to the mod and the rest of those present. All 3 were surprised by a man who, having cleared his throat, greeted and noticed how many years and winted since their last meeting. The elfian still sat in a flower bowl, leaning over the heroes. She wondered what reason the man appeared to them, because it seemed that he was only interested in the blacksmith. But the hero assured that this time they came with a completely different question. A tall girl with dark hair joined their conversation, and immediately made a clarity as to what they did not want to talk about. About a liquid that comes from the very root of this country. About a monotonous sharp menu, and the complexity associated with the soil on these lands. She noted that if you know something, she will certainly feel it. The elf immediately alerted and asked why the person needed such information. Then the young man, unable to withstand the tension, decided to reveal the true cause of his curiosity. The young man's story struck the truck to the depths of his soul. He even exclaimed from delight, learning that the mysterious black-haired heroine created a medicine for the treatment of plant roots. For the elf, it seemed something incredible, and absolutely impossible. The girl assured that she understood the forgotten magic and used this knowledge to clear the pollution. However, the effect was temporary. Then the guy continued the conversation instead, explaining that in the future, they plan to use this elixir to expand their business. In addition, they asked you with the question, do you know something about the problem with the soil? Boudreaux hides even higher than the heroes, enveloping the shadow from where his eyes sparkle. Suddenly, an indignant exclamation of the Elfian is heard, which confesses that during the study of the soil, she learned about 2 important things, but just so she will not share this information. The young man was immediately surprised and asked why she was afraid to share this news. She replied that by opening the truth, she could jeopardize important scientific research. The hero asked what research was discussed. Then Fear Yu spoke ominous tone. Her gaze jumped cold. Her appearance was truly creepy. The protagonist has already taken off from surprise, but everything was quite different. The Elfian was delighted with the study of sweets. Her face was literally glowing with joy. The cheeks were pouring a gentle blush, and in her eyes, shiny hearts were dancing. 4 heroes froze in surprise. Extended eyes and complete misunderstanding of the situation were read on everyone's faces. Meanwhile, the Elfian, spreading her hands, began to talk about sweets enthusiastically. Stepping on the flowers, the girl shared. Relief comes to her heart as soon as she treats sweets. They become a salvation for her. In her opinion, sweets are able to save the whole world, because it is a true symbol of happiness. She flew into the air rapidly, and a happy smile shone on her face. Loudly, on the whole world, she confessed to her boundless love for sweets. She stopped and sat down, remembering how she devoted all her life to the acquisition of various sweetness from plants. But now only sharp crops are grown in her country. Now the wagon day and night feverishly looking for a way to fix it. Keeping hope in her voice, she told 4 heroes that their invention for extraction of plants can be a real revolution. Retained again, the Elfian arranged her legs wider than her shoulders and spread her hands wide on his sides. She stated that she would share valuable information if the characters fulfill certain conditions. After that, she began to voice the requirements. The elf ordered them to prepare and bring such sweets, from which even she, the real connoisseur of all delicacies, does not restrain the exclamations of admiration and pleasure. The characters were still frozen with open mouths of surprise. The young man did not even restrain and shouted. Then the guy wondered. They say if they fulfill all the conditions that the Elfian put forward, whether she could trust them. To what? And just smiled and replied that a person capable of cooking real delicious sweets just can't be a bad one. In addition, she was already bored with imported delicacies with suspiciously long shelf life. The young man thought, sweets seemed to meet all the standards, but somewhat caused anxiety in it. Then the characters talked about local food. The blonde confessed that the dishes here for her are too spicy, and she was immediately supported by others, a tall black girl and a chunky dwarf, nodding vigorously in agreement. The young man came to the conclusion that such a thing is absolutely needed in their lives. The main character proudly stated that he realized everything, and assured that in the movie store they will certainly prepare some deliciousness, which would inevitably cheer the Elan and make her shine with happiness. They returned to their cozy house and went to cook dinner. The young man, as a real master, stood at the table, crossing his hands on the surface. Meanwhile, girls dressed in a cute dress of maids skillfully ran in the kitchen. The young man wondered what treats you could hit the Elfine. After reflection, he decided that it was time to visit the Baron to talk about the affairs of the wagon factory. The elf with a little bitten hair and a cup of hot drink in his hand was surprised to lift his eyebrows, hearing the name of Furia from the mouth of the protagonist. Interesting. He wondered what he was talking about, but did not have time to register how one of the heroes had made ahead and called the elf old lady. The new moon with dark hair has confirmed everything and asked what problems with soils exist in this country. He then added that this information would be extremely useful to him. After what he said, the telephonist lied about a fierce era. The protagonist suggested that if the Baron turned to the elf and old, then she is much older than it looks. The Baron himself added, "Fierce, the creature is weird, and to remove the words from it will be not easy." Suddenly the hero noted that even tea in the country of elves had a sharp taste, and asked if they had milk. Unfortunately, the elf was forced to respond. The stocks of fresh milk were already over. The Baron noted that the elves have always been great connoisseurs of dairy products. They used them to mitigate the sharpness of their extremely popular diet in those days. The elves enjoyed fresh milk, added to tea. The young man added that there are several ways of processing milk. It is turned into butter, cheese, or yogurt. Aquinas reflected everything he heard from the elf, and finally realized what the answer to choose. Traveling in the crew, he smiled satisfied, thinking how surprised Freer Yu is the true power of his store. In front of the familiar elven forest, 4 heroes again gathered near the bud, where Fioris was waiting for them. Swillfully looking at the heroes, she confessed that she was eating only spicy dishes today and she was tired of them. So she ordered the young man to show faster the sweets he brought. The wooden box held by the blonde girl and the Elfian hidden inside, exactly those sweets prepared for Furio. As soon as the box was opened, there was some white dessert inside. Furia filled it with fluffy white foam, but she was surprised when she noticed the box to the touch was cold. This box was a refrigerator created by the mouse. Inside lay ice created with the help of Sasha ice magic. The elf went closer to the box in which the treat was hidden. Foira asked what was the treat. The hero replied that this dessert is called whipped cream. Elfa was sincerely surprised that she had not even heard of such delicacy. Closing her eyes, the girl leaned over the delicacies, carefully inhaling their aroma. The smell was incredibly gentle. It felt a special, unspeakable milk sweetness. She spent 10 with a spoon, and she was struck by the unusual tenderness of the dessert. He was light like a cloud. In no hurry, she lifted her spoon to her mouth, and the next moment quickly sent the delicacy to her mouth. In a moment, her eyes shone with delight. The fiery literally straightened on the full height and exclaimed that the dessert was instantly melted in her mouth. Her eyes glowed with admiration, and his cheeks were burning. She said something while the gentle dessert dickled in her mouth. A rich, delicate, and sophisticated fresh taste enveloped her mouth, awakening in the girl's body a true pleasure and penetrating her from head to heels. Elphia has barely managed to feel a pleasant, sweet flirt throughout the body, as she said immediately. Today, the characters have made so much effort, so she will answer them the same. The characters were silently watching Furia, smiling at her. For you, it was a real celestial bliss, and the dessert from the boss became a real pleasure for the soul and taste receptors. In the world where the main character was, dairy products were a real rarity. The fact is that they have not yet learned to effectively destroy bacteria that breed rapidly in milk. However, 4 heroes solved this problem. They changed the recipe for Syash Antidoris elixir, adapting it for food needs, and were able to disinfect milk. Instead of centrifuge, they used a drum that accelerated the dessert to dizzying speed. When the whipped creamy mass was removed from the rotating wheel, they added honey to it, and again carefully beat it all to the fluffy homogeneity. The characters invented unusual cream that were not yet in their world. You, without holding back emotions, ran to Aquino and hugged him so firmly that she almost knocked down, shouting in the whole voice about an unsurpassed, real sweet revolution. Both girls, Maine and Sasha, were completely jumping suddenly. Sasha opened her eyes with surprise, and Maine leaned with a bright blush. Fast to run to the couple, Maine exclaimed with indignation that February had to share with them important information in advance. Subsequently, all the characters sat, and the 4 focusedly prepared to listen to the story of the rage you were going to describe. She was the first to talk, and lifting 2 fingers with a respectful look that she had exactly 2 things known to her. The elves said that a few years ago fluid began to release from the roots, causing the food to acquire an acute taste, but soil contamination seems to have started earlier. Such news impressed Aquino by surprise. Lifting the index finger to emphasize the meaning of her words, she reported that recently, in a mine near the forest, was found a fluid similar to that of the roots. Elf, with a special emphasis, noted that it is a rocky place where not to find any roots. 4 heroes were stunned by herd, and a story about the probable infection long before their appearance, and a mysterious fluid that arose where there are no roots. When the hero wondered why everything was kept in such a secret, Ferreo replied that she did not exclude the artificial origin of pollution. She preferred not to raise the noise in order not to alert the offender. The hero wondered whether he violates the rules by opening the rules, opening this information to them. In response, she noted with a smile. Thanks to the heroes, she felt the true taste of the sweets she prepared for her. And now she will have a wonderful opportunity to watch them closely. The hero did not have the meaning of such a statement. Then, the Elfine, lifting the thumb to the face and pointing this gesture on herself, confidently said that she would be their ally from now on. The young man stood up and wondered what you meant, saying that you would become their friend. In response, the girl smiled gently. Sasha also jumped in admire that she wanted to find out more details about the soil you have just told about. The elf's finger reacted with admiration, explaining that it directly concerns the reasons why it intends to join them. Vario was the first to say in a dispute that there was already a concussion earlier. It seems that this was discussed. Thanks to the magic of spirits, she is able to communicate with plants and find out the information they need. The girl said she used this force to investigate soil contamination. She made contact with the roots that penetrate deeply into the land of the elven forest. She noted that even in those days, the deepest bowels of the earth were already poisoned. With a serious look, Pure Use emphasized that even the deepest layers of the earth and the elven forest are not older than you, so contaminated soil layers come from long, standing eras. After hearing Herd, the elf hinted at the prescription of these layers, and the key person thought about something important. Maine wondered in the elf that happened to the surrounding mines. In response, Fuhr said that it was the rocks that awakened the curiosity of the earth. Since then, it has begun to explore rocky mountains and other infertile areas outside the forests where plants almost do not grow. She continued, saying that in the abandoned mine, she was allegedly found a liquid that was similar to a poisonous substance found in the roots. Akinog suddenly exclaimed a place where there were no roots. The Elfian has started the language about contamination in the depths of the dungeon. The transparent fluid found on the surface of the mine was a mystery. It was associated with general contamination. So now she goes to explore the mine daily, hoping to unravel these mysterious connections. The man wondered what all this has to become their friend. Leaning his cheek on his clenched fist, Fear thoughtfully remembered. Once in her land was a famous sweet dessert sculpture. Now she wants to bring this tradition to life. Suddenly she exclaimed that she could not reveal this secret only to her husband. Heroes whose manners were strikingly different from the usual ones could help to resolve this problem. In addition, she confessed that she is able to eat an infinite number of whipped cream. So there was no other choice than to adhere to their company. The young man was confused for a moment, but quickly figured out what was being talked about. At the same time, he warned her so that she would not stop this case only in order to eat. Then the guy thoughtfully noticed what benefit to them will bring your presence in the role of a friend. Closing her eyes and exhaling with relief, the Elfian smiled with a sense of pride. She talked about her ability to communicate with plants, more than asking. In response, the young man looked at the girl silently, looking in her face in question. She said she had recently used this ability to talk to the aromatic herbs that decorated the whipped cream. She was heard from the plants. They told that they were multiplied by mysterious power, and it was done specifically for her. She continued to tell her that the plants had opened, assuring that the guy was able to grow anything. The girl emphasized that such a talent is extremely rare and truly impressive. The heroes were quite surprised by such developments. The young man was slightly strained and replied that it was a commercial secret, accessible only to his comrades. Sasha even emphasized that a magical connection is concluded between them, so that no one is unnecessary. Fiore noted that given the circumstances, she also found herself under the action of a magical contract. So much she sought to become part of their team. The following was all the advantages that its presence can bring to the group. You have issued a sentence, based only on the actions of the fourth part of the heroes. Aquino took over command. Maine was at the head of security. Sasha managed the development of new products, and the old elf was responsible for the safety of the rear. The Elfian added that although the balance is not bad, they still need to strengthen the overall power. These words she voiced to Kino, who stood in front of her, silent. The girl spread her hands wide and confidently announced that she was ready to become their support. Its exceptional strength, combined with the ability to support the weaknesses of the four heroes, immediately came into the eye and became an obvious advantage. The young man was surprised by what accuracy and details the Elfine described everything. But her story did not end there. She also added that the monster lives in the abandoned mines, slightly glanced to the side and put her palm on her chest. The Fuja reported that she had contributed to everyone during the investigation in order to allow her to take an entrance exam. Her proposal sounded as the main one. However, she asked what other heroes have about. The old man noted that he fully approved the inspection of the mine. The owners of mines, gnomes, lived quite close, so he was courteous to learn more about the amazing liquid. Grandpa added that with her help, he will be able to develop and improve his blacksmith skills. Sasha agreed that she had nothing against such developments. She noted that this would help to solve the riddle of the soil and expand the capabilities of the store. In addition, elf can be indispensable in the study of lost magical arts. Finally, the girl added, after the test, if necessary, they will certainly invite Furia to cooperate. The last of the four main boys spoke, shining with joy. She proudly said that she has recently gained an increase in the rank of adventure seeker, thanks to her recent achievements, and seeks to become stronger to protect Aquino. She said she would be pleased to see the Fury strengthens their strength. After these words, the girl was strongly scattered, and the rest of the company began to charming it quietly. The young man touched his chin with his fingers and plunged into deep reflections. Aquino sincerely sought to strengthen the store's position to be ready for new challenges and unknown business competitions. The cultivation skills were certainly powerful, but the harvest goes all night. In addition, its use certainly requires a piece of land or at least a field, which is a significant defect. The guy again turned to Furui, wondering how the weaknesses of the hero's ability with voice can be compensated. Furuja smiled self-confidently, and, slightly raising his eyebrows, expressed all her confidence in herself. The main character in response also smiled, and calmly closed his eyes. The chairman confidently stated that he would take the entrance exam for the elf. He proudly urged everyone to keep a close eye on what a newcomer is capable of. The attendees were somewhat surprised by such an initiative, but with enthusiasm were preparing for the test. On the horizon, the mountains, which were stretched by the endless chain. In the shadow of one of them, a dark blade was erupted, the entrance to the mine. 5 brave heroes gathered next to the failure and, without hesitation, disappeared in its viscera. They hear someone carefully walking in a dark room. However, the darkness cuts the soft light of the lantern in the hands of Cinema. Looking around, he specifies, "It is an abandoned mine." The old man said that once this mine was a source of rare metal, the Adamantium. However, now there was no trace from him. Therefore, he added, if at least a little of this metal is still left, the hero would be able to derive more powerful weapons for Maine. At that moment, the girl exclaimed. Aquino explained that it was here that the mysterious contaminated fluid. You nodded in response, confirming, you need to go a little further. Suddenly, a whole army of giant ants appeared over the heads of the heroes, just on the ceiling. The elf was surprised that they had a surprisingly rapidly. The Maine did not restrain himself and told all the power of voice what these gigantic ants were real monsters in strong armor. Aquinas listened to this story. 3 desperate heroes, Modes, Sasha and Maine, rushed to the hell of the battle and immediately deal with the enemy. The wagon expressed admiration for the skill of the Trinity, but paid special attention to Maine, emphasizing that it was the main driving force of combat. Maine destroyed every monster with a powerful wave of force, from which her sword could not stand and broke. Fortunately, she had a few more spare. When observing the battle of the girl, Fury finally realized everything. She remembered that she had heard this weapon on the road. This weapon was called the Murderer. As mentioned earlier, many weapons have already been destroyed due to the extremely strong armor. Maine broke another sword and quickly took another box, but loudly exclaimed that it was the last sword that remained there. Then, voice full of anxiety, you said that once it happened, it was time to act. The girl began to read the spell, calling the spirits to establish a connection with that tiny spark of life. A moment, and the grass that grew in the mine grew to incredible size, turning into real giants. The heroes were surprised. The girl loudly ordered the plants to ruin the earth, and those, obeying her command, took a lot of time. Me couldn't believe her eyes. Just turned into arable land. The elf ordered the sword carefully to dig into the ground, leaving no trace on the surface. When they coped with this, the young man asked the girl asking, can she now show her skill in the art of growing? Closing her eyes, the girl said she was already feeling the first roots from the ground, and the sword. They reproduced lightning, like potato sprouts, and instantly covered everything around. She exclaimed that this ability was simply absurd. Back, she waved her hand and exclaimed the spell of accelerated growth. The swords instantly grew up from the ground. There were many of them. Everything around the blades. Sasha, Model, and Aquino froze from the surprise they saw. Their eyes became round and their mouths opened with surprise. Maine jumped to the swords, grabbed one of the couples, and rushed headed back into battle, cutting the giant ants into pieces. All present were amazed at what speed she defeated the opponents. Marin was enthusiastically noted that it was really incredible. Thanks to this technique, she no longer has to worry about the accumulation of a huge amount of weapons. At the same time, they continued to move the mine tunnels until Midid asked where the poisoned fluid was located, which Fiorium told them. The girl replied that she was already in the place where they were before. Some again came across a giant ant, and it was quite surprised that such creatures had not disappeared. However, the young man drew attention to one characteristic feature. It was no longer the same ant, because its color was different. This creature was in bright red, unlike others. She raced towards the heroes with lightning speed and frankly hostile mood. Mood tried to pierce this obstacle, but it did not work. It was much stronger than all other black traps. Maine also tried to attack the enemy, but the ant was even more agile and easily evaded her blows. Sasha could not cope with him either, because her spells simply did not act on this rival. Then Furio turned to Aquino, promising that she would be doing Santa. She assured that she would prepare a moment when each of the characters would be able to strike a decisive blow. The elf looked carefully and seriously into the eyes of the young man, and he, having put his eyebrows and put his hand to his mouth, plunged into reflections on horde. The young man shouted loudly that he was fully supporting the decision, and gave the order of Mudu and Sasha to cover the offensive, which began for you. The elf again began to spell over thin grasses, turning them into huge plants. The protagonist immediately drew attention to the thick thickets of ivy who wrapped up this place. The elf proudly stated that even the fastest ants would not be able to evade so many ivy, and the girl was not mistaken. The ant was clamped in a trap of this plant. Without releasing the enemy, she ordered other heroes to immediately move on to the offensive. Each one in turn struck, driving the final blows with a sword. Mane finally crushed the ant. The trap for the ripples, along with the murravant, flew into small debris. Everyone froze in surprise again. What they managed to overthrow this monster seemed incredible. For the heroes, it was really extraordinary. The Elfian straightened, raised her head proudly, shook her hands and stated with a smile on her face, "It is the power of her most powerful support." Suddenly, the hero noticed something that mysteriously glittered near the body of the ant. Maud and Mane were interested in closer to look at the find better, and in a moment their faces blossomed with delight. In the eyes of both heroes, sparks of grip were played. It is good that this metal turned out to be Adamantium. They assumed that there were very little left, and now this ant has swallowed a valuable prey. While Maud and Mane were carefully examined by metal, the other three came closer, and immediately noticed some liquid. Sasha wondered if this fluid was the contamination they were looking for. He answered the elf flippantly in the affirmative. A girl with dark hair noted that this puddle resembles a dirty fluid, but there is still some difference. She herself could not understand how she found herself in this strange place. After getting a test tube, the girl said she would take her with her and try to explore this liquid. After completing all the cases in the guild, they went to the exit. Soon friends were already in the open air, heading to the cart. Unexpectedly, the Elfian said that her strength is the gift of the hero. All four were immediately alert and looked at her carefully. Aquino turned to his friends, noticing the smiles on their faces. At this point, the guy from the town solemnly announced that the wagon had successfully passed the test and could now be considered a full member of his shop, and the girl's face shone with happiness. Having swirled, she cheerfully said it was quite natural, and now the hero should take care of her. At the same time, the wagon immediately came to list all the components of worry: salaries, 3 meals a day, and other important little things. She also joked that she wanted to get a fee with whipped cream. Meanwhile, the heroes returned to the city on their carts, but halfway they had a familiar figure. Aquinas immediately recognized the hero, Baron Dora, more known as the Cold Secretary. Without spending a minute, she jumped out of the carriage and loudly announced that she finally found the characters. And without holding back joy, she rushed to meet them instantly. The young man asked the secretary to ask what happened. In response, she asked them to come to the estate as soon as possible, and finally mentioned the dwarfs. She then declared loudly that she was striving for the heroes to save the country of dwarfs. Her unexpected words stunned all present. The hero stopped for a moment as soon as the difficult exam ended. The girl, standing in a carriage, spoke, looking at the cinema. The Elfian cheerfully reported that she had whipped cream for lunch, and boldly added, "Now it is a familiar dish for her, because she is a noble kind." The young man took care of every little thing, and confidently stated that even when the Elfka would eat everything until the last crumb, it will be amazed. The girl tried to turn out, assuring that nothing like this would happen, and the impression of it would not make it. As soon as she tasted the flavor for the second time, she immediately felt a completely different taste. The young man, smiling, stated that he thought. The annoyed girl denied. This time it was not at all as previously. She said that she gave her heart special tenderness in advance, and yet, when the dessert touched his lips, he immediately melted, leaving a unique taste. The hero also noted that this time, the cream was knocked down thicker than the past, because they were not mixed for a long time. The elf literally glowed with joy. The girl was fervently scattered, and a tiny drop of cream appeared on her clavicle. Furia was restless. She was not tempted by this dessert, though she did not hold back the admiration for the cinema cream. The young man was a little cheered and urged the girl to prepare. After all, the elf has no right to lose the charms of the cream. Then he wondered if she would have been such a defeat, lying a spoon with dessert, as if a small baby. The girl confidently replied that she would never lose. All her clothes and faces were smeared with dessert. From this incredible tenderness, her cheeks were instantly blossomed. The other 4 heroes were silently watched by the Elfian, and the new moon with a light smile advised her to wipe out all this sweet stickiness. A sheet with a thick cream was crossed out, and a note appeared nearby. "These cream is no longer allowed to serve Fourier." A carriage rolled to the majestic and luxurious estate of the Frame of Door, like lightning. The characters came out with elves. Aquino asked in more detail what was meant by the salvation of the dwarf country. Here, the young man standing nearby added that a messenger from the dwarves came to them, who searched for one important thing. A real truck came to you here and asked why she was with the heroes. She explained that she recognized the extraordinary abilities of cinema and decided to join their team. The Elfian jokingly noted that everyone was considered strange, but in response she stated with a smile, "Real force is hidden in the whipped cream." Baron reported that the gnome who came to them was extremely exhausted, so he is now resting in the next room. Suddenly the door slid, and two dark figures emerged from them. Mysterious silhouettes rapidly approached the heroes, causing those true wonder. Once the gnomes were in front of them, the fashion immediately recognized them as Andabarian's guests. Those, in turn, also recalled the mod and pleasantly surprised the meetings. One of the gnomes wondered why the model appeared here, and then asked if everyone was present, his comrades. The model confirmed with a smile, adding that it was a long story, and remembered that he was now working in a movie store, and then introduced his new friends to her. The one who tirelessly talked from Mo all this time finally introduced himself. It was a traveling blacksmith named Gaston. He noted that after the rest he was full of strength. Meanwhile, a bold dwarf with curly hair, which still stored silence, briefly called Barian. It turned out to be Gaston's guard. Gaston gladly greeted everyone and confessed that he was looking for a merchant. Wandering, filled with tears, brought them in the land of elves, where he asked the Baron to find out if there is a merchant that is capable of everything. The model hurriedly rushed to stop them, calling not to arrange a traditional speech, but just move on. Maud wondered in the gnome why they, in fact, engaged in trade, and what was happening in their lands in general. Carefully, she suggested that the war broke out in their country. However, Gaston replied that events are much more frightening than any military confrontation, and then he loudly stated that in fact, a high column could be destroyed at any moment. Maud was confused without believing the words of a friend, and asked if it was not a joke. Gaston confirmed without delay. Everything said, the true truth. Once upon a time, a huge crack has really passed in the high column, and even now it is being threatening. Cinema and the rest of the characters were closely monitored, although they did not realize what the majestic column was talking about. Mott said that the giant column was one of the powerful pillars on which all the country they know. Their land was actually underground, and the massive vault was supported by metal supports. The hero heard it with an incredible surprise and, not yet believing heard, began to reproduce the lives in mind. Maine cut the conversation sharply, asking the crack in a high column. Gaston explained that the situation is critical. If nothing is used, the column can break, and then a collapse will occur on the vault. That is why he appeared here. It was really dangerous. Gaston said that for centuries, these majestic columns served as a support for his country. No one still knows why the crack appeared, but above all, their task was to repair the damage. With a worried look, Gnome reported that the high column consisted of a large number of rare metal, Adamantium. Therefore, Gaston was looking for a merchant who sells such values. Then Aquino asked the fashion with a question about Adamantium, because they recently managed to get it in an abandoned mine. The mod answered in the affirmative, confirming that everything is fine. Maud told that once there were huge deposits of adamantium under his country, so the columns were erected from this unique metal. Now it is impossible to obtain adamantium, as in other abandoned mines. The gnome gradually immersed himself in his reflections, continuing to move into his own world. And then Gaston noted that they definitely need to get about 100 giant carts loaded with adamantium. In addition, he emphasized that the carriers should go through special training in order to safely send this valuable cargo to their country. All present were impressed with the horde. Such news just stunned them. No one could imagine that the figure would reach such a scale. Barian also joined the conversation, adding, if they agree, the amount will be 400,000 gold coins. They are honored as real heroes, and the king himself will conclude with them profitable trade agreements on special conditions in the future. Gaston tilted his head, closed his eyes and said quietly that the term was as early as possible. Otherwise, the gnome state will disappear without a trace from the face of the earth. Touching the chin with the tips of the fingers, and asinally plunged into reflections. The 400,000 gold here were equated with the unprecedented 4 billion yen on earth, and more. The agreement was accompanied by the support of the king himself. If they agree, it will be the most important agreement in all his life. However, there was one but. The young man turned to Wisdom and asked how far the country of gnomes is located from the elves. The gnome replied that they seem on the map, but in fact the puppy state is hidden deep underground, and the way promises to be long and difficult there. Sitting on a chair, the young man returned to Baron and reported that he had previously agreed to transmit a new crew-type technology. However, if the Baron prefers the work of dwarfs, he will immediately give up this task. The Baron immediately waited for his hands, claiming that the country is in danger, and he should come to the aid of the gnomes as soon as possible. Here, the Baron's secretary joined the conversation and noted that yesterday in the southern lands of their country, there was a rain, so powerful that it destroyed many crops. In response to Baron's remarks, the Elfius confessed that she also wants to help the gnomes with him, but she must first manage her own business in this country. The visa of a new sample, capable of moving quickly and transporting both roots and fluid, will be extremely useful. When it comes to food, food stocks will not interfere. It was these two things that they were absolutely needed. Gaston, amazed at the herd, frozen on the spot. But the secretary continued. The ram tried to stop it, but she still had to tell the truth. The girls noticed that for all the carts, even those who went to the dwarves, everything was already prepared. In addition, they needed 100 more great carts, each of which was filled with a provision. From the herd of the hero's eyes were unwittingly jumped out of orbits. The figure was simply stunning. The secretary had already begun to announce that for his merits the hero belongs to 300,000 gold coins, and here the Baron himself intervened in the conversation. He noted that it is simply unrealistic to organize so many carts. He also added that the threat of dwarfs can turn into a catastrophe for the whole state. Finally, he assured that their country is sure to find another way to solve the problem. Aquino smiled and turned to his comrades, asking how it seemed to them. The characters only answered proud smiles. Sasha noted that 100 giant adamantium carts will not create any difficulties for the country of dwarfs. The new type of trolley has almost the same load capacity as large models, so the dwarfs will easily cope with 100 such modern carts. She also noted that the problem with the soil on the lands of the elves would also root in the bowels of the earth. If the territory of the dwarf is located underground, it is possible that it is there that the key to solving contamination is hidden. Therefore, they should prepare for careful research. Maine confessed that she seeks to feed the residents of the Elfie country with useful vegetables they sell in the main store. Furio added that she would also treat them with cream to get even more supporters. Most believed that he was indifferent to the fate of the countries, but if Aquino would save him, he would be grateful. Gaston with Baron did not understand anything in the situation. Aquino boiled with impatience. 2 important requests at once, this usually seems impossible. But since the hero revealed everyone's secret about the art of cultivation, it became quite realistic to fulfill both requests. The hero proudly announced the affected elves and gnomes that his shop is accepting both orders. Gaston could not understand how this young man managed to say hello to everyone at the same time. Vova was no less stunned by this. Then Emo stated that if Aquino promised to do something, then he would, and ordered everyone to believe in him. Baron and Gaston exclaimed loudly that they asked for Aquino for help. The characters strongly left the palace and went to prepare for further events. Aquino proposed to start with the distribution of tasks. He advised that the mane and the wagon would first expand and strengthen the fields. Mudu ordered to teach the elves to manage the cart, because for those who seize new carts for the first time, it will be quite difficult to deal with them. Sasha was instructed to improve the wheels of the cart, made of monster materials. This is necessary for them to be perfect for ways that usually travel gnomes and elves. The girl enthusiastically took the task, promising that she would adjust everything to the features of each road. For gnomes, to easily descend from the mountains, and for elves, to confidently move the slippery, blurred reins of the southern roads. The young man proudly exclaimed to his comrades, calling them to take the case quickly. At this time, everyone was passionate about their business. Maine worked in the field, expanding the processed areas, and Sasha plunged into laboratory tests, analyzed a new liquid, and experimented with different bottles. Moid gradually taught the elves to ignite the campfire around the carts. Fury, using their magical abilities, actively accelerated the growth of plants and at the same time expanded their possessions. Time passed. Finally, a huge field stretched before the cinema, and the Maine solemnly stated that the expansion was completed. Then the young man cautiously put a massive adamantium massive block on the ground, explaining that it should be hidden underground, and he took up the case. After that, he asked to repeat the same thing she showed in the mine. In response, I said that later the guy would have to treat her with cream. She said the spell of growth acceleration, and the whole sea of adamantium is rapidly spread over the vast area. The young man praised the girl for lightning speed and ordered not to stop adamantium. In the future, they will act in the same way. They will gradually increase food supplies and add new carts. The moon had already risen high above the horizon, and when Aveno crossed the threshold of the house, he saw the mine that he was sitting at the table and was something enthusiastically occupied. Maud shared his thoughts without hesitation. He was convinced that he would cope with Adamantius and be able to leave a little of this sumo's metal to create a weapon for the young lady of the main character. He assured that he was almost completely prepared for any surprises. The young man decided that Moed would only be able to relax when he did something, so the hero also made every effort. 5 days have passed, and the characters gathered again in the Baron Palace. The 2 gnomes who just arrived, together with the Baron and his secretary, admired the magic panorama that opened before them. On the street stood exactly 100 carts, upwards loaded with adamantium. And on the other side, as many carts waited, filled with provisions for elves. All 4 were stunned by this. For them, it seemed impossible to collect such a large number in only some pathetic 5 days. Aquino noted that this crew was provided to them as a separate service. It moves much faster than a regular carriage. Be sure to show how to create such amazing crews on the return of elves. Gaston was delighted with how wonderful this carriage was, and the Baron could still not squeeze how the heroes managed to prepare everything so quickly. Gaston, together with Baron, solemnly stated that these reserves of the provision and adamantium would be enough to save everyone. Therefore they, full of pride, stood before the heroes and offered them to accept a well-deserved reward. After that, they quickly sat in the carts and announced that they needed to go immediately. All carts moved from the place. Aquinas thought what could happen on the lands of the dwarfs, but no matter how circumstances were, he was convinced that they would cope. They proudly and courage went directly to the country of dwarves. Over a while, Shioga, along with his team, finds himself in a vast room. He noted in surprise that this was the entrance to the underground kingdom of the novel. Numerous carts, harnessed by horses, passed this gate. The main gate had a huge slope, and someone noted that they were truly massive. Maud smiled and added that it was an underground entrance. Shoji first thought that he saw the same mine in which they fought with giant ants in the elves' lands. But carefully analyzing the map in his memory, he realized this place is located quite near that place. Suddenly, at the end of the stone tunnel formed by the arches, there was a cleavage, in which an incredible number of carts rolled without stopping. Shosh finally realized their path leads underground. He asked Mood to the question, why is the country of gnomes located underground? After all, if they live so well, could they not settle on the surface? Muda said that their people also first lived on the surface. However, after one event, they had to move underground, where they accidentally came across a rich ore deposit, and it turned out to be extremely appropriate, because they are all blacksmiths in their profession. When they reached the lived, a huge cavity opened before their eyes. It was then that the king of dwarfs decided to turn this giant dungeon into a home for his people, and laid the foundation of the first city. Shatsi listened to this story with sincere enthusiasm, and considered it truly amazing. Suddenly, Kucher looked at the mind and asked if it was only the beginning. Buddha smiled and confirmed, and then with a barely noticeable trick, he did not know about it immediately. Shudzi was surprised that there was light in the tunnel, although there were no torches or lamps around. Muda confirmed his guess and explained that the road to the underground kingdom, they grow light. And then he asked in Shuds whether he really sees everything so clearly. Jaji first decided that it was just a glowing paint on the ground, but later he realized, for the fantastic world, such a detail is quite appropriate. But his reflection was suddenly interrupted by Main. He pointed towards and called on Shodzi to look there. They saw giant shining columns decorated with gorgeous drawings. Shioji said in delight that it was just incredible. Main did not stay and added that everything looks really charming. Sasha remarked that these columns were made of mithril, and enthusiastically added, the relief on them is simply striking the imagination. Main noted that the mitre has an extremely good shade, completely different than that of her own mitrilly sword. Muda said that these pillars are a kind of greeting to their homeland. They created them with special care to properly impress the guests and not look weaker. Shoji was amazed. The technical skills of the dwarfs really impressed the imagination. He noted that the walls were perfectly smooth and amazing wall drawings were placed on them. Muta explained that the fresco depicts the legend of the founding of the kingdom of dwarfs. Shoji was interested in asking the man about this mythical history. The driver told that they went down underground. It was a long history that reached a time when the world was harsh and restless. Those days were a real hell on the earth. The fierce monster was pouring everywhere. One race erected high walls and hid behind them. The other found shelter in the depths of the forest, and another one descended underground in search of safety. Muta said that according to legend, his ancestors were forced to look for shelter underground. Main added that it was incredibly difficult to survive those times. Muta nodded, agreeing, and invited everyone to pay attention to the wall painting. Surprise and admiration at the same time were on the faces of the audience. He said that this is how his ancestors were able to build a safe state. The underground gate was also specially installed at an angle so that the monsters could not easily open them. Sasha noted that it is really difficult to open such angular gates. Shiogi also noted that myths and legends are often intertwined with the fantasies of people of future generations. He thinks about whether such events really took place in the distant past. Fashion noted that it was unknown to anyone. But the story happened many generations ago. If someone remembered those distant times, it would no longer be a legend. Sasha said that, according to studies, there are traces of a large number of ancient monsters around the world that lived on Earth many centuries ago. According to scientists, it was a large-scale escape from the dungeon. Shadzi suggested that if this happens around the world, you can see a similar picture everywhere. Other gnomes said that their ancestors were escaping, descending in the dungeon. This tunnel became a symbol of honor for those brave relatives who sacrificed everyone for the sake of the bright future of their descendants. It arose due to the dedication of engineers of those times whose tears and hard work resumed the ancient passage. Shoji believed that every time they found the areas that needed the repair, they were immediately updated, introducing the latest technologies. So this impressive tunnel was born. Finally, Muta reported that the kingdom remained there. His mouth blossomed into a cunning smile when a mighty white glow broke out in front. When everyone came out of the tunnel, Muta reported that it was their home country. The horde caused a great surprise. Main almost dropped out of the carriage when the appearance of this country. Shihabi noted that the local area was much larger than she imagined. Despite the fact that they were underground, a wonderful light prevailed around. Shoji was also surprised to see the country of dwarfs, but his reflections were unexpectedly cut off. Mava, enthusiastically gesturing, pointed to some mechanism in the valley. He described it as an unwavering, high column that holds the whole kingdom. Suddenly Sodi's gaze fell into a crack that spread over the once majestic high pillar. Shoji asked if it was possible to repair it with the help of prepared adamantitis. The man replied that they planned to fill the cracks with pieces of adamantitis, more precisely, to melt it and pour it inside. This time, the dwarves seemed to choose the method of strengthening. Shoji asks if this way is too rude. Muta replies that only outlines the general scheme, and the true method is kept secret as its own professional move. Shoji mentally agrees with him. The Baron reported that the materials were already looking for a place, and his people will soon unload luggage. However, the Shoji group is ordered to stay here and wait. Shoji thought for a moment, and then stated that it was a real masterpiece. Main supported him, adding that they were in an incredible place. Suddenly one of the gnomes turned to Shoji and apologized for taking care of him in the morning. He reported that the oldest master wants to see the young man. Shoji mentally asked if he heard correctly. It passed for a while, and the man in the crown, turning to the Shyoga's detachment, called them brave traitors, and sincerely thanked for the fact that they came to the aid of his country. The man introduced himself as Miroto Eugelis Deus. Shudi looked at the wall, and he confirmed. Miroto was their monarch. Shaozi realized that his assumptions were true, but immediately wondered what reason the king himself was here. The Syoji bowed low, introducing himself as Aquinas Syoji, a traitor. In response, the man assured him that it was not necessary to apply so officially, because the boys had already helped him. Having glanced giant boxes with ore, he enthusiastically noted that the young man managed to get so much adamantitis in such a short time. This is a real miracle. Shachi believed that this time the stocks he brought should be enough to somehow overcome the crisis in the country. The man gave him permission. He also added that, as a sign of gratitude for the wonderful work of Aiken's shop, he prepared not only a cash, but also a thank you. On behalf of Miro Yugels, he solemnly announces that Aiken Sodi was raised to the rank of head of the underground gate. Shogi asked in a mud, which means the title of the main guard of the underground gate. To this, Muta replied that this title in the world of people is equated with the graph. Then Shogi was surprised to realize that he was given a graphic title. Dwarf explained that the king is not only a wise ruler, but also the most prominent master in the whole country. It was he who found a vulnerable place in the vault of this deep cave, and almost without anyone's help, managed to erect 2 more massive columns. To be honored with the king himself, and to receive his honorable title is an extreme honor. Main also noted that it was extremely cool. Sasha smiled and joked that Shioge has become a real aristocrat. Like, now city beauties will not give him a pass. The elfine also sweeping that even such a status is not enough for a person who is skillfully cooking creamy cream. Shoji imagined himself a noble. In the status of the aristocrat, he could gain even more benefits for himself. But suddenly it was illuminated by an unexpected thought. Shoji sincerely thanked the king for his generous offer, but was forced to give up. The ruler did not expect such an answer, and was surprised. Shoji noted that, having a certain position, it is unlikely to be able to do things freely. Muta asked him to stop. Suddenly the king laughed and confessed that it was true. He also thought more than once to renounce the throne, because he dreamed of becoming a blacksmith, not a crown person. He agrees and assures that he understands everything. However, he decides not to give the boy a bureaucratic title and promises to find a different way out of the situation. The man he looks at Shioji reflects on how grueling and burdensome responsibilities of the nobility. Main noted that for Shodzi it was a defeat. Sasha agreed with that. Elf added that the only title that should be conveyed is the title of king. The Muta waved in response, they say. To him this post too. Shoji decided that the request was coming to an end. There were no serious difficulties. The king reported that the store had already been prepared for the store, so everyone can first relax. There are also delicious dishes made from root crops. Other gnomes were interested in asking the boys to share stories about their homeland. The girls gladly wondered if they did not bring the guests of something sweet. They went on the road, and suddenly you turn. A giant column with a deep crack rises behind your back. Unexpectedly, some substance begins to leak out of that crack. The next morning, even before sunrise, the gnomes thanked the young man for the fun story he entertained them last night. They sincerely invited him to visit Keenest's shop again. Muta reported that the elf cooker had already moved the first, so they returned. Shoji wondered if the mutation would remain with them. Muta noted that they had already delivered Adamantium, so their mission is complete and nothing depends on them. At that moment, the king suddenly called Shoji. Shoji wondered what had happened. The king tried to pick up the words, but was lost. Then Shoji interrupted him and asked directly, "Does a crack in a high column, a mysterious fluid?" The king agreed, adding that he wanted to talk to the young man later about this issue, and so far he suggested that he only observe. Subsequently, they approach the hut, within which they find some liquid. The dwarf explains that the morning patrol found a strange-smelling fluid in the table during inspection of a crack in a high pillar on the floor. Sasha was in surprise whether it was indeed on the floor, not on the ceiling. The king replied that the roof of the stodel has melted and now flows down drops. Shatsi immediately felt the strange smell of this fluid, which was dissolved. It seemed to him that it could be some acid. The girls looked at the liquid in surprise. Sasha noted that she strikingly resembles the same substance that they once found in the mine on the lands of the elves. She noted that so far the only thing they managed to learn about mysterious pollution in the elven country is that the traces of pollution were found in ancient geological layers. In addition, a similar liquid was found in one of the mines in the country of elves, but the same substance was noticed in the territory of dwarfs. Sasha whispered confessed that she would like to investigate this opportunity a little. Shiogi apologized and suggested to allow some studies over these two. After all, they are prominent scientists, which are real luminaries both among humans and among elves. The king nodded as a sign of consent, assuring that he understands everything. He allowed them to use the basic research department to study this issue. Shodzi expressed his sincere gratitude. When the kings talked about the reasons for its delay, they noted that it was likely that Adam and Tight's additional stocks were needed for repair. It was a lot of surprise, Shiodi. The man said that the crack appeared only about a week ago. In the middle of the night, a sharp roar stirred up. And then everything happened. As for the reason, there is an assumption that all this could have happened because of recent minor underground shocks. However, no one knows for sure. and it is impossible to investigate the situation in more detail without sawing a large column. However, this morning they learned a new fact. If the liquid seeps, then there is a small hole somewhere. The main one asks for G, is everything okay? This is only a small hole, so the strength of the structure was not injured. So, if suddenly adamantium deficits occur in unforeseen circumstances, the question remains open. What then to do? Shoji recalled a crack, a small hole in a mysterious fluid that he saw in the elves' mine. Now he does not give him the idea whether a high column is hidden yet a secret. Suddenly, an unexpected roar spread over the whole country of dwarves. Everyone froze with surprise. Shioge, looking around, asked what was happening. Main, not hiding anxiety, replied that it seems that everything was starting to tremble. The trembling suddenly subsided, and it surprised me more than the shocks themselves. Shoji said that such earthquakes began recently. Muta noted that earlier shaking of this nature was not observed. The king agreed with this and added that most people now believed that this crack appeared precisely through these mysterious shocks. The king reassured the boys, assuring that there is nothing to worry about. Such a weak concussion is not enough to destroy a large pillar, which has long been protected by the crystal of the highest skill of crafts. At that moment, Shioga recalled move. Shoji suggested temporarily staying at a hotel for researchers, but the main character insisted. She was courty to find out how Sasha and the truck felt. The king agreed with her, realizing that it was a really right step. For a while, the company approaches Sasha with a fluffy friend. Shoji wondered if everything was fine for girls. They assured, everything is wonderful. Sasha reported that she wanted the guy to learn about their new discoveries about fluid. The guy realized that both of them had already become a common thing. Sasha noted that, first of all, this fluid, which, according to eyewitnesses, flowed from a high column, is very reminiscent of the composition that was found in the elven mine. Although they are very similar, there is still a certain difference between them. Liquid from a high column has significantly more acidity, but instead from the mine, less acidic. The elf noted that the liquid, which is polluted by the elfy lands, resembles both previous ones, though its own features. To put it simply, all three liquids are similar, but none of them is identical to another. Shoji thought that they unexpectedly learned something new about the problem of soil in the country of elves, and now decided to leave this couple alone, until the king would deny. Muta, meanwhile, decided to go for intelligence with the city. Shoji approved this idea and reported that he would also join. Shoji wondered where they were heading, and Muta answered. Some time has passed, and they were unnoticed for themselves near the settlement of the dwarves. Seeing the guests, the gnomes were glad to meet them without hiding their joy. Buddha smiled and confessed to Shoga, who had already found many friends in the city. In response, Shoji remembered how yesterday he told them about his business on Earth and all the details. The attendees were admired, and it seems they really liked them. Shoji noted that all residents here are masters of their business. Muta supported him, adding that their main task was to maintain the order in this city, which was inherited from their ancestors. Young Gnome nodded approved, and said that he also dreamed of becoming one of these artisans. Then Muta turned to Shogi and ordered him to move on. After a little more, they finally got the right place. Shogi asked if they were really looking for. Muta replied to this that he had once been his own home. He confirmed that this is true. The works preserved on this earth are truly beautiful. Looking at the young man, he added that he would certainly become a talented master here in his native land. All masters of this country are deeply honored and inherited by their people. They see their vocation in the preservation and restoration of this wealth. Each of them is a true master of their business, but it was at the age that he had the desire to try something new. Such thoughts did not leave his mind. So he left his home and left his homeland, starting everything with a blank sheet. In a sense, it was reminiscent of emigration, as if you were leaving your own country. The man came here to see the unchanging king and his state. He discussed the difference between each other and other gnomes. Other masters remained faithful and still protected this land, and he himself never did anything for the good of this country. He has no right to defend this country. He does not understand how all this happened. Returning to the mod, Shoji noted that he himself was preparing for this trip and for a considerable number of other cases. Muta noted that without much gift of Shoji to grow adamantitis, all their efforts would be in vain. This is what the guy truly saved the country, and for that he thanked him sincerely. Muta strongly turned around and reported that time to return to the hotel. It will take a long time to look at the girls, and because of the king's story, they will have to stay here for another day. He did not seek to work overtime, and immediately made it clear that he was not going to take up other things. The night has already enveloped the city when all the lights suddenly went out. Shoji noted that it should be. When the night comes, the lighting goes out, and darkness prevails around. Yesterday, everything happened in the same way. Dwarfs stubbornly protect not only the soul of the artisan, but also the amazing secrets of the skill of past eras. Modes noted that he chose another way, but in the end it is also the road of a true creator. Like everyone in this country, he has the legal right to defend it, but the Mawa is constantly clinging to the past. However, it must be acknowledged that he is also a stubborn master of his business, true to the traditions of this land. Suddenly, the earth shook again, this time even stronger. The Soji snatched out of the room and exclaimed that this shock is much more powerful than the previous one. Muted did not understand what it was about, so he jumped outside. He did not give rest to him. Is everything right with the column? They rushed to the column and suddenly froze on the sight covered with horror. A giant monster suddenly escaped from the column. Shoji thought it was a huge ant. Its size far exceeded even the largest mine insects. It was many times larger than the Architroll during a great escape. This creature emerged from a high column. Was it not the cause of strange fluid and underground tremor? Muta recognized this creature and shouted in surprise that it was impossible, because before them, an iron. Hearing the unfamiliar word, Shoji wondered what an irony was. The next moment, the hail of the arrows shed on the giant anthrod, but she did not pay attention to it. Muta noted that they were the kingdom warriors. At the same time, Shiogi realized that none of the arrows had pierced the shell of this giant ant. Muta emphasized that you do nothing with such a bow against her body. Someone called everyone out loud. The Muta replied that a white, strong creature was in front of them. Undoubtedly, it was a white, solid creature. There was no doubt. There was an iron monster. Shodzi wondered whether the irons were considered such dangerous monsters. Mawa explained that it was a legendary beast that exterminated the whole digging, devouring all the metals in its path. Shoji was shocked to learn that this creature really feeds on metal. Shatsi thought, termites on the ground destroy the tree, and in the other world the white attack is already gnawing metal. After all, it is from it that all tools are created. If this creature absorbs metal, it really deserves the title of true fear. Muta said that the irons were met in different corners of the world, and at first they were not considered too dangerous creatures. However, the true threat became obvious only when it turned out that these creatures were destroying ores and mines. It was then that the states realized the scale of the problem. He was said to be declared an enemy all over the world and destroyed after a brutal confrontation. The exact chronology and details of that battle remain a mystery, but one is known: they are eradicated to the last. Choji suspected that the monster, which was to be destroyed, had not yet died. It seemed that their affairs went into a dead end. The Tveravi warriors were constantly storming the monster hiding in the cracks of the column. They were overwhelmed by genuine surprise. Suddenly, Shogi had already decided that the monster had disappeared, but it was at this moment that the earth trembled again. This meant the monster appeared again. Suddenly, the sky tightened with many debris that collapsed with a whole storm. Main and Sasha instantly took advantage of their abilities to avoid this dangerous flight. Shredji asked why they all didn't go up to escape. Meanwhile, the iron stopped the inside of a high column. If it continues to continue, it will break and the overlap will collapse. Maynenis with anxiety noted that the country is unlikely to withstand another such catastrophe. And alarming exclamations came to the ears of the dwarves. It is necessary to resolve everything as soon as possible until it gets out of the gorge again. It was at this moment that I saw a little gnome that was in vain to repair his home. From fear, he froze in place, struck by horror. Shatsi stressed that even in such troubled times, the most important thing is to revive the state. Muta replied to this. In this region, the pride of the master is valued more than life itself, and he is good to sacrifice himself for his craft. Suddenly, a huge fragment collapsed in the place where the little gnome built his house. Muta stared, frightened, and then clenched his teeth from tension. Meanwhile, the slurry noticed how a heavy fragment was flying from above. Suddenly, Muta picked up a huge block and protected the small dwarf, covering it from danger. The shogi engulfed fear, and the hands of the wakes markedly trembled at this moment. Muda pulled back sharply and shouted, lifted a stone fragment. At the same moment, Shoga shouted, "Main!" The girl lifted the stone and threw it straight into the one that clamped in Mava's hand. The stones collided and flew in different directions. Sodi addressed Sasha. The girl agreed without hesitation, extended her arms, and noted that it was worth enlisting the trust of this country. Only in this way they will be able to continue to work in the laboratory. She called on many magical stamps to protect the Mudu and the little dwarf. Shogi shouted loudly, turning to Furia. The girl happily cried and announced that the snack would be even more whipped. She skillfully picked up the falling fragments and easily stopped them in the air. Muda called the boys, and his reaction was stunned. Shogi stated that they like to stay after work, and they do not mind it. However, sometimes it seems to him that everything is possible if employees are really seeking. Muda was stunned. Shoji thought of how to attract an irony, his companion in business, to wipe the country from the face of the earth. If you act, it is necessary to go to the end. Shoji ordered him to get away, because now he will use special privileges after working at the Aquin store. Shoji assured that he would help ancient partners, gnomes, and promised generously to compensate overt work. Main nodded approved, supporting this proposal. Shoji stressed that first of all it was necessary to evaluate the situation, but the local residents refused to run, preferring to stay and protect their city. The tall column that holds the whole country is about to collapse. The eatery can break away again at any moment, causing a devastating blow. Many brave warriors were injured, desperately protecting their native land. Neither weapons nor bows are able to withstand this threat. Shoge noted that the situation is really complicated, and above all, they need to take care of the wounded. Shoji called Sasha and asked if the girl had already received medical elixirs. In response, Sasha demonstrated the bank and reported that she had already used the potion. Then Shoji suggested using wooden chips and making a simple garden for the bed. After that, he demonstrated that his name is Furia. The elf used the ability to accelerate growth, and immediately appeared many pores. Shoji praised. It was great, and promised to pass this news to the soldiers. Now they have a new task: how to crush stubborn peasants out of danger. Main noted that as long as one of the residents remains in the village, it was too risky. Muta thought about it. Shogi turned to her husband. Muta, however, looked at Miss Sasha and wondered if she was able to convey her voice to the whole country with magic. The girl was readily agreed. She used her magic. Muta spoke and asked people to listen carefully. All those present immediately concentrated their views on it and reported that that man had left the country. Muta appealed to people to temporarily leave this place. His words, spoken so unexpectedly, seemed incredible. Few could believe it. At one time, he left this country, seeking to start something completely different, completely new. But when he returned to his homeland, he saw that everyone around would not cease to defend the results of their work. They genuinely admired the created, because they believe that their roots are common, as they do. Now he understands why the dwarves do not want to leave their native land and run away, but they are convinced that those whose breasts are burning a love for the motherland and there is a true devotion will be able to overcome any trials that would not happen. Muda exclaims that he is not able to explain it correctly, but they still need to run. Shogi's words are surprised both Shogi and Main. The king suddenly appeared and asked Mava. The man introduced himself to the owner of the Dvor's Mirdo. From now on, except for the soldiers, all the yards will obey the orders of Mav. The king solemnly announced the beginning of evacuation to the surface. Muto was deeply moved that the king approved his plan. Miro noted that even if traditions go away and collapse over time as the country and its peoples continue to live, everything can be revived again. After all, they are the people of masters, real dwarves, and that is what their essence is. The king ordered everyone to prepare for evacuation. Who can, unite in detachments, and who will not be able to escape. The main goal for everyone is to reach the surface. Soon the whole streams of courtyards went out. At this point, Shoji demonstrated a box filled with potions. The doors were joyfully surprised to see so many quality infusions. They sincerely thanked the Shoji, noting that they would now be able to keep the defense for longer. The king thanked the fraudsters, and then noted that there was another problem left: the iron of iron. It was at this moment that a loud roar was crowned. The king of dwarfs tensed anxiously and warned that the monster would be about to appear. The next moment near the large column materialized the giant ant. The king strongly stated that they would certainly overcome it, Everyone was amazed that the ant appeared from the usual high column. It turned out that she moved freely underground. The king reported that the monster had poured underground many tunnels throughout the country, not just under a high column. Shoji has been afraid. Do they really dream of turning the whole country into a giant ant nest? Recent earthquakes were only an echo of its movement underground. The king noted that he could effortlessly slip through numerous tunnels, and the arrows against him are powerless. The king was in a confused way of striking the enemy. Shoji suggested that only strong magic or managing were able to collapse a weakened column and later destroy the whole country. However, they did not take the managerial. If it is possible, to strike an accurate blow. The king announced that he would not allow the monster to walk in the city. He called the captain and ordered him to make a new building. Suddenly, a bellist appeared. Shoji noted that it was just a giant bow, incredible size. The king added, "These weapons are the most powerful mass development of their country. A cumbersome mechanical onions that can produce heavy iron rods one by one." Shoji realized that instead of undermining everything, it was possible to strike a point stroke and make significantly less destruction. The king warned, if their plan does not work, the state will be on the verge of death. The captain of the knights confidently promised that the enemy would be overcome. Meanwhile, the best weapons have invested all their skills in the creation of this mechanical archebum. The captain proclaimed that their army was the most powerful and then gave the command to open fire. The arrow of Huejaro with a crash entered the trunk of a giant ant. The king with relief was tired. His cunning plan succeeded. Equipment of iron is devoid of pain. Having experienced numerous attacks, they eventually die. Shoji was surprised to learn that ants were not feeling pain. The king wanted to emphasize, if everything goes and further, the victory will be behind them. At that moment, the ant erupts a powerful stream of fluid. The man asked if the same liquid flowed from the top of the high column. Then he realized that it was the liquid that this ant. Thanks to this liquid, the ant was able to dissolve the soil. When the layers of the earth became more loose, it went to dig further. As a result, the ant was disappeared underground again. The king stated that if he escapes, he would devastate the state again, when he wants. It was their last chance to stop it. He ordered all the piles to be set on fire, and strictly forbade him to allow him to escape at any cost. The arrow with ropes hit the bodies of the ants, absorbing deep. The king, smiling happy, gave the order to shoot and pull at the same time. Just so, wonderful. Shoji, noticing the weird arbalist weapons, could not hide astonishment. The warriors went down, approaching the ant. According to Shoji, it was a frank nonsense. Suddenly, the ant appeared in their stretched place and instantly pulled the string of a mechanical bow. The man noted that there were only a few pegs left, but the mechanical bow was completely destroyed. No other weapons were left against this monster. It penetrates the ground, leaving no trace. It is difficult to catch it. At such a speed, the whole country will soon turn into a sieve, and it will not even shudder. Pain is unknown to him. All the destruction has already happened. A little more effort, and they are almost on the verge of despair. Is it worth collecting all the magicians and applying a powerful spell, indifferent to the destruction around? Such a step can eventually lead to the death of the whole country. In addition, even the common forces of the magicians are clearly not enough to defeat it. It was difficult for the king to believe what he had to do. The elfish noted that due to its spiritual magic, it is able to stop it, but such an action will lead to the destruction of the whole city. Sasha added that even having all her magic and magical artifacts, she could not cope with it. In the end, Shoji decided that the most effective will be point blows with pegs. But suddenly the partner warned him that her turn had to act now. It would not be easy to overcome him from scratch, but after the dwarves have exhausted the enemy well, she is confidently tuned to win. Shoji assured that there were no weapons against him. Main denied, pointing to wooden pegs. Then Shoji was stunning that the abilities of property surpass human. The Shochi thought a little, agreed with Mayan and offered her to start. Mayan did not deny. At the same moment, she interrupted the mutation, emphasizing that she first wanted the girl to wear one thing. Soon the girl was already completely dressed in armor. He said that he began to create these adamantine patches for her before arriving in this country. He said that this armor significantly increases protection, and the technology of springs and pendants, borrowed from crews, helps to move easier. Main was enthusiastically noted that it was striking. Shoji also thought that it was very reminiscent of an exoskeleton. Elf explained that this strong shell has become much easier. Muda looked at Main, clicked in weapons synchronously, and smiled widely. Xiaozi called Sasha and wondered if she had poisons that could act on an iron auxiliary. Sasha replied that it can mix the elixir to control pests with the means of neutralizing the juice that brought from the country of elves. She wondered, and if you use a poison that will harm and not allow you to escape underground through the fluid in the body? Xiaozi suggested that it could work. Maini added with delight that Sasha coped with this instantly, quite in the spirit of this girl. Shogi approached Furry and told the girl that they would join the work on the field. He appealed to the request to order the man to anoint the edge of the peel with poison and to assist Main. Shoji announced the start of the operation. However, he thought that the cultivation process should be hidden from the king and all others. The sage turned to the king and offered to visit. Suddenly, there will be some more weapon. The king accepted this idea, Shoji thought, saying it on the recently created platform for closed blinds. They bury the collected pegs in the ground and then use cultivation skill. Here your development is gaining momentum and goes to a new level. Xiongyi happily exclaims that everything has already been prepared for little things. Finally, a giant monster appeared. Manga reported that he greased the spears with poison. Shogi called the mouse and ordered Main to start surgery. The girl nodded and strongly lifted a huge spear. The next moment, the main character throws a spear. He involves just into the body of the ant. Without delaying a second, he launches a few more spears, trying to strike as much as possible. The commander of Gnome Knights was surprised that the pegs had to remain very little, but the king denied, insisting it could not be. He also noted that this girl is able to put the pegs in the flesh with such force that no mechanical bow is compared to her. Her power stunned everyone. Main stressed that these armor really make movements much easier. Now it is much easier for him to gain power than before. Suddenly, the monster began to spit out some liquid. Shoji decided that she wanted to dive underground again. Unexpectedly, the king was surprised that the earth did not dissolve. Xiaozi decided that Sasha's poison had been. The motions of the monster also slowed down. Finally, everyone was alert, feeling that their starry time came. It was then that the mine grabbed the spear and, exclaiming that he would not allow the monster to escape, threw his weapon from the enemy. The king, along with the tension commander, was ordered to act immediately. Main, gathering to throw the last spear, burst out loudly and involved her strength to throw it with real power. The spear pierced the skull of the monster, instantly cutting off his life. The monster lost its strength and, after all, the last time exhaled. Everyone breathed a breath when the iron finally fell silent. The king proclaimed that the enemy was defeated. Once upon a time, the iron idol was destroyed completely, so it remained a mystery why a living representative of this kind appeared. Sashko told that he saw from the top of the tall column some liquid, probably related to iron yarders. The elf wondered whether there is some connection between this liquid and a similar substance from the elves, because they are almost identical in composition. Suddenly Hyuga heard a sound, and here everyone noticed a huge column that shook and began to fall. It was a lot of stunned by all present.